Well, hello and welcome back to CCT South America. It is Season 3, Series 1 here as we get things started for today. My name's Vincent, and that over there is Get the Back Mark, despite what your screens might be telling you. Regardless, it's a pleasure to be here. Apologies for the delays. We are ready to roll, though. Marky, how are you doing?
Man, I'm doing really well. I know I was about to say I'm coming in for my second day of Swiss. I know you are as well. The first day was a lot of fun, bringing back in. It's the first South American series here in season 3. That'll be a tongue twister for you. But I don't know. Hopping off to the second day of the Swiss, I'm excited to see some of these teams for the first time.
Yeah, well, we got a packed docket for today, and let's get started talking about that because, like I said, we had a little bit of delay, so we'll get things moving as fast as possible. There's an opening matchup that's going to be pretty fun. Largados y Pelados,
right?
No, like late minute adjustment here. In fact, like happened maybe late yesterday, I believe, going up against Crew, and it looks like maybe our second matchup is a forfeit. I'm actually not sure, but Quimsal Elas is meant to be playing Bounty Hunters, but we'll get back to you on that. We'll find out. And then we got a couple of matches later on. I know you're excited to see the Masitas get going and a return for the free agent org players that has been chopping and changing here in CCT South America for the last 6-7 months or so. They've been a lot of fun to watch. They're up against MIBR Academy for our final matchup today.
Yeah, that's a little bit of sad information. We won't be able to see who exactly they are, Vincent, in that series coming up against Bounty Hunters, that being the Portuguese to English translation out here. So we rip into our first series, and as we were joking, right, I believe it was like 2 days ago, whatever it is, Oplano unfortunately couldn't make this event, and so we invite LP to the mix. Ex Nitro, ex Uno Mille, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, it's a little. Let's go ahead and look at that roster, right? Because it is a little weird. This arrangement of players, to be honest with you, it is sort of ex Nitro, very much so, but that roster was only with Nitro for like a couple of months. So if you are like checking back in from maybe the last time CCT was here in South America, you're not thinking of the right roster if you're thinking Nitro from that point. So it's a little bit crazy, to be honest with you. But the good news is, Marky, that we do have some pretty consistent pieces, right? This ZMB, Leo Monster, and Reels in Core that was with Una Mille as free agents, certainly there. Picked up BSD, who's been a long time individual that I think a lot of people have been looking at, but hasn't quite made the next step up, alongside Hap. This is a team that I like a lot. I think that this is a team that like I expect to be making it deep into Swiss stages just about every time.
Oh, you are absolutely on that tally 100%. And where cut back to, season 2, boy, oh boy, back to season 2, right? Where we were cutting in there. This was a team that was absolutely pushing it. And then unfortunately kind of, through it kind of seemed like the end, coming off, unfortunately, whiffing on some of those, like a 2-3, they were, inept to in a couple of those instances. But like with the namesake here of this roster and like one of our first matchups yesterday, we were able to take a look at where it was Flamengo versus La Champions Liga, and then right after that, like Game Hunters versus 2 Game. There are a lot of teams in this Switch that I think are going to be, expecting themselves to make a push to those playoffs, trying to start this, new season off right. This is the first event before you, kind of get a bit of a player break in South America, like see what type of foot you're on, Vincent. And I think for an LP roster that, dude, if you're a South American team, this is the storyline you want to be riding here, as I believe Legacy plays Mouse to go up in the major arena here in like an hour or something. Let's see if they got that same luck, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a good way to draw in, I think, as we kind of talk about the teams that are upcoming, that are on the way to try and make it towards that idea, that possibility for these majors. But let's talk about their opposition, right? It's Crew that come up against them, and a Crew roster that comes in mostly unchanged. There's a big exception to that. You're going to see Buddha on the right-hand side of your screen. Yep. That's the big difference, certainly. But otherwise, pretty much the same roster that you've come to expect from Crew, a team that To be honest with you, I feel like haven't quite met expectations. I think for me, based on what I have seen from them in the past, I was expecting a little bit more in form of changes, but Buddha's a step in the right direction, you would think, coming off of, a long stint with 9Z.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I feel like it was just yesterday we were, seeing him trying to take down the G Stu, excuse me, on the stage of Dallas, right? Like a little bit inactive, was last with 9Z like 2 months ago. So I mean, to put on that fresh jersey out here with crew, and I think for a crew roster that's with a 22-year-old player with that type of experience is going to be like an insane breath of fresh air for immersive.
I think that's true, right? You have to be impressed with how Buddha comes into this as a guy that not only going to bring firepower, but bring that level of experience that, getting to play at higher level tier 1 events as well, off and on when during his time with 9Z. Obviously that team, not quite where they wanted to be. And so they've continued to make a ton of changes in the attempt to get back there. But the fact remains that compared to a lot of the pieces of this team, Buddha going to be a huge asset in that regard. As we jump a little bit deeper into this, the problem for crew though is that they generally have struggled to make deeper runs into these Swiss stage. So looking to change that today. We're going to take a peek at the veto real fast and move through that one, Marky. I think that in general we've seen crew play a bit of Dust 2, so they pick into that. I'm okay with that, and the core here of this LP squad loves Ancient, so it's not a huge surprise to see them pick that.
Yeah, it's going to be a good back-to-back stab where you have that kind of floated off here, but a Dust 2 that I think is going to lean into a bit of concern for the Argentinians, where you certainly find some common ground between LP here. Mirage is going to be up next door at that third if we do need it, Vincent. So I think a pretty loaded strike at the beginning of this Dust 2. It's going to be, I think, able to tell us a whole lot of where the vibe is going to be kind of sinking in this series. With the results, poignant yesterday, it was very interesting where these, series are loaded at the front end. I think this veto for actually LP's sake is going to do them a lot of favors.
Yeah, it feels like they've got a good little idea of what they want, and what they want they're going to get in that aspect. Regardless as well, I believe that we do have a sub for LP. I think that it's going to be Fokuin as opposed to Reelsin, which is certainly a little bit of a frustrating swap, just because definitely. That's one of the individuals that I think has got the it factor for this LP team. But Fokyu is a player that's been active for quite a while, and recently as well. So I don't think there's any too big deal there from the perspective of like not bringing in an individual who can't step up on an individual level.
That'll be a interesting kind of throw about it here. I mean, walking into a beginning of a Swiss stage, got to wonder what exactly the implications of that is. But the implication today is that Foku is going to be gaming. I'm excited to see this guy back up onto it, where I believe he was last, active with W7M earlier this year. It's cool to see him get a nice opportunity in with these Swiss stages. I was, joking with CMD yesterday, right? I mean, you're coming back into season 3 here, and you may feel, just a little bit lonely, right? Like, where are the trope with the tacos of the world, right? I mean, Game Hunters and a lot of the usual suspects are here, but with, LP, obviously, X Nitro, Uno Mille under another banner, this is where you're going to find definitely a familiar feeling here. And for the crew squad, I wonder if it's going to be that much more of a concern on this Dust 2, because, I mean, it's, shaky results. It's not like a ton of officials they have on it within, the opportunities they have been running. It's been a slow couple of months here, like we mentioned right at the beginning of our stint here, as we absolutely dive off of the block into this Dust 2, looking for those opportunities, Vincent. Well, here the hell they are.
It's gonna be kind of tough diving off the block into Dust 2. It's probably painful, no?
Ouch, dude.
Not a lot
Michael
of water.
Phelps could deal with it.
I'm sure he could, but he might be the only one who's
not
capable.
Ryan Lochte.
Well, we got a pretty forward setup over in towards mid, at least in the form of Leo Monster, who steps back right as Raihi is going to take the first step forward. Tries for a little bit of a fadeaway, and Leo Monster taking 2 dinks, but still kicking, it seems.
Carry that along for about the time that you can. Flash up that's going to make that very tough for the former 9Z, who's continuing to try and go with this Glock, but it becomes such an issue for ZMB. He's got that too, and Foku, he's in the server as well, just sounded in with these dualies, and may have to clutch, but is put down. Leo is put down to 8 with 2 gushes. Can he leave Ataraxia in the bushes? He can. LP weren't even supposed to be in this event, yet here they are, and they've got their first round.
Yeah, take the opportunities where they are, right? It's sometimes not really going to matter if you are meant to be there. Just what you do with that chance is the important thing for LP. For me, I think that funny that is the case, considering I think LP probably the pretty heavy favorites in this game. So, you know, that might change with the fact that they're playing with a substitute, but I see a fast upper tunnel crawl. They might just go out on this, but Leo Monster does have a good weapon, and he's got some support close range as well.
Here they go, letting all the way out for Leo Monster and Foku to share a full deck of cards between these gentlemen, and it's going to be a nice stint about it. Obviously, Foku, the former W7M player, and this thing is all coached by Disturbed, remember, former W7M himself. Have those strands, have those connections, Vinny.
It's true. A lot of connections there, to be fair, between these individuals. First time on the guns for Crew.
You want to know what my favorite story is of the offseason before maybe we get a lurk out of Upper Tons? The Fire League tournament that took place in a, like in a train station or something? The train was going by.
That's true, yeah, I saw that.
I wonder if that, like, flipped anybody's, like, monitor off the desk.
I'd hope they, like, had it strapped down.
Nailed them down.
No, strapped them down. It's a little bit crazy for BSD, to be honest. That's a flash, though. It's going to make it a little bit more realistic. He's got BSD in half right next to him. Such a great play overall from LP. Some missed shots, but thankfully, DMP will answer the call. That's surprisingly effective. That one flashbang showing destruction in Crew.
Yeah, Hap just breaks down the door in lower tons, just rakes him up with the MP9, and they straight up maul him in middle. I feel like LP were starting to, you know, feel it slip under them. They walk out with a couple more casualties than I think they could have cleaned up for initially, but I'm nitpicking. It's 3-0, it's Dust 2, and they're off to the start that, I mean, the good times are rolling. Why stop?
Yeah, no doubt about that. Looking for a long fight at the moment for Crew. Good defensive flashbang that's going to delay them a little bit. The smoke on the long corner. Broke it open on cooldown twice over. But still no vision. Shots traded, but only through smoke.
Locks him out along. Those Tech-9s may have to think to other ways. You do have, I believe it's Ataraxia chilling in the middle like a villain. He's got that kill right onto Leo Monster. P250 raking up some money. Only for the meantime, Foku is active and smokes back lower tons, but no more vision up towards the catwalk. So Buddha and Reversive can just doctor this up the way they prefer. Two heads walking through these smokes. Now they're both going to be smashed in half. He's got two trying to guard the site. It is LP that are looking so bulletproof right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to when you're working with such a significant advantage in both the utility department and the firepower. But speaking of firepower, for me, that's been maybe one of the biggest issues for Crew whenever I've seen them in the past. Is sometimes they've got some really good thought processes, some good ideas, and even some good protocols. But, I mean, generally speaking, struggling to have the availability in the fragging department compared to some of these other squads. So that's what I'm looking for right now for Crew to get popping. The second gun round hopefully going to mean that they look a little bit better on their individual form.
You're a man that is, seen into international scenes, foreign lands. Crew is a big Valorant brand, correct?
They did have a Valorant team. I don't know if they're still really good, but they were good in the last couple of years.
Looking stylish in Argentina, I can tell you that much. BST walking out, sees a knee, has to go further on the investigation, takes the head off of Buddha. He was the one that was, right next door to Reversive late in that previous round. And, guess what? Reversive is right next door. This is just what Crew were trying to knock on previously. And it's the same damn result that's been thrown back at them. I mean, you can just be locked out along for basically how they would like to dictate it, but a boosted headshot, and you're going to get that down. But there's layers to this. And now BSD is seeing where you've been fading away. God, what a shot.
Yeah, Laser doing a good job. At least keep this a little bit more reasonable, but they're locked in right now, Marky. Fokyu has their escape. They still got 2 to deal with up on the site. Leo Monster and Hap, a pretty dynamic duo that's going to be tough to best. 22 seconds left, and they've got to move.
Now to swing out. Leo on that Molotov is taking Laser. With Ataraxia opportunity to clutch in. During that reload, you're just going to take the easy slice. LP are not taking any prisoners. Nobody to even actually lent into where this is slipping up for Crew. Forced away on every single margin at the moment. This is a beautiful look for this team that gets their invite to CCT.
I'm gonna be honest. Crew has not really wowed me at the moment with how they're approaching these rounds.
Have
right
they
now,
wowed you?
I'm more woed than wowed. We'll
There
put
you
it
go.
that way.
Bazinga.
I think that Crew have been super one-dimensional thus far. I mean, basically, they want to start these rounds off with taking long space, and fair enough. I can get behind that. And they're getting that space, but that's mostly because LP are giving it. The issue is that they're not taking anything else across the map. They're allowing for LP to get aggressive up in upper tunnel. They're giving them space in middle. There's no pressure elsewhere, so LP can just really easily handle that long play that they've been consistently throwing out there. I need to see something different on the next gun round in my book for anything to change for Crew.
One man and his trusty AK. All for BST. First time I think we've seen this scope. Takes that shoulder check in. Even a bit of a nade reaching up from Cat. A couple of those dealt some damage back. Maybe a bit of a warning from what's to come.
This is a little bit better, right? Similar idea in that they're all here in the same spot, but got to get that AK activated somehow. And they've got the utility to at least get them out onto Catwalk should they want to. Deep nade that's going to be very effective. Which is Ataraxia entirely, and this is the problem. When you give up all that space, LP take it.
They actually find Foku just trying to get a little bit active and lower here, but a push like this is going to be really scaring off everybody. Leo Monster to try and be the nuance to this push. He goes down as well. So ZMB sprinting back. He's laced him up tight. That's not going to protect him from the door wall bang. They're going to be getting through into middle, out to upper B. See if you can make them stand right here holding the line of scrimmage between this side, but the smoke down. And BSD should go ahead and save on this log.
Yeah, pretty silly loss from LP, all things considered. I want to give Crew the props, but honestly, I don't think they necessarily deserve them. This is LP playing, more than what their hand is worth. Right? They've got a pair, but unfortunately, they're playing like it's a full house, and that's simply not what they've got. Really aggressive. Fokyu, I think his positioning, not necessarily a problem, but then Leo Monster is going to continue to get aggressive, a very awkward angle, to be fair, that I thought he was favored in, but, give credit over to Raihi, who's able to continue to find impact there. And the lurk out mid, it's almost when LP starts to lose that, they realize, hey, we're in trouble, but instead of a measured approach, they just sprint at the problem. And they're met with bullets in both directions. Not a pretty loss, but a big win for Crew.
Been kind of sitting on this same basic margin you feel like been calling the entire T side. It has been too poignant for them back for long. Hasn't felt rewarding when you've, just been getting these smokes, forcing you back. You can't even, stand to begin to fight. I feel like the conversation of like, man, these Dust 2, CS2 smokes, you can use one of them to cover off the cross. Dude, people figured that out pretty quickly, man. I think I was like, yapping before on the broadcast, like calling it the FlyQuest smoke because I heard somebody else said that. But whoever found that, good on you.
You talking about the long smoke or?
Yeah. One smoke, you can just dish them back. Oh boy, Real Monster's taking out Araxia.
I mean, that's a ridiculous fight through the smoke as well. Makes it even more tough. PSD was boosted up over the top onto Buddha. That's into under. And just like that, blink and you miss it, Marky LP are up 2 men.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes open. I want to see it all here in South America. Because unfortunately, it does look like, who are they? Unfortunately, the team that could not field a roster this afternoon. That's why they had to forfeit. I think they had 4 out of 5 players, which is a little unlucky. Is that a low blow?
Might be. That was pretty mean.
Because I'm sad. I was looking forward to seeing it, man. Because they have Josie on that roster. I'll talk about it when we get a tech pause. Because right now they're blowing up the lane, trying to actually roll this down, take the pin out. And here's Hap that can try and carry this a little bit further after the information he has received. CMB to receive that. And the receiver's going down to CT. Hot damn, that was quite a try, but you had to trot it eventually, no?
I mean, Rai's given it his best go multiple times over, trying to bail them out of these types of situations, but it's tough when LP start with 2-player advantage and doesn't exactly change until Rai is 1-man wrecking crew trying to approach the A-bomb site. Crew with 1 fleeting victory, but back to losing ways right after. They'll buy again. A little bit more spread out here. You can start to maybe appreciate Crew trying to get a default so that LP start respecting this upper B area.
Chilling at this long corner. BSD spreading some of the love. May need some of that utility for an approach up Cat, but that's a second thought. This is the main dish to be served right out to the long doors, and Hap's eating good, at least for this first frag, and they create a wall in between both of these players with the smoke. May not be right as Crew imagined it, but they actually are going to square up well taking these fights. But Hap, what a menace. Repositions all the way up here, man. That's going to be so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I like that reposition a lot. It's a defensive smoke that you're going to see pretty often, but that move back over onto the top of the platform, definitely not one that you see that consistently. 1 frag out mid, though. Going to put Fokyu on notice. He's got to deal with the mid prong first, and now he's got the smoke in the face. It's so difficult to break through, but maybe not. Reversive just turns on a dime, sets him up for failure there. Close man, Reversive doesn't see it the first time, so CMP's got Beautiful. 2 freebies, a plant in the mix, but at this point, those wins are not really worthwhile for Crew.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big kill that the IGL picks up back, trying to, actually get the latches on an opportunity for a 2 versus 4, but ZMB takes it personally. 9-3, it's a really good start for him to go. We have a quick timeout. Of course, got to be a word in back by that Crew side. They are needing to figure this one out quickly because this Dust 2 will not be surfing on for very much longer, not in this first half at least.
Yeah, Enju trying to figure out a way to stop the bleed because right now it's starting to become life-threatening for the Crew's chances both on Dust 2 and what feels like maybe even the series based on the domination that we're currently watching. Get his input and move on. Talking about how to change things. Crew making some adjustments last gun round in order to maybe command a little bit more respect. That's how they're able to pivot back towards B later into the round because they have some of that map control, but been a constant issue. 4-1s, been typical. 5 in one location, been probable.
It's going to be a really tough fight for Hap. Buddha wins it. Now, right now, it's been a really tough start for Buddha. Beginning of this Dust 2 is like lurking so commonly at the beginning of this half, getting shut out, finding information along the way, but sometimes you just won't get that dish back. Trying their hands at long again. Currently locked out for it, Vincent, but BSD rotates back over to Carr. They're trying to break this smoke open. He's going to be behind on this and trying to get the wall bang lasered through the car. That's awfully convenient.
Blank's coming. Might be a surprise. I think they believe that this is covered because there's someone in lower tons. So that might be problematic. It's all about the timing.
He sees a back turn right now. ZMB has got that first, and now it's going to be the swing up top. Leo Monster, he's practically spammed reversive all the way down, but he's still breathing. That's the concern. And Foku, he's going to get that first with the nade. Almost got that first, and even the lineup in upper tons in the previous round is going to have to get going and active to be. But, I mean, if he can sniff this out between this on the van, then, hell, I'll tally the clutch for him. But Buddha headed his way to upper B.
This ought to be a round-winning position from Rai. If not, I mean, truly devastating to the mental. I think Foku just going to wait until the bomb gets planted. Now it should be unlosable with Buddha in this position. Seems to know.
He's ready for that fight. And Buddha up top has to be clean, Vincent. And is. Great stuff. Looking for a clutch, couldn't do it in the 2 versus 4, boxed out in the bomb site, take the most experienced and youngest member of this roster and put them under the pressure, and they'll lift the bar.
I mean, crazy impressive that Foku's kind of intuition tells him that something's gone wrong there, that he's going to be close range. That's certainly giving himself a chance to win that round that was unlosable, to be honest, positionally there from Crew. Well, you can hope, given that fact. Heavy towards the tunnels. And ZM going to make first contact as well. I'm not quite sure what that nade's all about. Breaking open the smoke, but Crew heavily suss out and find everyone who is in lower tunnel. Now it's more going to be just a gamble. LP stick Foku on B. Final 2 members over on A. And I hope that wherever they end up going, that there's a multi-frag coming.
Quick Molly out in the middle. Now we're equipped up top. Just going to make confident walk on this line. Foku, who has a good second look by Reversive, was definitely looking for the motions there. It gives it a good, bold check. And there's the B site. That's the destination that Reversive was trying to, just tent up in the 2 versus 2. But Crew will get a third. They weigh these guns at long doors. And I'll take the time of this, post-plant right now to talk a little bit about who exactly they were. I'm referring to the Bounty Hunters forfeit victory. I was really looking forward to casting this team here today, Vincent. In terms of, where we were just at, 3 weeks ago now? Damn, time flies. In Dallas, we were watching Impact Finals. A ton of those games were so much fun to watch. Some insane storylines this time around. And, again, a region that showed out well was South America. Obviously, seeing into the grand finals, Furia, they ended up taking it over the Supernova Comets. But, I mean, in terms of the competition in South America, they were the ones that were designed to be dethroned. It was the MIBR rebuild that took away the Fluxo Demons roster, essentially. Poppins, Younger, and Goddess all transferred over there and left Anna X and Josie without a team. And so they pop onto this Who Are They roster for the first time with 2 members of the Killers from last season. And so that's where that 4 comes together to form this team. And I believe I'm not really going to speculate on who exactly we were missing, but it's a little unfortunate. Hopefully it's not going to be a permanent issue within this Swiss stage of season 3. Obviously they're only going to drop to the 0-1 off of that. So hopefully they'll be able to get a 5th and play some matches.
Speaking of hopeful that LP can save a couple of these guns. Hang on to what they've got for next round. I guess to be fair, they don't technically have to, but it would be super...
I want them to.
Yeah, super helpful. We could make that happen. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it looked like, at least according to HLTV, the matchup that you're referring to that was meant to be coming up after this, Who Are They were missing someone to begin with that wasn't either the Killers players or the former Furia players. So,
it's like they were missing Babs, and it was, I believe she was on the
MIBR.
She's on the roster on HLTV, but gotta figure some things out, I guess. And yeah, I mean, a pretty story player in herself. MIBR FE, excuse me. That's a pretty significant time there. Laser gets Hap right at the end, and yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, man. I mean, Josie and NX are such story players in their own right. A couple of the young guns from the Killers have been really doing some great work in South America. So they will be back. And like we said, hopefully in Series 1 here, but in other tournaments as well.
Back under the purchase here, LP. We've allowed Crew a little bit of space to work with. This recovery already well and started. 5th round for Crew would be magical considering how bad they were beginning this map. Look to maybe fight long, but think better of it, Crew. Instead, scale towards middle. A far better default than we had seen previously. Crew, starting to actually fight and get some of these cap protocols going. You have the tunnel player that I've been talking about quite often. Previously there had been nobody kind of available there, but Buddha taking space. Now they set up for 4 players available on cat with BSD. No op to be seen, but a little bit of rifling support.
Now they're hitting on the gas straight up. Got to be pulled back, though, in reverse. You're sending Reversive in to see what he can, and just stopped up at this corner of the box and trying to take confident gunfights. It's ZMB that's just been so sharp. How does he put more members of Crew under the blade? It's going to be, under the microscope right now. The way they have just been perched up onto this corner, right end of this catwalk, they flush him out. It's a triple out from Hap, who's had a really effective first half next to Leo Monster and ZMB. This is LP that, I'll reiterate it again, weren't even supposed to be within this Swiss stage yet. Oplano out, LP in, and it's an 8-4 half.
Yeah, and it's actually ZMB who only gets 1 kill there, but is the real hero, I think, of that round for LP. The way that he danced around the site itself was always half committing to a fight, taking pod shots, being a threat, but never over committing to it. And in the meantime, Hap confirming that he can do that by getting that kill at long. It's that duo that then allows the rest of this site to open up for LP and for Crew to start to fall apart. 8-4, certainly not a bad score line for LP. Crew probably wishing that they could have done a bit better. T side, though, pretty interesting prospect for LP. This is where you would kind of anticipate them to do some of their better work, in my opinion. And they've set themselves up nicely for it.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in terms of their results, they win 59% of the rounds on their T side. Where that comes to check, a little bit of a lented loss. Here goes another pistol into it. And dude, Vincent, it was a wacky day yesterday in our first run of it. Me and CMD could not believe it. It was Flamingo in our very first series to take all the pistols, and then Game Hunters 3 maps in a row, 6 pistols in a row, won them all. So it was crazy. That's
See
pretty
if
wild too.
LP can start to do that. Buddha having a conversation to say no, please, not this time.
I'm begging.
Reversive calling in some support, trying to see if he can deal with Hop, who is now confirmed that there's 2 people here. Gonna get the reload off? No, not quite. Takes a lot of time. It's not easy, and it allows a bomb plant. But Crew, they do win the fight at long, and so does Laser, making his way back in. Ataraxia gets his, and it's a near clean sweep for Crew. So there's no shenanigans with pistol round victories today.
No, there is not. We finally split it down and returned to the normal. It is a ticket punch for the second half, and the Argentinians will be loving where they are going to be getting off to. I mean, it's going to be a very nice pistol that they buy back, but we're going to be sitting here for a moment. So I know I spoke a lot about who they were. I can do that all day. And it's mainly because I don't want to attempt the Portuguese pronunciation. But the Bounty Hunters obviously are going to be just, I believe, really, I mean, ripping in with Freck for one of the very first times right now. So it's going to be interesting to see that ripping on the way down. They'll go to the 1-0 of the Swiss, which gives them an easy day at the office. I don't think they'll hate that.
No, I don't think so. And I think, to be fair, they were pretty well favored in that matchup versus Quesao at last, I believe. So, you know, obviously
that was pretty good.
I mean, pretty good for an American, maybe.
For an American.
You know. Have you ever been to Brazil?
No, I have not. I would love to go. I have a cousin that's adopted from Brazil in my family. She's awesome.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
No, I'd like to make a trip down at some point myself. I think that'd be a pretty cool place to
Would
visit.
anybody like to hang out with Vincent and I and be our tour guide and go do all the cool things in South America? Somebody's
time.
Power went out. Oh goodness.
That's bad news.
Guess Leo's. Well, maybe we'll make a trip down there to fix some power lines.
I was gonna say we'll
keep the stream on pause until that. We'll be back in a week.
So don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I actually think I might be remembering incorrectly, but I seem to recall that Leo unfortunately has pretty consistent power difficulties, if I'm not mistaken. So him losing power isn't the end of the world usually.
All good. All good.
I could definitely be just making that up though, in my brain. Your brain ever do that? Just make
I know how
things
you
up?
justify realities to put the quirky things you say into action, but I think that checks out. Actually, I think I've heard about this. We'll send our good energy, our good vibes to Leo in the coming moments.
Yeah, this is an LP that are looking good though. I'm pretty impressed. I feel like they haven't really been tested just yet. A couple of oversteps from them allowed Crew an option back into that CT side, and then money became an issue, and so critically they were broken at the right time. What's up with Laser changing his name?
This is ASMR right now.
What's up with that? Cheshkin?
I
should
look that up. I know Laser.
I should look that up and make sure I'm not saying anything bad.
I will comment again about Bounty Hunters. Last time I got to see Mayern was in, I think it was Series 6 against Shinden. And I'll actually look up the rating just so I can put my money where my mouth is. But they had a pretty insane game. Much like Slump in NA Series 1 against Vibe.
It looks like it's just his last name.
There you go.
Yeah. His last name anglicized? Is that the right word? Is that how you would say that?
Yeah. That's all you, bro. That's all
What?
you. That's all you. I
Yeah, it's
appreciate
like when you
the
take
attempts.
because he's of Kazakhstani descent, right? So so his last name is not in, we'll just say, like, for lack of a better term, I think it's Anglic characters. Is that what it's called?
You're very smart.
I don't know. I might be making a fool of myself. But he made it English, or at least the English alphabet. Made it look pretty for that.
W. W Mans. Yeah, we don't have that issue with our American last names. But I don't hear the I was about to say Friars being revved up, but I feel like that might be a poor choice of words. We'll get the power. Still gotta, buy a couple of doors, Vincent. Gotta farm some points,
True.
turn on the power. And as we work our way to do that, and then eventually the Pack-a-Punch, we'll take a bit of a break on our side while Leo Monster gets back into the biz. So don't go far. We'll be right back.
What up? We back in this thing. Well, Pete losing the pistol round in the second half. They will give this a little bit of a go. There's not a full force buy-in, but BSD does have a scoot.
A what?
A scooter.
I've heard about this. Racing down middle on two wheels.
It's truly terrifying and exhilarating at all at once.
I was never a scooter guy myself. I had a big wheel. You know about a big wheel?
Yeah, I do.
Those
You never
cruising.
graduated from a big wheel to like a real machine?
I actually don't know how to ride a bike.
What?
And I'm not afraid to admit it, man.
I'm gonna have to speak to your parents.
You can. They know.
This is absurd.
And
Might be
speaking
a
about the
failure on
parents,
their
man,
behalf.
I don't know if we got to mention this, but shout out to all the dads. We had to come from somewhere. I said something similar to this on Mother's Day, but for all the fathers, and you know, I'll shout out the moms in this instance as well. I think I shouted out the fathers in that same instance to raise all these gamers in the server. Shout out to you, man. We love you. Shout out to my dad. Shout out to your dad, Vincent. Shout out to the production's fathers and all 10 dads of the gamers in the server.
True. I hope everybody can get an opportunity to hang out. I know. To be fair, it's only really a North American thing that it's Father's Day
Yes, this
today,
is true. Looked up when the you know, South American Father's Day
Well, that was specifically Brazil. Just to
Oh,
be
okay.
clear.
Okay.
But
It should be a national holiday, man. A
yeah,
worldwide.
there is many of Father's Day. They just are at different times. But here in, I think it was the U.S., Canada, and the U.K.
There you go.
It is Father's Day, so might be a B-rush coming here. I'll slow it down, keep things a little bit more lean as they pump those brakes.
Lean, mean, dust to machine. It's what crew has intended to be here today. First half has kind of made that hard charge to bargain, but in the second half, you are now seeing where we are actually going to see the tone with the very good rotation back into this B site. Laser up top of the MP9. It's going to try and avoid. Oh, but this drop is going to be so poor timed and just trying to elevate again. It's Leo with the trade, and now from the back to the bomb site, crew have got to hold this off, and a whole lot of damage done, and now the dualies, but Hap is going to be finishing the job in a 3v3 LP. They flash into the second half, and they're back in the bomb site. Plan about to go down.
Plenty of kits available. You've got Ataraxia with a pretty wide range utility. The final touches of that for the T's has just gone out, so it's going to be straight up onto the duels if you're the T side. If Ataraxia can facilitate a little bit more here. Smoke is coming in for tunnels. There's that Molotov and a single flash left here for the CTs.
Nothing on the other end of that hook at car. Trying to serve through this door. It's Buddha with a great headshot. BSD going to be in that back lane, and now falling to it. It's got to be Hap to go big at the box, and unfortunately, he is going to be washed out of this. It's going to have to be a full 5-second defuse, and he's light just in the nick of time. LP bought just enough of it, and Ataraxia can't find the AK back in the round.
I mean, that's tragic, to be honest with you. Crew, they did everything right. They had to wait that second smoke at door. It was really a requirement, but Hap does a phenomenal job of buying time from Big Box. He swings wide to the right as opposed to committing to the fight on site. And I think that decision in and of itself, I mean, moments from disaster, they come away victorious. LP, it's a tight victory, but it's not exactly the start to the next round that they were wanted. Ataraxia struggled in the first half, but he's out to play here in the second.
Yeah, it's a great opening kill. He gets on that AWP. I mean, I don't know that I would ever beg this question for the T side, but at this point, it's like Crew almost won that. Get that out. It's just more money they had left in the bank accounts, but gonna hurt as much, probably even double two. Can't exactly put the combination into this, but be Laser to corroborate this in coordination with CT. BSD walk in, and oh my goodness, just decapitate anybody trying to hold on to a couple of those lanes. Ruben put on notice now.
Yeah, BSD recovering. He was on a scout, grabs ZMB's AK instead and puts it to good usage. Problem is for LP, that's a phenomenal refrag. It's a 4-on-4 now, but where do they go? How do they approach? 40 seconds. They're super split. Hap's still at long, and there's not any utility pretty much. That's crazy timing for Reversive not to catch vision. Hap's going to go. It's almost the best case scenario for him. They still got to break through with basically no util, though.
Ataraxia continuing to try and hold them off, but it's going to be up to the A site now. Buddha, Reversive, in coordination, hold off of the short press, and it may just end hot on the iron after all. Ataraxia holds the exit from BSD, who sits patiently for a push to come. LP are hoping they are not going to see the one man targeted, put out, and flipped out like a light. Beautiful work by Crew, and they have a 7th on this dust.
They do. They deny BSD economy. No money remains. Crew take attack actually after that as well. Wonderful work from a Reversive, who I thought was dead to rights when he leaves long. Just as Hap starts to take his step forward, but he comes back to check it, confirms, and then wins the fight onto Hap. That's crucial. Makes it so that LP have no chances, and the lack of utility very clear in the late stages of that round. More so, LP feel like they didn't have a plan. Their plan after they start the round in a 4v5 is hope that Crew like take space or fight them, and they never do. So they're left having to put together an A attack with very limited resources.
And then 8-4 half washed away. I mean, scrubbed clean practically. Right now, you're presented with the Glocks. You're going to be easily up to 8. And then you're just going to walk this down. And really, it's going to be a hard bargain for LP to be thrown off of this energy and then try and cruise along and see how Crew is getting better every step in their map pick. Here goes that assist on the nade. Laser and this duo to just lock down these B doors again, and it is not a casualty for the Argentinians. A great defensive look against those Glocks, and I know it kind of sounds silly when you say it out loud like that, but these are statements they're making.
A little bit easier of a statement when you're up against Glocks, but statement nonetheless. And it's bad here for LP. This is like, honestly, they should have saved again type of bad. It's a tough amount of utility. They're just going to speed it up. Hap's getting out at long. He's got support, but tagged up heavy. They want to take the fight, but they're running out of utility. One more flash is left in the tank. That's it.
Going back and forth, BSD says, how do you do? Ataraxia at the tip of the hat, tip of the headshot with that scout, and just going to be decked along the way. This is LP that are really causing a ruckus at A right now. This could be disastrous if Crew aren't able to bite on this back. It's aggressive from Buddha, and that attitude may just cost them. Bomb about to go down now, and Foku will put in the digits. Every lane separated from Crew right now. Tuck and run.
Yeah, get out of here. They know that Hap might be low, but they don't know a way back in. Crew, tuck tail, keep this economy strong. That is the right call to make, considering. And it lets LP win a round that, I'm going to be honest, if that long play didn't work, if they don't get that kill, if BSD doesn't find the opener, then I think that this round's probably dead on arrival. Very limited for what LP had to work with beyond that long attack. They get her done.
Terrorists win.
8 survivors of this round, 3 from the Crew camp. We'll settle back in for another purchase. Finally feels like LP have a real buy. BSD with an op recovery from Ataraxia. He'll reinvest another one. So for Crew's perspective, they've got just about everything.
Araxia going aggressive, just peeking through the mid doors. Whoopsie daisy.
That's you. You did
Close
that to
enough.
me.
Close enough to North America. Huh. Yeah, man. And you are correct. I've been known to bump and be clumsy in and out of the server.
Just be tossing your butt around all over the place, you know?
Excuse you. Never thought that would come out of the broadcast, but it did.
I gotta keep you on your toes.
What can I say? Versa to go right for that peak cap. Actually rubbing right down. This is the problem for LP. It feels like this whole minute has been sent to, you know, get into a couple of these chips on this short press. But, you know, this is where the actual real deal, this hit's going to be. And unfortunately, there's no negotiations here. Ataraxia comes back to the bomb site now and is ready to dish more punishment. It is a missed third. Foku with a headshot. You're still going to have to dig yourself out of long right now. And there's a very deep pit. But I mean, if Foku comes around this corner, this could get caught, but Reversive finally gets that headshot. In a 4 versus 2, they know exactly where Leo, Monster, and Foku remain. So here comes a very nice shot for Voodoo to pick up, and that is the full round clean. Crew, with 4 alive, are having one of their best results yet on this Dust 2. Late in the game, they're 1 away from a tie.
I don't know that I've ever seen a full, like a team with a full buy with all utility they could ever want be so useless. Like all that utility just goes to nothing. I just don't understand what the point of having it is if we're not going to like do basic protocols at long. Like just let Ataraxia not only get a free shot, but then get a free repeat too. I don't know. You know, they did have some good protocols towards Catwalk to take that space, but it was uncontested. So was it really tested? I don't think so. And then this is the move? Might be. Not going to happen.
Leo decked. It's had a bit of a tough affair in this game. Tech issues and all. Put down to the next drop. And here's a little bit more heavier in this dosage right now. Trying to take a little bit more space out towards short. That's where you're teasing it. So Crew could be aligned to expect another long crawl, but Ataraxia and Reversive are sitting here with no inclination of that. You're about to get the information, and Laser's gone 1-1 all the way down. Throw it to the back of this bomb site, and he's been waiting for a chance, and it's a triple right down. ZMB, you have a response for this. You have no tale to tell back to the Argentinians, who are right back all next door at a tied game, 10-all.
I mean, this is an LP that looks goofy right now. They look so lost, Marky. I'm a little bit blown away at how significantly right now LP don't have any idea how to play this T side. They're just they're throwing utility for fun. Like, there's just no intention behind it half the time, and you know this time they don't have very much, and you know they use what they can to try and get out long. This one's a lot more understandable with what they have. Not a lot of criticism that I will levy their direction for that, but I mean these last 2 gun rounds in particular, I don't know what we're watching, but it's not the same team that was 8-4 up at the half.
Last couple Glocks will take their time and their chances. They'll take their pretty time. Something may be happening here. Hearing some chitter chatter, some whispers.
Those are the voices in your head.
Some inside voices. Nah, that's oh, maybe it is.
Marky, go get breakfast.
Dude, I want to.
I'll buy you as much breakfast as you want from that establishment. But today only.
At LAN. The lie once told.
No.
By me.
But today
me.
only.
2 friend of the show, why not? You
so
will never get us Taco Bell.
Wait, you admit that it's a lie?
It's a lie until it officially never happens. I don't know.
This is new tech unlocked. You've been saying it's not a lie, but it's
not a lie. It's not. So
it.
Here's what we got to do to prove this theory. We got to, after these next couple of kills out of the laser, bam. All right. He was a fire in it. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. We gotta head up to Windsor, Canada next month. I don't know. You gotta call out of work or something. And we'll be seeing our friends, the Game Hunters. We'll love that. You know, we're gonna obviously be hopefully seeing them after, you know, pushing a 3-1 Swiss stage in this. Just lost yesterday 2-2 game. We'll walk by Riccoli and be like, hey man, but you know, also we'll see what other teams are making it up there. I mentioned yesterday on stream, NRG signed up, so as well as the lovely casters that will be there. That's a pretty important VRS event for the Americas.
Yeah, there's actually a couple of teams that haven't been announced that are going that are pretty exciting.
Really? You should
Yeah.
message me that.
Can't be,
I'm not in the loop anymore.
I can't be leaking, unfortunately, here on broadcast, but definitely want to get involved.
Here, right on this post-it.
Our crew.
Slide it to me.
Slides you post it. Crew involved in this comeback story, in this conversion, it seems. Once again, LP basically given free reign of the default areas of the map. Upper P, lower P, catwalk. They take it with ease, don't meet any resistance, but now they have to try and get onto the site, and this is the issue every time. Look at what's left in their pockets to do this. It's 2 smokes and a couple of flashes, a couple of mollies. On paper, this should be enough, but last time, Marky, it was dismal, and Ataraxia is ready to play at the perfect location.
Hopefully this is a great hit up with it. Molotovs that are going to be trying to set the tone up on the heat of ramp. There's nobody cooking in that water. It's a hot pot all the way out towards long, though, and they are letting it simmer. It's the bomb planted now, and I think it's plenty cooked right now to go with 4 players that are just looking for a clue, looking for an answer, and now they're going to get it back. BSD takes down Ataraxian. That's a really big head. I mean, you're not going to be able to fight against Long alone with an AWP right now. Buddha with another gone, and you are going to be forced to save. 11 all in this dust, too, and you are boxed in. It is a prison in your own damn spawn. Reversive is all alone, running for the hills. No casualties for LP right now.
I mean, I want to run it back. The same statement that I made previous round is, this is the same team, question mark? Like, legitimately looked like a whole different beast in this round. Was talking about the difficulties, what limited resources that they had. Well, they put them to perfect usage. You know, great couple of smokes. They have the mollies on point, good flashes to help them scale. And what limited little things that they did have, they used to perfection. And then they play in that post plant off of one another pretty beautifully. Again, LP giving us very different views of who this team is on each different round. This is the B rush round. All right, then. Fair enough. Get the frag. Get out there. Cheshkin with a double. That's massive at the very least. Helped equalize things, but the site, it's theirs. Thanks to BSD.
Yeah, but it's still just so impossible, but not doing yourselves any favors by just skipping along on this rope. Titans up here. ZMB is going to try and keep this into a comfortable position, but there's got to be another sense about this. Bomb going to be planted now. Reversive going to buy some time, headed towards upper. They split into 2 off of this strain. And right now, Reversive will be looking for another clue. Is this the way to go about this with no kit, Vincent? Rather scratch that, it's on Reversive.
Yeah, he's got one. When does BSD start to get a little bit questioning about whether or not they're coming into tons? Smoke to door, that's going to buy the distraction.
He's just hidden behind the box, and CMB tucked like a glove, boxes up, and Ataraxia is going to have to just tuck tail. No kit on his belonging. It'll be LP. Find map point on Crew's map pick. Beautiful work for a team that wasn't even supposed to be here, Vincent.
I mean, it's like they locked it in and they were like, all right, let's be for real now. I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting, to be honest with you. Not exactly a great purchase here for Crew. They have to make some hard decisions. Do we want rifles or do we want utility? They go have some with util.
Tech. Oh my goodness.
BSD popping off here the last couple of rounds.
be a monster wanting to bury this body. Well, they still have the chance to do it. Off of this lamb, they have 2 in the man advantage. And I think these wise guys have done well, Vincent.
I mean, if they're really wise about this, they should recognize that there might not be someone to be. They killed Cheshkin on the cross, and then Buddha has been typically the other B player, and they killed him in lower tons. There's definitely some information that LP could be locking in on. Might have had another freebie right there, but Rai will escape for the time being. Doubled up on Catwalk. They're trying to re-clear. A big victory as Reversive. It's the long-range MP9. Critical fight for Foku. The fact that he's won it opens the avenue.
No kidding. It's like Foku's the one that is putting this game away right here as the sub. There's just not a lot of confidence in this T side right now. You've got to be able to just finish the job. There was another T side around where they were just waiting around for it, and it really did shoot them in the foot. I mean, it's a 4v1 right now. Tip your hat to Foku not once but twice, and maybe even be thrice. He continues to lurk on that, but it's done. It is dusted, and you put the pin in it. BSD has 13-11. LP, they have Cruz a map pick.
That they do. A big victory, nonetheless. I think that, you know, the ups and downs of that game kind of were playing some crazy tricks on my mind. I was talking about how LP, honestly, they looked like a team that was dominating on one round, and then the next round they looked like a team that had honestly rocked up to an FPL pug. Like that. It's the difference that kind of felt crazy. But at the end of the day, they locked it up when it mattered the most, and at the end of the day, the victory is what matters. So they take that, and I think in those rounds where they were, you know, taking things a little bit more significantly, they look good.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, for their sake, headed into this, I think it was the common ground we cited at the beginning of this series with some upset potential in terms of, you know, where we are headed in terms of the expectations for Crew on Dust 2. It's an ancient that we line up, you know, for LP, and, you know, it's been a little while since we've, you know, seen them actually walk this up. It looks like they had you know, it's been a little while since they've been getting into the officials, right, in South America. Been lacking some, you know, ways to play. But Last was playing it over in the Odyssey Cup. It looks like against W7M Last. It needs to be a cleaner Ancient out from the squad this afternoon.
Does. We'll have to see what that is to behold, whether or not we're going to continue forward, or if it's going to be a 2-0 series. We shall see on our return. A break, and we're back in a few. Let's get into this action. We're gonna get a I was gonna say a game going, but it's Tech Pause, Marky. Hi, we're back. And
Hi.
it's Tech Pause. My name is Tech Pause. Welcome back to my YouTube video.
This guy's so funny. You have any
Thanks,
more
man.
jokes for me, buddy? Because you know what? This isn't funny. I want to watch Counter-Strike. Hey.
Hey.
Maybe one more of those, you know? Get it revved up for you. Tech pause this, tech pause that. Back into the real time. No reels in, but been carried along here by LP to an entire map victory. Now finally onto their own pick. We'll see if they can hold up this high bar.
Or could it be a crew map 3? That's the other side of that equation. The T side gets started now. Buddha and Araxia both got a pair of dualies. Both of them going to be set here in cave. This could be juicy. Was the juice worth the squeeze? That's the question I'll be asking.
Damn sweet so far. Over for this LP lane. This would be their second pistol of the series. They originally kicked the door down at the beginning of that Dust 2. And I was going to likely prompt up that flash to be used, but potentially in the save. Go and throw your life at it without the Kevlar. That Kevlar up in a place where they can't reach it. This former B duo out on Dust 2. Desperate already for crew.
Yeah, that one stings, especially when you've got the dualies in the right spot, man. A couple of freebies. Trying to fight his way out, though. I mean, that's extra money for Cheshkin, to be fair. And forces a couple of repurchases. Not that those matter all that much, but, you know, small victories and the such. Crew go for that 4 spot anyway. But like I was saying, dualies in the right spot. Both of them do 40 damage and fall instantly. That one's painful.
They're awfully close with it. The buy right back for crew. I think something that could be under the microscope and criticized in a certain sense, but it's all about the context. I think here on this Ancient is one of the best times to call up one of these. You get this down. It's crew that really are trying to capture a little bit of the economy back their way, because you know how this can get out of the hand at the beginning of this Ancient. Looking good for it. It's got to be a second out of the MP9er, and it is, Vincent.
Ridiculous. I mean, like, we're just contacting out and not going to hit that trade. That's a bit absurd. Hap goes down after his single. Leaves BSD in a 1v4. Omega separated by the rest of crew, but I'd still call this a very, very winnable round for BSD. Maybe not very winnable. This one smoke is all he has to work with. That's going to be the toughest task. He might just hang on to this Galil. Kind of looks like that's what he wants to do.
A man in his trusty Galil. Will have to just stand, unfortunately, Vinny.
The lack of trade fragging here for LP is what's worrying to me. You know, the setup was there for middle, but there's no one there to play with the mid swing. So Pokey goes down without like anything being done, and then it's a double kill from Rai on top of tree. I feel like you just require a trade, even though it doesn't come through. LP, they were in the position to do that. So, you know, some questionable decision making in addition to a missed moment there from the second guy through. does not catch right. Instead, he goes down.
Pistol staring back at you. Nothing for BSD. Likely that smoke won't hold them. Tech-9s may actually prefer this. It's a pop. It will be just drowned, at least by reversive, immediately. That's a really great second spam put up to it. This is Crew needing to have a solid CT start so that they can push the third map potentially. It's MP9 and Tech-9 right next door. Will be all good and well, but the Argentinians wait for these smokes to fade. Don't want this thing to get any trickier than it needs to be. But here comes a good peek right up from that MP9, and be Goliath right now against 3 of these players staring back.
SMB's letting him have it. He's got 17 health, a Tech-9, and not even a dream. The bomb plant, though, pretty big deal. It could warrant another force fly, but I really hope it won't. I think that LP, one of their biggest frustrations of what I saw watching on Dust 2's T side is that they just never had economy. But here we go. CMB saves the armor, so he's going to get a drop over. Or actually, he's going to buy it up himself. He's got the hero AK, so it's not all in, thankfully. ZMB's hoping he can make something happen with very little.
Oof. Reggie with a great shot. And in between him and Laser, he was one of the B sites to be the strongest of Crew's Dust 2 defense. These guys are going to get hot. It's going to be really good for Crew, who are looking at their opponents and kind of wondering what the deal is, man. Because I'm kind of seeing in the same way over here, right? The concern for LP came in their T-side woes and the lack of the confident calling, I think we can, agree to say. But right now, that's, definitely a deeper challenge on this Ancient in knowing where to use your proper parts, even without reels in.
Araxia set ready. This attack should be pretty clean without a smoke to block him off. He's got 3 firing lines. A multi-frag from Ataraxia. That'll happen. Not expecting an op, I don't think, to be fair, are the T's, but well, there's the outcome. ZMB's AK falls flat. But LP can draw up on this one.
Big A execute. That's right off the block. Again, trying to hit this up. Can Ataraxia do it twice? Now that they're forced to choose. Choose to go right into Donut here to avoid everything that come through a main. It's great to cut the tail off, but right here at the head, it's Foku that's going to go down. And got to see if this lurk is going to pay off. Nothing even close. And LP again, they run straight at the wall, and they get the obvious response.
So laissez-faire the way they approach this. I mean, I know that they're throwing, the smokes and everything, but the flashbangs, the way that they're approaching those are a little bit lackluster. Don't really pay any respect with these Molotovs that they did have to the walk through that smoke, or even just to be on the site proper. Similar signs to where I was not seeing good work from LP on their T side of Dust. That's kind of what this round feels like, Marky. Crew get some of the easiest free kills that they could ever ask for. Surely this smoke is the end of any chances at a round victory, right? It might be suicide to try and walk through.
Gonna jot this down. Right at a Buddha. Haven't had to say a whole lot about this member quite yet. Was the guy that we cited on the T side of that Dust 2 was doing, I mean, asked to do a whole lot in the responsibilities of the CT way, was really putting on a great pursuit, but obviously cut off the head. 13-11. Crew right now with a vendetta to try and avenge that victory.
See what next round with pistols and armor might bring for LP. Crew doing a great job thus far. Heavy presence towards B, but that's not been made known to Crew just yet. Should start to become obvious now as the smokes and the Molotovs come flying down. Good flashes too. Good execute, set, and reversive gets in front of the fight. He's got right for support. The pistol comes out. Leo Monster's singular frag is in mid, but everything else is falling flat.
Yeah, get rid of that op. Make it a bit more expensive for Ataraxion. His $7,400, make it the 10K that he rolls up to. Rest of Crew. I mean, this is really great for them on this Ancient. I bet they're kicking for themselves for, slipping up right at the end of that Dust 2. We already got done talking about that, though. This is all they've got in front of them. They've just got to go forward and see what they can doctor. It's Crew that wants to put it all the way through. It's really good on some of their younger parts. The A defense was, rocked up. There was not a weak point of the Argentinian squad at the moment.
No, not in the slightest. Everybody getting theirs. Once again, it just feels like everything kind of invested into getting some mid-control. It's successful, but more by dint of Crew giving it up. Great frag from Leo, and ZMB's got another. That's 2 frags towards B. This should be all you need. Rai alone. And a long way from home. He'll try to stick around on A.
1, and he's gone. Leo Monster to have a very good tail back, and not going to be Crew spinning out in any retrospect. We opt to a quick tech pause, a familiar feeling for those of you that have been watching along this series, but it's Foku that we lose.
Yeah,
maybe come back.
For real. Doesn't matter where the blame lies. Just get him back in there. It's been a long road with some of these difficult pauses, but regardless, I think that LP very much all in. The way that they approached that last round, it's all about mid-control, and Crew sort of give them that. Big wins in that department, and both that and the B site, 2 kills in Cave is hugely impactful. Doesn't change the fact that Marky's still pretty concerned with LP. Feels like they're really lacking in some of the details for these rounds. The way that I described it on Dust 2 was that it kind of feels a little puggy sometimes.
Yeah, you're not really sure which the, point at which the attitude of this team sits, but for an Ancient that it's a pretty good one for them. In the retrospect of Nitro, even back to Uno Mille, yeah, you're looking to see a little bit more right off the bat for them, and this is lackluster. It's a pretty clean A round that they get back, but it's not one that I want to praise very much for, the tacticality of the mix and whatever it is gone to jab. But hopefully they, within this time of the tech pause, can, have a bit of a moment to kind of just get this thing out under them. The poor start, get these rifles back when Foku is, and hopefully not let that tech pause really kind of rustle those feathers. And now the bird's back.
They can fly away with this thing. That's the intention. Just a few rounds really required, I think, on the T side as well for this team. Probably target 4, but more would be a bonus. And when you're talking about Crew, who I think as a whole kind of had some individuals falling flat at the beginning of Dust 2, this is a point you mentioned before, but I want to reiterate that everybody stepping up, everybody having moments here for Crew. It's hugely important. and it's a really promising sign.
You know, your verbiage just a moment ago of, you know, our talk of feathers and seeing if LP will be able to fly away with it, man. That reminds me of the Bad News Chickens and where they came to kind of dissolve into elevate. You saw them yesterday on the broadcast. All the way you just got Frecken to our game right after this. A couple of guys went to Swingers. How was that Elevate game yesterday, the Old Vinny Incent?
Oh, you know, Elevate looking all right. Not quite where I want them to be. That's how I describe it. A lot of excitement about that roster for me, but I don't think they're quite there yet. But, uh-oh. He ain't moving.
Everybody back to spawn.
Yep.
They jumped off sides. Get this play rerouted.
Just gets throwing his all the kit everywhere. Yeah, we'll get a reset on that one, and probably a tech pause right after that again. Poor fella can't move.
Gotta kick your movement keys, man.
I mean, since we're goofing off,
Yeah.
as per our usual arrangement,
Okay.
who's your biggest surprise in the major thus far?
Player or team?
Either one, whatever dealer's choice.
I mean, like, you know, being a guy that, you know, we literally cast Challenger League, like, I can't say that I expected Legacy to be the best team, hottest team, best performing team at the major in the first 3 stages. You know, it's kind of a cop-out answer. But in terms of, you know, where that comes to exactly go, man, I mean, hell, I'll take anybody that's close to America's to praise.
It's tough out here. It's tough
Honestly,
out here.
Furia too, but I don't think that I really had the expectations for them to do poorly. You know, I thought they were going to kind of come in and be mid, but, you know, I think I even mentioned it on the broadcast. I can't remember, definitely in the green room, that, you know, in my first major that I'll get to go here with you two in about a week, right? I'll get to see Fallen, Simple on the stage. My buddy texted me yesterday. He's like, Elige and Simple, they're in the playoffs of a major. I'm like, I didn't know it was 10 years ago.
All right, now we're getting silly. That's goofy. 10 years ago, Elige was not at the playoffs of a major.
Like 8.
8 is correct. Reversive him down the ramp here. It's a nice flash to set him up. Foki will fall. A little bit of a stinker for him, unfortunately, and Hop eats the nade on the fade. It ain't getting better. They say it gets worse before it gets better. I'm starting to feel like LP might just be saying that.
Yeah, it's all talk right now. Nothing actually being put into concrete. They'll be finding their way back to each other, hopefully, to like throw some sort of attempt in this. There's been really even super kind of unencouraging symptoms of seeing the late round and really where they're not willing to put it on this margin. Because, I mean, yeah, I know it's a 2v5, but I feel like I'm the guy that's poking with a stick, wondering when the hell this is going to start. Wake up.
I mean, it honestly is a good way to put that. It feels like LP a little bit asleep at the wheel right now. And again, that's really not to take away from Crew. I just don't feel like LP have given us the team that was so dominant at times on Dust. Maybe that's an incorrect assumption of mine, but I think to be determined. Get 2 guns saved. Get another buyout. Time's a ticking, Marky. They gotta go. They gotta get moving.
They really do. Pick. I mean, this is their map pick. It's about to trip up to be a 7-2, which is not going to be, I mean, kind to you at all. I mean, what are your...
Everybody's got 6 kills on Crew.
This is supposed to be the part of the lane where you're the most prepared. I mean, when you're going to be seeing this onto the CT side, it may just be too late. Leo Monster finally with an entry. Buddha bounces back. You can refresh that smoke all up onto it, but, I mean, this becomes a pretty tough target where house is all in the hands of crew, and if you're about to fight back down into middle, you're about to see a bull in that lane, and there's Ataraxia getting Leo.
Yeah, that's a molly on the Tetris that is going to speed LP back up into B. They've got to go now. Buddha forced into the open. Good for his single before going down. More to be had in defense of the B bomb site, though, in the course of Reversive. Unfortunately, he goes without anything. Ataraxia with a nice shot on the AWP. Now puts his faith into his teammate in Cave. Laser's got the rifle and the kit, along with some nice utility. Foku returns.
The problem here is literally just getting to this point. Now that you're in the post plant, they should be able to take it. 5-7 to chase you down. Ataraxia could be on here for a big one. A 4K required to get this clutch. Tapping onto the bomb. The fourth may not be required after all. Here goes a nade that may be deadly, and it is. Foku green from the line has a second frag and a third all the way up for LP. They're still kicking on this offense.
Well, I mean, LP go back to what they've been trying very often. Most of these gun rounds, the opening salvo for them is to try and get a couple of flashes out mid, you know, take some fights in elbow, and that's not been very successful. But Leo Monster finally actually wins that duel, and it's a big victory for them. They transition that into a nice B reaction as soon as crew start to try and re-clear mid. So I think that as a whole, that round from LP looked a lot better than we've seen previously from them. Crew the one to take that tack just a moment ago. That's something we noticed on Dust as well, Marky. Crew taking advantage of their tactical timeouts, but, I mean, more so than not, LP leaving them to just waste away.
Don't let this waste away. Let this breathe in the life where you expected it to honestly go ahead and take that, and damn, it's gonna be fresh air from Buddha out of Cave. That to be just so rude back to LP. Every single moment that they thought they've had something to get around, I mean, it's just been brought back in such crazy fashion. But there's two back for the LP station now.
DMB caught the timing. He's in Donut, and Ataraxia doesn't know. Obviously, he's aware there's a gap to A, but this is perfect because he's just checked it. So he thinks that there's probably, you know, a few extra seconds available, though ZMB has slowed it down. Ataraxia, no further information available, and now he's got to care for the A flank. Knows that that gap existed the whole time. They're going to stack B, Marky. Crew put all their pieces in one location on the map and hope it's the right one.
Yeah, I'm in the bomb in the back of Foku right now. The Monster going to be continuing in that motion. Foku through T-spawn. A site going to be on the margins right now, and Buddha knows it. They've heard nothing. And with this aggression, they're going to clear it out, and Foku is going to be visiting through bottom middle with the bomb on his back, and the less secure route, but it's actually going to be benefiting them the most. Now seeing into Leo Monster, he should not be a casualty right now. A whole lot of HP given up within this. I know crew are still not considering this to be the full go, but the way that they approach CT says otherwise. Smoke going to be going down oh so close. It's going to be Foku to have to do the heavy lifting with ZMB at 14 health. With half of this bomb practically ticked. And a kit on the back reversive. It's going to have to be the 32-year-old IGL to do the heavy lifting, but he's damn ready to do so. Gonna have to be so perfect. Keep that blood off of the shirt of ZMB, and Ataraxia. He's posted for you. Ready for the swing. Anticipating something. But now it is the full 5 seconds. Crew hold on. And just tell Reversive to hop on. Ataraxia will do the rest.
Nicely done. I mean, it's sure Ataraxia to hit the closer right there. But to be honest, Reversive does all the heavy lifting. He's cleared onto the site. That That blocker smoke was really problematic in CT, and Crew had to make some quick decisions in order to get back into the site. Wonderful clear from Reversive on a default. That catches the high health Foku in the process and sets him up for success, as that allows Ataraxia to just stick on the bomb whilst the in-game leader pushes it forward. Reverse it. Not going to be the multi this time. It's the 1-for-1 trade. Not great there from Buddha. He goes down as that smoke is returning. No vision. And the bomb down.
And look, I'll tell you this for free. Where you're about to pull this into the lane with this type of padding, you give this a full go, it's going to be so tough for you if you actually lose the guns, but it's Laser. These out of other imaginations get the damage done right here. Smoke to actually dwindle out a bit of room, and Laser is getting some of the worst of it from BSD, who won't get out. Won't get out. That's LP that find a fourth. Hey, man. And for a team that wasn't even supposed to be in this tournament, and for the two of those tales that we've told in South America, reference today, dude, it is going a lot better, I hear, for Legacy. Apparently, they just won their Ancient.
Really? That's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive.
Second best map, though, to be honest.
Might not have been theirs, but
that's really
that up from old Roland.
Ooh, good flashes. I mean, Crew have been dominant in this mid fight, generally speaking. Very hard to beat. Gonna take a win here. ZMB catches the timing, but Cheshkin, its vision, falls back. Now they have to crunch Jay fast.
It's quite a sell for it. Get back behind CT in this type of man advantage. You'll be just so confident to do so. I love this re-clear into middle. Got to get in position here where Cave is so important. It's one player to make the difference there. Getting into an off angle, ZMB, 100 health. And right now you're just going into a chopping block of AKs that it's right back down on you. This was not the desired iron for LP. Oh my God, right on your head, your Molotov down, and BSD cleaned up a 8-4 half. That is beautiful from the Argentinians.
I mean, they did everything right. I feel like Crew never really needed to make their own adjustments because they were there from the very beginning. Off the rip, they look good. Mid control is theirs. I really like their decision making in this last round. They have the man advantage. Why are we fighting for A? Why would we ever need to put Cheshkin out there and like make him just die for free, or like in a tough position where he's fighting 2 to 3 players? Just get him into CT spawn. We'll retake together and nobody goes down. That's some beautiful Counter-Strike played by Crew. And I talked about that. I like some of the ideas that Crew have. A lot of times it's the firepower that lets them down. Not the case right now. Everyone's having their game. Everyone on the same page. And it's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, wonderful scenes right here. Rolling through, especially where we were, praising exactly where they were so solid. I mean, they kept up that line on all 5 of their players, Vincent. Like, this is going to be a Crew that is going to be just so adjustment within their itinerary. They had that Mirage posted up the minute they were pushed into that 13-11. And it's a bit of a vendetta in that course. But even yesterday in the 3-map series that we had just at the ladder, all the way in with Game Hunters in 2 game, it was Game Hunters that took out 2 games map pick, 2 game absolutely rip up that second selection. And then when that third came knocking, it wasn't guaranteed, right?
No doubt. You like LP. Did the minimum here, though, Marky. Right? 4 rounds is kind of what I said. That they needed to target at minimum. They did pick that up. So a little bit of a recovery. A victory here and there. The CT side is now their cross to bear. I'm going to be interested about Crew's T side of this map, though, to be honest with you. I think that a lot of their details in the CT side were really good, but I think life becomes a lot harder when you flip the script. Missing
Can't flip
half,
that script, yeah.
missing Fokyu. That's a couple of individuals that probably going to need LP to start seeing activate here.
Got that first half pistol LP. Got a couple of rounds alongside it, kind of fell off the face of the earth after. I mean, never really was a streak. Never was a comfortable couple of rounds. Crew can pounce on this map pick by just putting it to rest here, but LP, they are looking damn fancy to start, but faster are Crew, and good God, it's Foku! He's got 3 shots for you, shells falling out of this corner, and now finally Foku, but it's CMB to tie you up. Beautiful shots out of LP, and that's the shine we wanted to see.
I mean, talking about a missing piece, well, that's certainly not missing Fokyu. I mean, brilliant adjustment onto the top of shelf there. That was ridiculous, and he comes back for a second one. Those are the hardest flicks to hit, and he makes it look simple, makes it look clean, easy as can be. With LP taking that victory, Crew, no bomb plant. They're going to go for B-rush here.
With those Glocks sprayed down one at a time, Leo gets in for 2. Reversive, where's he going with that? Finding into the bomb, all the way gone. Sweeped up on that lane, and it's 2 closer for LP.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that you would really think that Crew could do to begin with in that round. The goal of that is one smoke, get the bomb planted inside of it, and Hap is very keen on making sure that doesn't happen. So it's 3 SMGs to bonus up here for round 15. LP gonna put the majority of their defenses at B. It's gonna be a tight A play. LP not prepared. Nobody's gonna be there.
CT side may have to be where the concern gets real. Outzen facing a very tough pill out of that Molotov. ZMB puts this in a very bad place for LP. They may be shoved out of this A site here. First gun round. 2 MP9s trying to rattle off. Guess what? One more is coming in from CT, but this one is a bit better. It's actually Hap that finally gets that to shake down. Right here where Ataraxia could find a very nice line, connect some beautiful shots. I'm not sure Hap has enough to stomach a 1v4. Flashed out of CT. This should be the first round for Crew's T side on the board. Just approaching back-to-back Ataraxia. Buddha just so damn close. Got to be ready for it. And here with no kit is going to have to find the clue. And with good fights to be taken, Crew stand tall and make sure that they are going to be above where you are standing just straight up. LP are going to be dusted right now. And that's a 9th that'll stand tall on the board even after those first 2.
It is, but, you know, a little bit more damage done. That's good news for LP. Remember, that was a bonus round. They had 3 SMGs. Those MP9s can be very effective, but when, you know, they start out taking B lane control and it's an A hit, those MP9s are a lot tougher to get activated. Looks like we're going for another A play. At least that's the vast majority. Yeah, it's the instant A play, actually. Op is in position, but BSD vision for the first shot. Can't see for the second attempt. Shadow spotted. Buddha's position known deep into Temple.
That bomb down straight up. LP with, like, literally no nades. How are you going to be able to find your way through this? It's by just barely getting your way through the smoke, finding a frag. But at what cost? With all this information, known that you're going to be dealing it all the way through back hall. It's laser that's to put it up. And right now, you're going to be checked from the big box. It's so little time, 1 quarter to tick. And right now, here comes the punishment all the way through. It would have to be the stick from Hap, but can't even make it that far. 3K out of the boosted player. Ataraxia with so much impact out from Donut, even with 1 kill. And Crew carry on.
Love the balls for Crew to call that again, right? You know, they understand that that's a great call to make on a round where likely there'll be bonus weapons, but then they come back to it, run it back, the exact same strategy, a little bit faster. And it works out even better the second time. Great post-plant positioning. Raihi individually able to step up from tree. That's massive. And hey, surely they don't expect us to do it a third time in a row, huh?
No. Oh, what? 3 out of focus, 5-7. I'll have what he's having. Keep going. Let this man carry the baton. The smoke to get them all the way out. And they're huffing this damn well. Everybody get in on the feast.
That's incredible. I feel like there shouldn't have been any way for that to happen. Unfortunately, didn't get the POV, but there's one guy there, Fokyu. One guy with 157 against a flurry of rifles, and it's gone horrifically wrong. Crew lose everything. Raihi left to try and save. I mean, this was the gut punch that would put LP on their butts, that would knock them down. And instead, Crew get caught in the counter. And it's a 1-2 the other direction.
I'm still really not convinced. I mean, I would really need to see more on that A side defense. I think I'm along the same praises as you. It was really good for Crew to call that up twice in a row. And then the third time's a charm. Yeah, I've got 3, 5, 7 frags for you right back. They'll survive. They'll arm up and be good for round 18. The Crew will be fine. You know, I was going to bring up the question of if this 8-4 was good enough to keep LP off of the defense, because if there's any side that you potentially have to be worried about, it's them right now warming up, right? If you're to keep going with this pug comparison, then this is where you're going to see the aimers get into their best gear.
Well, we haven't seen that gear just yet. Fokyu obviously having a resurgence here in the second half, but you know, Happen BSD, it's the same situation as the first, where you know they're on the struggle bus, and the bus has left the station. The wheels are rolling. It's kind of hard to stop them once that's happening. Less than stellar for Crew's spy. Forced what they could. Pistols for the rest. Look roll up mid. Gonna put the AKs up in front. Ataraxia and Raihi involved with those.
Carrying it along. Steezing back and forth. One smoke will draw you back. That may be the same out for LP. You see the way they react to this.
There's no smokes here for Crew. It's got 3 flashes to get onto B.
Oh. And at least it blooms right at the front of Cave. They're just going to have to hop out of it. And honestly, that creates a safe lane on for the Argentinians to this A side. Reverse it to get this bomb down. And there were no nades, where there were no opportunities. ZMB shows his hand for a moment, and they tear it off. They're so far dug into this. Crew are going to be going down with this ship, the anchor set. Right now, it's one smoke to put out Cave. The ingredients refreshed. You're just trying to find the flavor back in this to go. And it's being chopped down. Finally, BSD 1v2, and it will be Crew to bust down the door on B, plant their flag for the first time in this half, went back-to-back on A, but now they've gone corporate.
Yeah, I think that's another important moment. Raihi in these mid to late round situations, get him in a post plant, get him in a late round. He's so good with it. You know, playing off of his teammates, the communication's got to be perfect there. And with what was some really good, like, retake utility put into place by LP, Raihi stays steady. Picks up another triple kill, repeat of what he put together from Tree on the A site. He does from B. LP back down in the doldrums of this econ. Never been good, but this is certainly far from great.
Essentially back to back, like those 2 A hits delivered. Being interested in what was going on outside of B. No real kind of investigation about it for LP at the moment. It's a very stagnant setup that they do have. I guess with, what's allotted to them. They do boost up Hap right onto the big box in cave. They're really just focusing on this next step because it's going to be one look. And then Buddha just melts you. CMB down. Obvious onto the next pair. It's heavier over on this B lane. And Leo Monster just needs to finish the job and can't do it. Flushed into a 12th.
Yeah, run for the hills, set to save, try and hold what you've got to play next round for LP. Big limitations, big miss shot there from Leo Monster, who hits them for 98, tragically. Crew looking likely to push this to Mirage, Mark. Would have called it crazy the beginning of this Ancient. This is, historically such a good map for ZMP as a caller. Historically a good map for basically every player on this team. Like, this was a Nitro map when Hap was on that team. It was a Bounty Hunters map when BSD was on that team. Like, and we've seen Leo Monster and ZMB on an Uno Melee play this map a ton. FoQ, W7M played this map a lot. Like, there's a lot of comfort individually for this, and yet it's still falling very flat. Crew deserving all the credit, and a Reich 17-6 performance is no small part to play.
Yeah, it's definitely not, right? I mean, this guy had a ton of impact, I think, back on Dust 2, even if it wasn't, like, literally shooting off of your screen like a scoreline like that will. Back and forth was a very positive point to that lane, and here clearly is making a huge difference. Ataraxia as well has been so effective, and when you were back on that margin, I think I really would like to kind of put out where, it will be a conversation of reversive. I think maybe classically as a IGL and being where his age is, like, I think it's thought to maybe, not bring as much impact as he does, even on 13 frags and where he was at Dust 2. I mean, this is a guy that's first in, trying to find the information on his own wit. You have a lot of respect for an approach like that.
No doubt, and typically it's been a struggle. This is not that struggle, not even close. Wonderful flashbangs, but it's still going to be respected. That smoke enough to warrant Crew falling back.
Ataraxia delivers that next blow. Speak of the devil, reversive sounds in. Got 14 frags right here. Leo Monster that has to worry about both sides. Posted up with a FAMAS. And Crew exit. They're going elsewhere. Laser says come to A.
The right call. LP, I mean, for pretty obvious reasons, they're in a 3-on-5. They've got to take a gamble. Stack up B. The only spot that they actually had contact this round outside of mid. So it's understandable, but incorrect. Monster, the first phase here is he's going to maintain donut control. Critical that Leo Monster stays alive right now if they want to win this round.
13. Then into the 10. Now the bomb is being planted. There's no swing yet. Canceled by Leo Monster, but the bomb got down. Foku actually seeing out of this situation. ZMB on the way back up. This rope, it does not lead to this defuse. It leads to a third map, and that is Mirage. That flash to just try and let this be all the way gone. Ataraxia, flashy on the way out. Maybe one more left into the barrel of smoke down on this bomb. Ataraxia on the run. He'll be caught up, stopped up, and now ZMB hops on the defuse with the kit. Try and go for the spam. This Ancient will continue to roll.
Yeah, Buddha doesn't realize where the bomb's actually planted. It was initially denied, so they moved over, not planting in the default position for Donut, instead a little bit off center. And that's enough to give ZMB a chance at victory. Fantastic isolation onto Ataraxia. And then the kit and the smoke, enough for a win. But it's not the longest road up ahead, Marky, but it's a hard road. When you consider Crew pull by back into this round, and they're planning for victory now, not for later.
Gonna have to do a lot more to make me believe in an overtime. No sense about that draping through. Instant house smoke. BSD at 6-15 now in this AWP. Will try and make a last minute go about it. Run the table for the rest of this Ancient. Make us believe. Here's a flash up to try and probably get a crew member onto this boost. CMB clears on that target. We're taking it slow and steady. They want to be able to finish this thing well. I mean, they're the most wealthy, right? If crew lose this round, it's going to be tough for them financially. I'm teasing with this smoke, and it's another free kill that's presented. 2 in a row now for crew.
Should be the final nail in the coffin, surely. You know, that last round, big advantages that swing back to LP, but this is another one of those. Right, he delivers, reverse of the same. They sit and they wait and they watch. LP, their reaction to losing like this has typically been group up to play a little bit more of a gamble stack. Now isolated is Foku. Should be the beginning of the end here for LP, and I mean, I think that's the nail in the coffin. ZMB spam through the wall. VSD still get one, but shouldn't be too much more where that came from.
Versive to put this down, and it is delivered 13-7. Crew with a dominating stab back. This is their opponent's map pick. You know, the classic CCT trade of the map picks. That's how we get down in South America. And Vincent, little BO1 action for the cherry on top, huh?
Yeah, and kick it over to Mirage for that BO1, what essentially it is, to close out this best of 3. The good news here for LP is that they were able to recover a little bit, but genuinely Crew just looked like the better team and the better individuals. I think that's the biggest surprise because for me, you know, Crew always are a team that's pretty well drilled, that like has the capability of winning some of these games with their strategies and how they approach the game. But as I kind of highlighted at the beginning of this series, for me, it's always been more of a question of, you know, number one, do this individual show up? And number two, are they capable of stepping up to the requirements? On both counts, the answer is yes right now for Crew. I'm excited to see what they can do on Mirage. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, that Mirage will be coming at you.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice anymore?
All 3 maps required as LP win on their opponent's map pick, lose their own. Crew looking better and better as this game has gone on. We'll see if they can close it out.
Hey, baby, we care about your price at admission, so don't you worry. Unfortunately, after this, the Masitas, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, aren't able to field a roster, so you're getting the full 3 maps of our first of 4 best of 3s of the day, now allotted to 3. Reversive is going to be checked out of CT. Rather, that is his counterpart in Sandwich. His bomb going to go down, and Reversive is going to give this a more aggressive look. That's been the theme of today, is to never stop pushing. And right there, Hap, BST, with some great frags back. It was about to look like the flan was about to be just flipped, right, to get it back. The newest member of Crew. How does Buddha try and bar this back? 2 players at default. This is going to be so difficult, Vincent. One of these players crouch. They're going to play this together, and there it is. The final swing from Hap. It's a 3K out of Hap specifically. And LP, they've done well getting the first pistol rounds of these series and starting off the maps, but can they continue it forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Hap as well, who really had a struggle on Ancient in general. We're seeing a lot of difficulties in that department. So he off to the races on that one. 4 spies in, though, for Crew. They're not going to be giving this one up easily, Marky. They're just going to settle in for a long-winded 4 spy approach. Ataraxia on a scout, mostly pistols though. Reversive, the exception to that rule with an MP9. Seems like LP want to play this as slow as possible. They're given mid control. Take that. Now they regroup. There's a lot of pressure being applied to B at the meantime. So the crew can't easily stack towards the A site without any ramifications.
Yeah, and I mean, I think before I was criticizing the force up on that Ancient, you know, bringing up that conversation, saying that that's probably one of the more desired moments to go for it. You know, they're never a guarantee on these dusts, too. It's so hard to bring these, you know, Deagles back when unfortunately you didn't gamble right to begin with. Reversive, though, without this Deagle, he is a dangerous man on the run. So we're really getting up to serve the failure of this force. That's where I was going with that, Vincent, but this completely turned on its head.
Yeah, pretty quick one. All things considered, Reversive. Ooh, still capable here, but this crossfire basically should be the end of all of that. Okay. Maybe no time. And it was the attempt at the ace right there for Reversive, but those frags, not meaningless, Mark, but
Definitely not.
you know, they're just a little bit less than what would have been enough to turn the tides.
Yeah, most certainly so. I mean, if crew are able to, you know, bolster in their first gun round, which is going to be right next door to this, a couple of upgrades right here. And I mean, you know, if you're going to attempt onto a couple of these Deagles, it's like literally not much less than you had in the previous round. It's just not the full Kevlar for crew, but really good stuff. I mean, I was praising Reversive for some of his aggressive stances, dude. If your IGL is ripping off at the 4K almost to begin this game, I think you're going to be happy with the kind of individual precipice of this one to go. But that was never the issue with crew. I mean, on Ancient, we're looking, you know, as solid as they come. And here we're just looking to see that consistency as the first round of the Swiss they would like to take against a team that wasn't even supposed to be here.
I mean, but, you know, a team that has been, right, with regard to these individuals here many a time, these guys are still comfortable within the halls of the Swiss stage. You got to ferry that bomb back over here soon, but we'll get that done sooner rather than later. Buddha in Palace. Got a freebie. But it's just that singular one. Couple of kills, though, in the mix. You got to be impressed with the amount of consistent damage that crew are doing in those types of rounds. Looking forward onto what crew can bring to the table here for round 4. Ataraxia and AWP in the mix. I think his consistency was one that I was impressed with. I think that, you know, you need that from your offer. Sometimes it's lacking. But for crew tonight, not the case.
I mean, Raigi has been such a great player in this series for crew. A bit of a slower attempt to it first kind of round in middle. But there's 3 players creeping in up to this underpass active early. Boost into window. And Foku takes a really great swing and takes out the connector player where you're just prompting up. So this to be split on the A site. Ataraxia was holding that from catwalk so aggressively, aware about connector, aware about everything in window. Buddha's got it on lock. A beautiful look from crew on this ace site, and now it's Reversive, who just was 1 kill away from the ace to give it his look. Buddha gone down in contention. You blink your eyes and it's a 2v2.
Yeah, they get the smoke to crossover Z and B. Leo's going to take space at CT. Ataraxia just playing a little bit of a distraction. It's worked beautifully. Sheshkin gets up and out with the A ramp. Leo's low, but he takes a forward stance. He has to, but Ataraxia, good decision to go over to a rifle. Moves him on with a Opry recovered to a first round for crew. Buddha overlooked a little bit there at the top of connector. I think that when they got the kill into Rai, they think that there's probably only one A, and so Buddha goes entirely unexpected. He gets a double up, and that's changed the game.
And that's where those ecos that, rather the damage that Reverses was getting off of his eco will pay off. I mean, this is where the cracks on the Tech 9s will begin to walk on that path. It's a big opportunity for LP to catch themselves because, I mean, financially, they've done a little bit more than just fall.
Yeah, a little bit of pistol action involved in this round. Oh, that's unlucky. Buddha tosses a molly in, but it gets extinguished before it can get activated. Board fight right now being taken by Reversive at A ramp. Gonna get a flash to set that up, and it's a freebie when Hap's blinded by a flashbang. BSD's up, locked in on this position. That means Ataraxia dead. Now, a little bit of noise being made over at B, but this is not clear where LP want to go.
AMB hops up, bomb on his back. I mean, so far your most active choice in that was the dynamic of the Tech 9 in that board, but what you're jumping to your death, it's a bit of a tough tell. Now, ZMB will be left alone, potentially to, I mean, at this point, like, sprinted out Ballas?
Yeah, that's kind of the only option if he's going for this. Ends up taking ramp instead of Palace, but, you know, the form, the fashion, not really going to matter. In fact, he's just going to grab an AK. Hope to save it. Crew, lacking a little bit when it comes to their own economy, probably just going to let him have this. You know, the struggle of saving this AK is that it's great to have an AK, armor, and a molly. The bad news is he still gets no money, and that doesn't make for easy decision-making, though. I guess, to be fair, the complexion of the finances suggests that this is an easier save call than I was thinking.
Yeah, easy decision to make, but it's a tough pill to swallow again. I mean, where this is pushed back for you. Crew putting you on this third map. There's a 13-11 immediately to start. Crew on a statement like this, I mean, with the Mirage that you can compare out to that Dust 2 to Rip, you know, where LP got off on a better start of the T side, right? That's where they were looking to change things. It's all of a sudden caught back up to them. So trying to roll the dice here. Unfortunately, you're just going to be feeling the pins and needles right back. It's Reversive, who was having a monster game so far and will continue to maul 10 out of the IGL, who is literally doing it all right now.
Yeah, a 4-piece in a previous round that meant nothing. A 4-piece in this round that's an easy cleanup, and a freebie to equalize the score line at 3 aside. LP sitting with a little bit of a lead, lose it instantly. And we'll see what Crew can do to answer back. It's similar scenes here, Mark. I feel like constantly I've been really critical of LP not working to get utility over rifles. And it's that again.
Going quick on that A site. This is one that you can actually just hone in on, but you're into the badge of Reversive once again. And it's an instant headshot that he picks up on the top of stairs. But right here, it's complicated up. That Rip, you go into R, and R is less than relax. And all of the rest where you get this down because you run into Raigi and Reversive. Another triple he just put up. This A site on lock. This is not unwinnable. You line up too poorly. Ataraxia on that 5-7 has got that for the Crew, Vincent. Hot damn, this A site on lock.
I'm left feeling the same way, Marky. I call me a broken record, because I sure am. They need to buy more utility, dude. Like, it's so consistent where, you know, they'll have like an initial idea to get into position, and then they just have no way to scale to the next step of that. Is this maybe the first LP timeout of the series? They very rarely utilize them. I don't think they used a single one on Ancient, and I'm pretty sure they used maximum of 1, if any, on Dust 2.
That's concerning for the Ancient conversation as well. I mean, maybe we should have brought it up then, but like, yeah, this is a very tough loss for them on that margin. And here it's what do you change? Needing to kind of put a little bit more behind this, right? This is a team that hasn't really even seen into a Dust 2. I mean, the Uno Mille days were kind of right on top of it. But, I mean, you're about to serve up a Palace Pop with these Tech 9s. This time it's right out of the ramp. This is a site they cannot avoid. They're going to be throwing their hats about this. Reverse it is going to be under Palace. Falls to their level, and they're chasing him down. Leo Monster has that, and Raigi in coordination. They are allotted a little bit more room this time because they are knocking out the door in not as polite fashion.
Lovely from Raigi to take that frag and then fall back away. Ataraxia, ooh, I thought he hit that. Cheshkin's there to help them survive it. Continuing with the rifle. The BSD. Deagle in hand. 1v3. Starts it off on the right foot. Turns for 1. Already tagged up is BSD. That need gonna make it even more so.
Now get the smoke on the bomb. This is too much time. This is way too much that BSD just saw out from Buddha's camp. And this should have been a clutch. This should have been a guarantee out for Crew. But it's those tiny little mistakes that LP are going to try and harp on. Just trying to rain on their instincts. It's 4-all on this Mirage.
Flash of brilliance for BSD. No doubt about it. Crew, a couple of mistakes maybe. But honestly, I think you can credit BSD for a lot of that. He doesn't give them time to think about that. He takes action. Leveled up to a 4-4 score line. I'll go back to this mid control for LP.
So if you try and drop to this, the cat split online. It's been so long since we've seen B on the hook right now. Leo Monster to carry this up, a potential lineup that he puts in the dust, and he does. It'll be a 5th round guaranteed here for Crew, unless Reversive is to attempt this, and does have interest from Cat.
Seems likely to save, though, by that point. Hoping that somebody might be gifting him free openers to that 1v3 clutch, but no dice, no victories there. And a little bit of a different round. Actually, you know, something with intention, something with pace. I've been really critical about LP in the past. They had a lot of intention about that A-pop with the pistols in the previous round. Shouldn't have worked out as effectively as it did. Thanks to BSD, that is the case. This round, it's a whole different situation. Very much willing to be sacrificial over at B as the pop comes up through the catwalk. And Leo Monster, it's a double spray down, a very difficult position on top of Van. He delivers. Brief tech pause there, but we're back, it seems.
Everything all good. I'll be okay when we're past this freeze time, but I don't know, maybe it would be time for Crew to even serve up a regular 30 seconds right now. I know we're in an awkward place financially, and, you know, to that you are accepting the 6th round here from this T side, but, I mean, you know, that conversation that we were having on Ancient of if that 8-4 was good enough for Crew on the CT side, to hold that T side back, it, you know, was. I mean, it was that concerning out on both of those affairs, and it was Dust 2 where, I mean, that was made up for on multiple points. This to be concerning right now if LP are to reach and continue to have this success. It's this A site that they're putting their eggs into, and unfortunately the basket has the M4. This is 2 kills out of Reversive, and this is very challenging now because there's another AK here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a problem, but now might be the solution that they're hoping for.
Oh,
what?
That's the plant gone. Hap now in a 1v4. It's magic out of the Crew hat in some sort of form or another. Reversive, one man in his M4 made the difference. Bought enough time for Crew to make that card swipe. Keep him away from that bomb. He got 4 targets, even an AWP. to rip you in. Half sees a disaster class unfold in front of his eyes.
I mean, hard to even call it a disaster class, to be honest with you. LP, just don't play respectfully of any sort of threat that could be there for crew. And after the first kill, you'd think that they changed their tune, but instead they try and double swing ineffectively. And I don't know how Buddha finds that kill through the triple box. I mean, it was just a wild attempt at a spray. He like tossed 3 bullets and it happened to hit the head. A big whiff, a big giveaway, and not what you want to see for LP. Sometimes it just feels like they can't get out of their own damn way.
Ataraxia back waiting for this today. Now they send it through. Ataraxia with open arms receives a whole lot of attention there and is gone out of that first spell. Reversive can only spam.
Yeah, I mean, get this. 2 good smokes. That means you don't have to deal with reversive, really. Believe it or not, that's the reality. LP takes CT control. They've done all the little details that they need to, and Crew looking to give this up. They save. They want to hold the AKs. They don't want to fight for this. A big surprise. But when LP take down Ataraxia on the site, that's all of the resistance that Crew are willing to post up for A. It was like a big surprise for me, but LP takes 6. Keep all these guns.
Oh no. It'll be good. All fine.
Don't lose any of the AKs, and yeah, plenty of money. But final round of the first half could be all tied up. Not just likely, guaranteed to see the closest half we've had in this series yet.
Like, I mean, clearly the best LPT side with Mirage. CT side being right on the other end of this, and the team clearly in a warmer stance than they have been. This could be Crew seeing into the kind of wrong mix of the conversation right now. Laser one and then done. Leo to try and carry this out. He's going to be decked. Buddha here holds on so well with an audible cue as to where the rest of LP remains. It should be 6-6, right, as it is so swiftly delivered by Buddha to just finish it off. And Buddha with 12 in the half. A great put from the Cat player right next to Reversive on the top of the scoreboard.
Kind of performance from Buddha you really are looking for when you pick a guy like him up. One to show out. And to be honest with you, man, Reversive having just a ridiculously good series. Like, on an individual level, I feel like it's taken away from it by saying this, but I genuinely can't recall a time that I've seen Reversive in this form at all. That's how impressed I am with what he's doing on the Crew side. It's pretty incredible to see. LP pay the price. A tight half nonetheless. 6-6 is a testament to that fact.
And LP has been pretty damn good in those pistols. I mean, Crew has been winning them practically just as often, but, for the team that has been, swinging in and winning them routinely, always at the beginning of these maps, I mean, to actually have this sale and this confidence to potentially be able to, I mean, not really even the confidence, I think maybe even the pressure to, put a lot of that on it for LP. Here where Crew, I think, is going to be looking to literally just barge that door down and send in Reversive to do the dirty work, most likely. We're going to find a bit of green grass to likely punch. And, I mean, out here for, the rest of Crew, it's just been rhythmic next to Ataraxia and where this came on their margins.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I think that for LP, I'm looking towards, Fokyu, was a little bit missing on Ancient, was able to return to form, was able to take a step up, but not enough to help them bring that Ancient back. Now he's got the chance to do so again and take that next step up. Team that you've been highlighting that maybe wasn't necessarily meant to be here, but I think it's about dealing the blows where you can. And I think it speaks to where crew were at. Is our expectations coming into this was that LP pretty favored in this matchup. Well, they're not looking like they're the favorites right now.
Now we're finally in place. There's one man from LP you're looking to go ahead and see make the difference here, Vincent, on the CT side. Why is it Hap?
I think that
I just pre-fired you a bit.
Yeah, you did a little bit. Don't worry. I think that for me, Hap been critical with regard to some of these round wins, but when missing, it's clear. So, it's just a matter of finding the time for him to have that impact over more rounds rather than less. When he's been there, he's been good.
First look into ZMB. Hap on this bomb site, so not a better way to start the discussion. And they are buried. Just go and send this through. It is so poignant. It's reversive with the double to open this up. We talked about him potentially going like a missile into the bomb site. He explodes onto two players. Fiku has that as well. Fiku, rather, all the way down at the door. Laser with that trade. 19 frags for reverse and has to do it himself.
Fiku's not in South America, buddy.
Yes, I would say in North America, but that would no longer be the case either.
Oh, are they gone? I mean, that would make sense.
Yes.
Rip. Yeah, it makes sense. The stage 2 teams that didn't make it. Rest in peace. OSWGs.
Back to Series 4.
It's so true. Hope they accepted that invite.
They'll be needing it now.
LP. Back on these force buy, man. I do feel like they are constant in their attempt to force buy. More rare in their success to force buy. Well, this could be the change in that. BSD, it's a vision of ahead. They lock down Buddha at the top of mid and claim his rifle for them instead.
Give it their best push they can and mark it. I mean, they've all gathered in this portion in loud fashion as well to just go back. Don't want to give up on some of the tallies. Well, there's one crossed off. Keep it farming. Oop. Going to be burned off of that portion. Actually headed towards underpass. I'm loving this.
Yeah.
It'll be an attempt at 2 of these exiting players. Here come a couple of MP9s, and that's no issue for our boy Laser.
Well, damage limitation, to be honest with you. A ridiculous spray as he claims 2 headshots through the wood wall of underpass. So LP, instead of claiming, an AK, they get to keep the Galil. It's not the worst, but an SMG in the form of a MAC-10 ain't great. Force buy falls flat. A little bit left in the pocket with those saves, but there's nothing else. I told a lie. There's upgraded pistols, but crew, much like A on Ancient, no way they'd run it back at third.
No way. Look who it is. Reversive. It's the real deal. Upgrade onto the Galil. And he'll start ramping up to the pace, man. A look like that will send you back to the drawing board, maybe just sending you back to saving these guns on A.
I have bad news for the Brazilian fans in chat right now.
What's the news, please?
The news is that Legacy up 10-6, fumbled the bag.
No.
On Inferno. It's going to map 3.
Dude. What's map 3?
It is Nuke, which means they're cooked.
Yeah, man, that's a tough look. That's a tough
honest.
look. Not impossible.
I mean, I know we're like watching a different game, but no lie, it's crazy that Valve's let Legacy get their top 3 best maps in that best of 3. Ancient, Inferno, Nuke. Come on, man. That's
I think they're
crazy.
just in it for the entertainment value, to be honest.
They might be. Let's Anyway, back to the game at hand. That one just an eco.
One more mention. My HLTV fantasy's loving it, and I know yours is getting pummeled by mine.
Not. I was ahead of you, literally this
Oh
morning.
my god,
pal.
you are ahead of me. No!
Get
No!
cooked, buddy.
What happened, Chad?
Get cooked, buddy.
Oh god.
My other favorite Brazilian player, Cacerata.
There you go. There you go.
Reversive. How about another entry on B? We run it back the 4th time for the 4th time. We'll just keep hitting them with it until they can stop it, until they can't see what's in front of their faces. This bomb, though, not following fast, an understandable fast reaction for LP.
Goodness
But
me.
they're walking into this side and saying, "Hey guys, kind of feels like nobody's here."
Yeah, but the next portion is going to be served up just like this, in the proper size, where the smoke lies. Going to be separating a whole lot of what they can actually find right now. Smoked off into apartments. Crew is going to get tricky now, where they've been stopped up at the line.
Kind of on to Raihi to pivot this play. He needs to win that fight, and he does. It's CMB to fall, and now have to react as well. CSD slides back over into CT. Missed opportunity for Buddha to go down. Now Leo isolated on B, and that's exactly what they needed. Raihi taking that contact, as I said, the perfect time to help make LP pivot off of this B site.
A tap onto that bomb, 30 seconds. For LP to get comfortable within this save. It'll be a 10th for the crew, and they have no answers for the same damn test, man. You got to open that study guide at some point. First question is, who's running it down B? You know, it's one man. It's damn Reversive.
I mean, he's gotten an entry at B every single round this half. Multiple times, it's a multi-entry. It is hard to argue with that success rate, Mark. I won't be trying. LP hold what they've got. Happen BSD wondering if they're going to get a chance to play the game.
Terrorists win.
You know what they don't expect, Mark?
Hmm.
A 5th straight B hit.
Never could. Never damn would. 3 separate crew now from the 1-0 portion of our Swiss. And LP, they put up a damn good fight here today, but not without the concern. Looked a little bit without direction at times. The motive lost. Still within this game and fully equipped with the rifles now are going to have one of their best times back on this Mirage. But with the way this keeps slowing downhill, the good times are starting to roll on Dust 2 for the crew. They were just fatly timed up. A great showing on this Ancient, and they're getting to wax him on this Dust 2. Next for BSC to change the mood. He's got an opening kill for LP.
I'll start off right, but Ataraxia gets a refrag. Tons of damage done in the attempt to escape through connector. No confirmation. A little bit scary again. Oh, almost an adjustment there from Shishkin. That could have been crazy. Bomb's still heading A. Push continues for ZMB. He's caught by Reversive. Who else? Flanks coming, flanks coming. They don't know. They've got no clue about FoQ. And the nade lands right on Ataraxia's face. an utter chaos of a round, to be honest.
May not be expecting that, yeah. All that chaos you are citing maybe coming to an end. Now it's going to be kind of a calm next 35 to go. Ataraxia and crew have avoided really many of these tallies. Only Reversive, the one that's going to be kind of low on the dough, and should be all good. He has enough time to take it into B right now if he really, really wants to. But one player right up at the catwalk is going to hear this all, and now even Ataraxia is going to acknowledge it. Do you follow up with this? You kind of have to. Foku can be around and even legs in. Have to find him now, but Foku up close and personal will have it. Honestly, with the type of money that he had on top of him, I'm really not hating that.
No. He's got fat stacks, though. To be fair, the rest of his team not so flush. And 7 bans gone in an instant. And for Ataraxia, he gets a drop-off, buys himself the op as well. Crew calling in for their tack timeout. Fortunately, Ataraxia going to be armorless right now. But I'm not convinced yet, Mark. Listen, that round for LP, credit for the victory, but felt like it could have been a flash in the pan. You had the opening duel from BSD, quick reactions, but then those fast flanks. It's, you know, an approach on two different angles, 2 prongs there for LP. They push ramp, they get the flank in the meantime. It's huge surprises across the board for crew. You know, now when we get back to reality after that round, I'm just thinking, well, where's the repeatable actions? Don't know that I saw too many outside of that BSD duel.
BSD opening the book again. I believe the author intended. Great work. You may get that move up in Palace next. That smoke about to fade. You do have a couple of these faces, right, to try and engage it. Bomb still in T-spawn. Through with a hand that spreads far across the map.
Opening duel, though, and a loss in it shouldn't necessarily mean curtains for crew. The fact that they don't have mid-control, though, problematic. Leo might catch this timing into TV room. I don't think he spotted anyone, but now relatively confirmed that this is a B hit. 2 still held at A for LP, but Leo's coming back, and that nade can be juicy when it will be. Pokyu locks in another one in the meantime. Must-win fight, and Hap takes the victory.
Pushing back and forth is distraction from the site. With this amount of time, all you've got to do is play with the time. It's back for it. It's forced to save this AWP. I mean, I'm not really starting a pocket watch, but that one wasted op from Ataraxia, attempted on the 1v3, it would have been tough for crew right now, but I mean, just seeing the spiral and everything that it took to reach this point, LP are loving it. And now where things are starting to get chaotic, unpredictable, this is when a group that we've described as puggy, right? Hard to predict, but nuanced in their press, it's going to be able to do their best.
Hard to see a way that LP won't be able to return to at least a tied scoreline or very close to it, considering the investment here. Crew have basically nothing, and they're pretty spread out right now too. I don't really know what the end goal of this round is right now for crew, but you would think is to get a plant. How to facilitate that with the one smoke they've got, I don't know that one. Can't help.
I mean, it's a hopeless feeling being right at 19 with these Glocks. Feels like each moment that passes LP are just going to be liking their chances even more. But it's got to be light. It's got to be hearted. Put those smiles back on your faces. It's fine. BSD reaches back up. Of course, he's going to go for these easy pickings. And goddamn, he's got that with the no-scope chopped up on the end. Only took mouse one, Vinny.
No, didn't need the second button there. Crew chugging through their second tack timeout. Understandable, right? They, had everything going swimmingly. 6-6 at halftime. Flawless opening 4 rounds, and now stalled with 3 straight going to LP. Into the gun round. And a potential for BSD to heat up. He's a guy that I think it's been a topic of conversation for a very long time within the scene about like a really explosive individual that can basically power a half of Counter-Strike on his own. I think as time's gone on, that conversation's dwindled a little bit, but still these flashes. Don't want to activate that guy.
I'm surprised this isn't just a straight-up B hit with reversive on that arrow end, but Ataraxia, he's challenged all of the expectations that BSD is set like the last 3 rounds with opening kills every time. Got one for his own. Trying to put this into a point where Crew can actually have a lane into it. You're getting a kill into middle. You're still held off of both these extremities. Big nade.
Leveled out by reversive again, man. This T side kind of lives and breathes through him right now. Shout out Ataraxia on that opening duel, obviously, but up until this point, it's been about reversive. Buddha catches one, cuts off the rotation. The late lurk through the apartments for LP. That's not going to get there in time, and it's a move to me, it looks save-like. For both Hap and ZMB. Bomb goes down, we'll get more information, we'll get a confirmation of that. And yeah, both look to confirm that they want to save based on that bomb plant.
It's going to be tough here trying to save out to B, but as I make that statement, Buddha comes back towards window. It might be LP getting both of these guns out. Honestly, it would be a good point to make that difference to have all that cash in the catalog because they have a good amount of it. Raigi is found on that swing that was to underpass, and at this point you'll be peppered to just have that respect. I think Buddha just trying to intimidate a bit to go, but nobody will be seeing off of that island. It's Crew that are ultra successful at picking into mid, not going to be too bold, but let's see how dynamic they get. Started this T side on one portion. You're at a full different speed now.
Yeah, we've downshifted multiple times. We're basically in another vehicle at this point.
Meow.
A little swap up, a little change up. We'll toss this one in. 21. Does that have to bring the first foray, the first attempt there towards mid, but a missed shot. Fired off there by Ataraxia.
BSD has to get that flash at the perfect time. Bounces back. You mentioned a new vehicle. I was telling you the other day I was hopping on to Series 3 with Exner. We were casting Ruby, and it was, I believe, the day after the 19-year anniversary of beloved Pixar movie Cars that I casted McQueen on Ruby, and that was quite a broadcast.
19 years? It's been that long?
I know.
I'm old.
Me too.
Big frag from BSD. It's the same situation. Opening pick delivered on his behalf. Now he's posted over towards B, looking to maybe put a little bit more down. DMB, that's the only guy that's not going towards B right now for Crew that he catches. That's Rai. That was over at mid. So no No force to pivot, no big impact from that individual that we've talked up a lot here for Crew. A quiet half out of him.
Op's gonna be in trouble. Thankfully, Foku is within range. Dips back, has this kill. Reversive and Ataraxia are forced to bargain. LP with 10 rounds. This is quite a damn mirage right here. All the way portioned up with the rest of our BO3s today. And as we've mentioned, we're going to not be seeing our second best of 3 of the afternoon. So that's why this one turns out to be that much sweeter. And, oh my god, that is plot armor for Ataraxia. I'm expecting an opening kill or something to come through because the universe decided that he needed to live.
Live he will, but LP continue to close distance. Crew with one interruption to that bounce back. But 1 out of the 5 rounds that we've just seen is not enough to continue their foray forward. See what Ataraxia can bring. He's going to be head-to-head with BSD, but right now they don't test it. First set of utility, right? He might be in trouble again, Mark.
It may not be seen. Oh, the fire of the Molotov. It's supposed to be better for you when you're closer. But now this is disaster. Crew are walking up this ladder to 12. And one player to, like, just rotate into jungle now. Having this rotation on LP. If they decide to throw their hats in the ring right here, this will be a very tough bargain. And there the op is going to send you packing. Boku and Hap out of the way. It's 12 that they accept.
And Laser went straight through the smoke as well. As soon as they start to walk away, a ton of damage taken, but stays alive. This 2v5 never going to start. In fact, it's more a 5-on-2 than a 2-on-5. Crew are on the hunt. They're looking to punch LP down. Take him out. Look you. Rear end showing just a little bit. Crazy that Hap hits that kill jumping, but we'll just leave that one for now. Because he's gone out of the round, out of the map for now. Crew bounce back, and they bite hard.
They really do. And it's just a message they send. I'm not sure it's going to be honestly too meaningful considering the money out here for LP is so damn fine. Right here, let's say they survive, and then we go to a 24. Keep your eye on the catch then. But right here, I'm thinking Crew is about to bring down the elbow. Talked about that, you know, speed they came into, literally sprinting through apartments on this T side so many times. I wonder what type of call is coming out of Reversive here, because he's done really well at making this a dynamic T side. This time it is his hands that are going to get prepared to go underpass, but seeing back in, picks up the bomb. Buddha has this kill in middle. Bomb is headed back this direction of A.
Not the prettiest of spray, but Boot will get it done. It's good supportive utility. Those details that you were just highlighting about Reversive's calls and the protocols in place. That's what bails him out, gives him such an advantage that that spray goes wrong and he still delivers. Crew with the regroup. Looking to hit the A-bomb site. They're going to speed things up a little bit. Both BSD and CMB outside. But they might be able to look in if Hap can provide a little bit of time, a little bit of help from CT.
Gotta speed this up. LP are gonna be on the way. Smokes fade. Fight's taken. And they come up clean. In a 4 versus 2. Reversive to plant this bomb. And here goes this fight to the Opper over at Apex. The man that stands up. Hell, we're talking about Apex. There's a different old MVP IGL in the server right here. 26 and 27 frags for Reversive. It is a 3-mapper that is required out of the Argentinians, but it's their leader that is looking the sharpest today.
Yeah, truly impressive individual performance, but also the calling was good. I kept going back to it, right? I think for me, you know, there's like not necessarily right and wrong calls. There's like right and wrong ideas behind a call. What you're trying to do is more important than exactly what it is that gets done. And for me, so many times today, Reversive, his intention behind where those calls were going are pretty interesting, really fun to watch, and I mean, really impressive to see. You know, it's kind of more of what I expected from Crew from a individual perspective, more than what I expected rather from Crew from an individual perspective. But I mean, if this is our new normal, I'm very happy to see that. That's something that I think Crew has struggled with, and everything else was right about there. Well, they did it today, and they looked damn good.
Yeah, I think that this was, I mean, we brought it up a million times, in a certain sense with, the players that you did get in the server and the way that they were tracking as to preparing for this opportunity, it felt puggy with that. And to be able to survive in a portion like that, because you still got the quality of that challenge within some of those very close moments, you're pushed to a third there due to your own negligence. It was that map all the way back at 1 that went to 24 that they barely took out under you. So those are really going to be I think the matchups you're going to be wanting to get on the Swiss off the bat for Crew. I don't think they could have gotten a better series out from under them, one that's going to test them and get them ready for the 1-0 stage, ready to go in our Swiss, Vinny.
Yeah, it's Bounty Hunters who joined them after that one getting the freebie of a win here today. That means, just to reiterate, sadly, we're not going to have a second best of 3, but we are running behind anyway. So I think we don't have that long of a time for us to get moving on to. Is it okay? Yeah. So a little bit of time, maybe get some snacks, grab something. We got a whole lot of action coming at you a little bit later on. It's going to be a lot of fun. Masitas, as you have been highlighting, going to be fun to watch. Got players in MIBR Academy coming at you a little later. All of that to be said, we're going to be signing off for now. We're going to see you next time, and we'll be back in about an hour for a couple more games.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
CCT South America. We got CCT Season 3, South America Series number 1. I am JRT, joined by Grammy Raynar. Freddie, how you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. The weather can't make up its mind. I think I've seen rain and sun double digits in consecutive order over the last 24 hours. So just kind of going with the punches. But it's a sunny day, and therefore, by that same virtue, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
That I'm okay. I'm under the weather a little bit, but you know what? We gotta grind through it and keep going, right? We got some Counter-Strike to cover, and let's check out the matches, Freddie, that we've got today. I think the first one we've got Masitas up against Jerza, and we got to break that one down because some people might not be familiar with some of these names.
Yeah.
And then we've got Players up against MIBR Academy, maybe more known on that side, but let's just jump right into it. With these two squads here, first off, let's look at the Jerza roster, because for both of us, I think it's a bit of a mystery as to what this team is going to bring to the table. And, you know, they've got some changes coming through. They did win NA Advanced, which is weird to say because these players are not from North America, but they did win it. And I don't know, you know, Freddie, if they're going to be able to compete in ECL, though.
Well, dude, I don't even know if they're going to be in ECL. This is one of those teams where it feels kind of similar to Legacy, where you look at their results and it's like, okay, so it's a South American team. It's a Peruvian team with a Colombian player, which, by the way, is actually really cool. Like, I don't think I've ever casted a Peruvian player, let alone a Peruvian team. Same with Ecuador. Same with Colombia. So just kind of by that virtue, that's pretty cool. Like in South America, you tend to just have Brazilian teams and maybe the odd other nationality sprinkled in. So that's cool. But this is a team, an organization or roster that have changed hands and many different names over the last like year or so. When you look at their results, they're bouncing between playing in South America, playing in North America. Like they played in NA Advanced at the start of the year. They won that, which would have meant they qualified for Challenger, but I don't know what that means now with the new changes, because I don't think you're able to go from Advanced to ECL, as Advanced is now an unranked event.
I think it was okay for this one, though, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
There's a chance, because that was specifically marked as a ranked event by Valve as a one-off. It might actually be that was the final chance. You know, then they play like South America close qualifier, and then they play the Dust 2 US Masters. And you're kind of sitting here being like, what is this team? But they seem to hold. They seem to hold all right?
Yeah, they seem to be okay, at least in North American standards, right? In terms of advanced and everything. I think against an ECL team, they might have their hands full. I think they will have their hands full against an ECL team. But overall, I mean, advanced level, yes, absolutely strong. I mean, the fact of the matter is they won it all. So, I mean, it's hard to argue with that in terms of the results. And they've got that core of Ayala, they have Baby Rage, Zaki, and Slayer are that core. And Ayala and Seb are new additions. I just looked up Seb before this got started, and he's actually played only 4 maps officially on HLTV. His name goes by Profug there, and yeah, he was it Mad Kings? No, excuse me, it was with Supremacy, and I believe that was in Gosu Masters 2022. So this is 3 years ago. That's the only information we have on him. So it's going to be interesting for sure to see how this works out. I feel like that core is still pretty strong overall, so that should be fine. But yeah, 2 new additions that, again, we don't have necessarily that much information on. We'll see how it goes for them. Let's switch gears now, Freddie, and talk about Masitas, who we have a little bit more information on, right?
Yeah, it's a team that I'd personally be a little bit more familiar with, just by the virtue that I cover the ESL Impact scene in South America quite a lot. Unfortunately, this team has had a pretty rough run of form in the most recent season. It was a very competitive season with Furia. Obviously, they won the whole thing, so you've got a South American team being the best women's team in the world, but also the kind of like 3rd, 4th, 5th division was all very close knit. So normally in South American women's scene, it tends to be very top heavy, which, you know, it was Fury and MIBR that went through to the finals, but it felt like there was a lot more competition. Unfortunately, that then meant Masitas was very much rock bottom. They did have a very disappointing time. I think they only had like one okay performance against Oplano, and I actually think I watched that, and a big part of that was like there was weird tech issues as well during that for Oplano, but the main person when it comes to fragging abilities is Flossie, and she's a very interesting piece to this puzzle because she's an old school player that retired. She's 32 years old, has come back and was really, really good. But outside of it, this is an Argentinian team that all these players are very familiar with each other. They've played on the international roster together. Their most impressive performance was at the ISF World Championship in 2023, where you had Kiza, China, and Armcam. And then they also, that same core played in Saudi Arabia last year. But without Lulitens and with Lulu. So very familiar players. But to be honest, this is a team where they don't have loads of experience on the big stage. Kind of the only player that does is Kiza, who played with MIBR at ESL Impact Valencia 2022. But this is, by all things considered, a team that struggled in this season of ESL Impact. Players who fly the regional banner of Argentina quite high. Especially for Lulu was part of the first non-Brazilian full team in ESL Impact, right back in season 3. So they've walked the walk, but they are struggling to find consistency, and I do worry that they might have a bit of a difficult time today, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Let's check out the veto, right? I think you really summed up that roster history very well, Freddie. And we're going to go in to see which maps we are going to get to. First off, we've got Ancient picked by Jerza, who were formerly known as Lobo Army, as I think we've already kind of covered in the previous. Yeah, it's a great name. As we go in and look at the pick here for Masitas on Dust 2. That, I mean, overall, I would say no surprises in those first 2 picks, right? You look at Lobo Army's history before they were known as Jerza, 3 and 4 on Ancient, so, you know, it's a map that they're comfortable on. Then Dust 2 is the most played map for Masitas over the last 3 months, so they haven't played that many. All of this makes sense to me, Freddie, and the Anubis Decider. How are you feeling about this? You felt like Masitas might have a tough time here. Do you still feel that way after looking at the veto?
I to be honest, I don't think the veto really changes my mind. Okay. Unfortunately, I will say that Dust 2, like if there's ever hope, it maybe is on Dust 2. That's obviously where they beat Oplano, which was a very kind of like 3rd best team this season in ESL Impact. So that is a really good result. Oplano also competed in CCT South America at the start of the year, and they were actually the first women's team to beat a male's team. I can't remember the stat. Long time, right? In South America specifically. I think it might honestly be one of the first on HLTV. So to beat that team on Dust 2 is impressive. Then they also found very low lows on this map. To be honest, it feels like this team's a little bit inconsistent. Maybe if there's ever a chance, it'd be Flossie, but I don't know how she's going to perform against a team like this. I think there's a lot of question marks. There is some experience on Kiza. These players have played on international stages before, but I feel like a lot of things are going to have to go really right for them if they want to do well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that, especially if you're looking at the results we already talked about for Jerza, right? The fact that they, as Lobo Army, ended up winning in NA Advanced. It wasn't the same squad, sure, but the core is there. Like the core 3 players that are critical to this squad are still here with a couple of new additions. It seems like we're getting ready to go into map number 1 of Ancient, but I would be a little surprised if Masitas can come out with a win on Ancient and Dust 2. Like you said, I think that's their real hope at a chance of coming through with something here. We are live into the game, though. Masitas up against Jerza. We'll see who can come out on top here on Ancient.
Give me a fast pistol play from the T side. Throwing fake utility towards the B bomb site, but it's actually a deep CT smoke to maybe block off rotations. Oh no, they're going up red room. This is a genius pistol strat. That CT smoke is to help them progress through. But Kiza does abuse it. She does go through, holds them up, and it's going to allow for further rotations. In the meantime, the Lulu overlooked, it seemed, on the A bomb site. And with the bomb dropped, and a player advantage in favor of Masitas and Jerza, both their players also very separated this is actually looking like a really good start for Masitas, but will they anticipate Ayala behind them?
Oh boy, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if Ayala can. Yeah, it looks like it's being watched by Kiza, so it should be fine. Oh no, it's not. Kiza was watching but couldn't hit the shots, and now the door has been opened up into the bomb site. They've got that player waiting on the other side, Baby Rage, who gets both of them. Armcam and Sheena go down. That's a real shame for Masitas, honestly, because it looked like they had the right setup, the right idea, but couldn't hit the shots.
Yeah, even at the end there, right, in the 2 versus 2, they know they can isolate the individual fights. And it's like, yeah, they played the round right. They had the advantages. They just couldn't hit the shots. So it's just one of those rounds. And that happens in Counter-Strike, right? Where you make the right play, but Baby Rage hits a really nice double. But it's a great start for Valulu. She got 2 with the dual breaders, and it will just be the Argentines now sitting on a eco round.
Just hanging back, yeah. You got Stack onto the B site. If Masitas, or excuse me, if Jerza go A, then that's the round over. They're going to get those nades in. Sheena alive still. I think one of them just wide of the mark. If they both connect in the same spot, she's probably gone. But Jerza look like they want to get into this B site, Freddy.
This could end up being a bit of a bloodbath, especially how I'm not looking at many pieces of utility, but it actually Masitas to initiate the contact. I don't hate the play, but I would imagine that if all 5 players had sat on that bomb site, in retrospect, it might have gone better for them because there was only 1 flashbang and 2 smokes, so there'd be no Molotovs. Good damage for Masitas. They do get 2 kills, but ultimately it's the anti-eco that goes in favor of Jerza.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. I definitely would have been better for them just to be patient, wait on the site, wait for engagements to come their way, right? It's obviously important in Counter-Strike to try and take the initiative, but I think it would have been better, or Counter-Strike 2, I should say, but I think it would have been better for them in that sequence to wait because they had the element of surprise with the stack being in their favor. So, anyway.
It's hard to know sometimes. One of those things where it's like, in retrospect, they'll look back at it and probably be like, that is actually quite unfortunate. But regardless, look, it was just an eco round. So when all things are said and done, it doesn't have that much of an impact. But it's going to be Jerza. Very simple play. We see this a lot on Ancient. First gun round, going out towards A. And it's Armcam to hold the line for the first 2. The Lulu is able to at least get 1 as well before she drops. So the immediate A hold actually comes away with the advantage.
That's not too bad. All right, bomb plant, though, still will come through. No one on the site itself here for Masitas. They're going to have to try and retake. Sheena, coming from A main, actually could be a key piece here because Seb's got his back turned. And you have Baby Rage waiting in Donut, but they're going to be passive. Seb now looking towards A main. Trying to hit this shot. And won't be looking the right direction anymore. Sheena finds 1. Baby Rage, last one standing. They can just double swing. This could be the round for Masitas. We'll have to wait and see. He's trying to buy time and gets headshotted. There we go. Masitas have the round on the board.
That's actually a really rough 1 versus 3 to look back at as well because there's no kit. Look at this. They actually barely get the defuse. Yeah, that is... I was looking at that thinking, is there a kit down somewhere? But that is very unfortunate in retrospect, but very fortunate for Masitas, right? They win that by the skin of their teeth, but ultimately, they do deserve to win that round. They played that well. And it's interesting to see the Donut players take the fight quite proactively forward because personally, I don't like it when the Donut players fight for A when the execute comes in because I like playing, thinking of it being more of a retake. But in this instance, they do take the fight forward and it works really well. So fair play, right?
Absolutely. No, I like the idea there for sure. And then they had the Donut player getting a couple frags immediately as Jerza were trying to gain that space onto the A side. I think that was pretty critical. I believe it was Armcam that nailed those 2 down to the ground. So it will be... first round, as mentioned, we have to wait for Sheena to rejoin. Looks like something has happened, a technical issue coming through, but it's good for Masitas to get on the board early against a Jerza squad that is absolutely comfortable here on Ancient.
Yeah, it's still in the fletchling period of time because obviously for Jerza, that was just the set call spawn from spawn of just being like, right, let's go A. Honestly, I think as a CT side, at this level, if you just play 2 players on the A-bomb site, 8 out of 10 times they're going to come onto A. Eventually.
Yeah, I would say so.
At
I
the
think
start of the game.
Yeah. I think a lot of the times, teams are leaning towards that A site in the early round because of how much presence has been applied towards mid, at least in the current meta, to try and get that mid control. So if you go to A quickly enough, you can perhaps even beat the donut player to the bomb site. It's probably only donut that you'll need to worry about unless you wait until the later round. Once that mid control is established, then the CTs can fall back and retake control of A. So there's a lot of little details on this map that can be exploited by the Ts, but it's all about timing. We'll see if Jerza decide to go back to A. And you see it here. It's exactly what I was describing, right? 3 players committed towards a mid, and then you have a couple that go back in a donut. So if Jerza decided to push A in this round, they would have had control of the site already.
Interesting enough, they are faking towards A, but they're also putting a lot of pressure towards lane and middle. And it'll be Slayer to get the opening kill. 3 players are on this A bomb site, and it's going to be just Valulu. She doesn't need any more support. Seb coming around the corner, forcing her back, but it's actually going to be Valulu that just defends very valiantly. And Jerza putting the fake utility down towards A ultimately ended up being the bane in this instance, because I don't believe they wanted to finish towards A, but as they were taking donut control, there were 3 players already there. However, Jerza looking to pivot towards B, and if they keep up pace, Sheena's the only defender.
Yeah, and she's pretty far back at long B, right? So those 2 players that are coming in from Cave will have an easy time getting to the site unless she rotates around here. And she does, and perfect timing. Baby Rage gone. Ayala looking to capitalize. No trade yet, and reinforcements are going to arrive very quickly. So, I mean, Drew's going to have to get a move on here. Sheena's doing it all. Seb gone. Ayala, the last one standing, finally gets one, but only one. Great trade from Armcam, and here we go. Masitas have a second.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah.
So another big round from Valulu. She had her first in the pistol, but unfortunately it didn't actually reward her with a round win. But this time, like, that's just a great hold. It's very disjointed from Jerza a little bit as well, because, if one player throwing A util, they get the opening kill, and then they speed up with it. But I'm not sure if the plan was ever to go towards Donut. Either way, Messias will take that. And this is them most likely looking to secure the lead, as they're just against an eco that's rushing up the B bomb site, and it's another farm for Sheena. She might actually be on for the ace. Ooh, only 3. I thought she had, I actually thought she was going to get them all there.
I did too, but eventually she falls it. Well, Kiza has to take care of the rest, and she absolutely does. So, Masitas, a lead. We'll see if it lasts and they can extend it further, but I think that was... those are the rounds that Jerza didn't necessarily have the full investments. Now, they should have AKs for everyone. Actually, no, Ayala might have to settle... No, he has the armor bot up already. He'll be fine. So it will be AKs, you'd imagine, unless he wants to get more utils. So he does. So he settles for the Galil and gets the 4 pieces of util instead. Still a more potent buy-up, but I guess my point is that Masitas, if they can win a round like this, then we'll be talking about the opportunity for them to upset this map potentially off of Jerza. Anyway, it's still a long ways off, but yeah.
It's a long way off, but there's definitely the roadmap certainly there.
Yeah.
Very early stages though, so these... anything can really happen. Sheena is ahead of that Molo, and Wanjo, I mean, how does he not expect that, right? You didn't clear the left corner. Molo's right. That is a great opening kill, but feels like a bit of a mistake from Jerza. There's also a big mistake from Sheena there, as she just gives away all the success that she warranted. And then Flossie, that is super unfortunate. Ayala drops a Molotov, and it ends up accidentally getting a kill.
All right, Ayala gets Valulu, and that is... it's a real shame of a round here for Masitas, because it felt like things were trending well for them, having found the opening frag. And this up to Armcam, who does get the first. Bomb has to be defused. Still needs a couple of frags. Can't flick for the frag onto Ayala, and it will be Jerza to pick up this round. Grabbing the op here, just thinking about it. Do I really need this? But yeah, he will pick it up, and it is a good piece to have even on your T side. Noticing here, actually, Freddie, that Zaki isn't on the server. It's Wanjo instead. I'm not sure if that's just an alt name for him or something along those lines, but...
I was thinking. I'm not sure what's really going on. Let me check his face. His face is Zoki. So it's not him.
Okay. So we have another sub that we weren't aware of
There's
coming through here.
the never-ending roundabout of players and organizations.
Yes. It's quite wild how many organizations they've been through.
Not Juanjo has just missed a mollo for cave, though, unfortunately.
Oof. Does that change your perspective of the match, though, or you still feel like this is a lean towards Jerza?
I honestly don't really know because I'm not familiar with these with these
I'm not
players,
either,
truth
yeah.
be told. I just kind of have the knowledge of watching Masitas quite a few times, and okay, that's the second time that Molo's missed, by the way. It still gets a kill, which kind of infuriates me. But I don't know. I saw a lot of Masitas this year, and I wasn't thrilled by what I watched. And even though they have showed signs of good in this matchup, I've just seen Seb do whatever that is. I actually don't know how he got more than 2 kills there, but I feel like he's just stood on business a little bit more. That was kind of a nuts round from him, actually. Oh my god.
What?
That was a great round from Seb.
Oh, yeah.
That was-
Okay, sorry.
that
I
was
wasn't sure if there was
nuts.
something. I thought there was something
Yeah,
else you
that
saw.
was-
Like,
that was actually just really good. Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
we didn't actually see any of the kills but one, but it was, oh, yeah, it looked crisp.
yeah. No, it was great. I think Seb did a good job. The fact that he gets those 4 was surprising to me as well, given that they were all really close range engagements with the AWP. Maybe the one towards mid, you could argue, was a little bit more mid to long range, but outside of that, really well done from him in a situation where you don't usually expect the offer to pop off like that. And kind of a shame for Masitas, fighting their crosshairs a little bit, perhaps some nerves, as that early success feels like it's starting to fade away, and you see Jerza looking fairly solid. Slayer might overlook the close corner here. Yeah, a little bit, but the double take is good. That said, Flossie does capitalize for one. You highlighted her as potentially being a key to success here for Masitas. It's still a pistol round, and now that Jerza's got the read on where the stack is, they're just going to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, the stack is just kind of chilling in towards Donut right now. Mission save AK. Mission maybe get another AK. Keeping all the eyes on Flossie to see if she can maintain that primary rifle. While Armcam and Kiza have made quite a bit of noise over towards Red Room. And wow, okay. 3 dinks, by the way, there. And unfortunately doesn't get away with it. But that was a bit of good damage. Would have been great to get 3 kills there in total. But it looks like Flossie will be able to save the AK. So she can at least bring that over into the next gun round. As Jerza, if they win this next gun round, I think it can be fair to see them maybe pulling away a little bit in this first half.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be tough. You know, CT economy and all factored into it for Masitas. You need the win here to really make it competitive in this first half. Otherwise, Jerza, I agree, can really start to run away with this one. And there, of course, in MR12, there aren't that many rounds left in this first half as it is. Only this one and 3 after that. It's pretty critical for Masitas to get something going. Maybe some aggression here, which you're going to see in towards mid, I'd imagine. No, actually, they're pretty passive, considering. I mean, this gives up the space towards Jerza. No one on A itself either, surprising with such a passive approach to mid. But we'll see. I mean, you do have Lulu here, although one smoke and she's isolated. I think that smoke should be coming in. There it is, yep. So Lulu, they're waiting for it. Now they walk onto A. Should be relatively comfortable in the plant. Some good spam coming through there by Lulu. But yeah, as mentioned, there's that bomb plant. Now it's up to Masitas in a 5v5 to go for this retake.
5v5 with a kit. It is on Flossie.
Yes.
And there's going to be the majority coming through CT. Flashbang out, but Valulu still stuck behind this smoke. Now it fades. She gains vision. First kill on the round in favor of Flossie. But from that point onwards, Masitas are dropping like flies. And Jerza only lose 1 player in that post plant.
That's a tough go for Masitas. I mean, they tried to push through those smokes and get into the bomb site, but unfortunately for them, not having any favorable fights and Jerza looking a little too comfortable in that post plant. There's that 6th round. We already talked about it being a concern if Masitas couldn't strike there. They It looks like they want to force up, or at least get a half buy going. I'm not sure. I feel like with the money situation, you're either forcing all the way or
get 5/7s.
Yeah.
Or yeah, the M4 does confuse me slightly. But I think the worry as well of that was an easier round from Jerza. Like they didn't necessarily break a sweat.
Yeah.
I think that is not a great sign for the future. But it was a good start from Mercedes, so they always can return.
Yeah.
By we've seen what they can produce. It's just seeing if they can maybe do that consistently.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the nature of this this technical timeout is, though, Freddie. I don't think we have any information. We'll have to see. Yeah, I agree with you though. Like maybe if we can see some of that good setup that they had originally in those first few rounds, right? I felt like they had the manpower on the A site towards Donut in particular. Like there were a couple players playing A, which you already said is a good thing to do, especially here on Ancient, so you can kind of give yourself a good opportunity to winning the round. But the setup's been different since that point. They had the one player in Donut, and they were playing more towards mid, but didn't go for the mid aggression. So didn't have the information really towards bottom mid, and also more of a passive hold without having the presence on the A site. So I think if they go back to maybe having Armcam playing a little bit closer to the site, and then having their Opper, or excuse me, not their Armcam is their Opper, and then having Flossie join up perhaps with the rifle from CT, they'll have a better shot at defending that site. But they really do need those forward-facing engagements, I feel, immediately rather than going into post-plan situations. I think that's when they'll have their best chance of success.
Yeah, I mean, like you're speaking about forward engagements. What the first gun round they won was when they just kind of fought through Donut before they like onto the execute.
Right.
So maybe a little bit more proactivity. I know it's hard as an AWPer to really sometimes feel like you're getting in the action on Ancient. It's not really an AWP friendly map. That I make kind of from my perspective on the city side. But you can post the AWP maybe in like Donut, because Jerza are sometimes just running out mid through shelf or through elbow. So maybe Armcam can get a position where she can pick them off as they're coming through mid. But maybe not for the upcoming round, as it should just be a low purchase, but you never really know.
I think we have a bit of an extended break on our hands here, folks. So speaking of breaks, we're going to take one, and we'll be back once we're back into the action here on Ancient. All right, everything's been resolved. We're back into it. Jerza, having just won that gun round, means that Masitas are going to be on a bit of an eco. You still have Flossie, who's gone into the M4, but outside of that, it is an SMG and 3 pistols. It looks like Jerza might want to go fast in towards this B site. They're trying to get that opening pick with the AWP, but the smoke has delayed them a little bit, Freddy. And you have a couple of pistols on the other side with Sheena on that 5.7, so it could be interesting here if they're able to execute on the shots. And there's Sheena getting one.
There you go.
Maybe the follow-up? She doesn't have to push here.
Or is it actually... Oh my god, it's perfect. Finally, Seb gets the trade, but fair enough. A very brazen play. Very heads-up Counter-Strike. It's a risky move, but fortune favors the bold. And because of that, the round's going to go in favor of Masitas. They came in with, as you mentioned, 2 5.7s, an MP9, the M4, and nothing on arm cam. And Sheena just wings it out single-handedly. So honestly, fair play. But for Jerza, they definitely try and, you know, do they need to go through that smoke so early? I feel no.
No, definitely not. They could have been more patient, but at this on that same situation, that same play, Sheena pushing the smoke, she didn't have to do that. That's a bold move and a risky one at that, but I understand the idea, trying to grab the AK. That's what I thought at first she was going to try to do, grab the AK and then fade off again. But no, she keeps going through the smoke. She gets the first. I think it should have been a trade after that, honestly, for Jerza. Doesn't happen. And now an opportunity for Masitas again with Armcam finding the opener on Ayala, but Armcam walks into the Molotov. Baby Rage will find that frag, and now a man advantage gained for Jerza.
He's in a very uncomfortable position, and that's a rough round for Flossie. I'm not sure if the round would have had much impact if she had got that trade, but at least would have been a 2 versus 3. And Juanjo has made a mockery of them over towards the B-bomb side, able to isolate every single 1 versus 1 with quite ease. And all of a sudden, you have Masitas, who won a heroic round on the pistols, but they're not able to formulate any tangible success off it.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for them because, you know, Armcam got the opening frag, so you're like, okay, this is a good setup. This is a 5v4 immediately. But it just felt like Jerza found the gaps in their defense, and Masitas maybe just not aware enough because that cave position was exceptionally exposed, and it was a position where Kiza needed to be watching and wasn't. So tough, honestly. But maybe they can come back here and get something going on. Well, we'll inevitably be a force buy because it's the last round of this half. Good shot from Armcam again. Another opener. Could get the follow-up as well. There are 3 players coming from the same angle. Seb's now watching it. Flashbang tossed. Ayala finds a frag on the other side of the map onto the Lulu. Baby Rage moves out after the smoke is tossed for CT. Good spot here for Kiza to strike onto Slayer, but 2 frags immediately after that, Freddy. It's Masitas on the back foot. They need something here from Sheena, but nothing comes through, and it's all down to Armcam.
A good start of the half for the Argentinian squad, but now it's going to be Seb to put the nail in the coffin as Jerza get 8 on the half. Seb on 9 kills feels really low for what he's done. I don't know. Like, he had that one round where he just gets 4 kills from Cave with the orb, but I suppose maybe outside of that, he hasn't had much success, but he's definitely looking like an AWPer that can flourish. So I'm actually quite intrigued to watch someone like that who is from a region that I wouldn't ordinarily watch. I can't say I know any Peruvian pros off the top of my head, but he seems pretty solid. And overall, Jerza, that was a T side where I don't know if you're in agreement, but it just felt like every call was from spawn, but it worked.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It was very much calling from spawn and then going for it. There weren't too many adjustments coming their way. I think we saw a couple that were mid-round calls that they decided to make a movement towards that B site. But outside of that, yeah, just going straight off of their spawn calls. And I can't say it necessarily was a bad idea for them, right? Because it did work out for 8 rounds. Sure, you had, you know, at the beginning of the half where Masitas were most potent, finding 3 of the first 5, I believe it was. But after that point, they only got 1 of the next 9. So Masitas hoping that they can get off to a good start here on the pistols, which was one of their more effective rounds in that first half anyway.
A pistol round could be salvation for Masitas on the T side, and they're doing a very similar play to their opponents. Fast up through Red Room into CT, and they don't have a smoke connecting the B bomb site, but this is working perfectly. 3 kills, 4 kills, flooding in their favor.
They're not going to lose a body.
Then, yeah. Ayala, the only player alive, even if he does get 1 kill, it doesn't matter. China falls, but the trade is instant, and a pistol round is going to make this map feel competitive and potentially give Masitas a way in.
Yeah, this is interesting for sure to see them get that pistol round, both pistol rounds going their way. So yeah, if they can convert off of that, get a second here and then a third afterwards, they're at 8-7. So it doesn't even look like Jersey want to invest into this round. Not even the force buy. Just going to stick with the USP, stack a site, and hope they're right. There's that Molotov. Not really deep enough, I would say, unless that's the idea. They want to throw a shallow one, but I'd be surprised. Valulu clearing out mid. Realize no one's there. And interesting idea from Jerza, right? Stacking up all the USPs facing towards CT spawn. Could yield a frag here, but... Oh, it yields 2! Okay, this could get very interesting, but Armcam controls it. No, it's all good, Freddy. We're good.
you know how people say, like, eco frags, and they kind of go, you don't want to get eco frags, ruin stats. Those are actually the rounds where I look at an Armcam triple there, and I'm like, she kind of saved the day. If she had got 1 and instantly got traded, that's an advantage for Jerza, rifles be picked up, and an actual worrying retake. So ultimately for Masitas, it is a round that you could argue maybe got a little bit too close, but it's still 3 players stay alive. And for Jerza, gonna take a tactical pause going into this first gun round. I would assume it's just to talk over what they want to do for not only this round, but for the upcoming half, as they're going to be entering their first gun round. So far, 2 primary rifles, a Galil and MP9, so they can prioritize some utility and a kit, and then I assume something similar with Slayer. So for Masitas, this is going to be a good litmus test this round to see if they are going to have some sort of punch in the second half, where Jerza have looked like the better team, but regardless, it's only a 2-round game.
Surprisingly. Yeah, it's very much within reach for Masitas if they can find their rhythm on these gun rounds. And this one in particular, perhaps we can make the argument for them to steal away this map from Jerza. Anyway, Jerza, incendiary toss, they've got the information audio-wise. Masitas just want to go fast. I can't really blame them, right? I think that's one of the win conditions for them, is trying to take early engagements, win the fights before, they get into those more prolonged fights, those prolonged duels.
Seb doing maybe what Masitas couldn't do, and is denying the space before the bomb even gets planted. And speaking of the bomb being planted, it doesn't look like it will at all. Valulu is the last player alive in a 1 versus 3. All the utilities dried up, and Jerza are also making proactive moves to slot players in on the flank. Valulu does actually anticipate this. Oh, great read onto Slayer, but it's Jerza with a really nice hole on the A bomb site, and it feels like that rolled over a little bit easily in favor of Jerza, right?
It does, yeah. It really does. I mean, yes, Seb gets that frag, which makes it a little bit easier for Jerza to get back into the site and deny the bomb plant, but it felt like Masitas maybe needed a bit better of protocol in terms of the utility that they were throwing. I don't think Seb should have still had visibility, maybe throw a smoke for catacombs. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces that could have been better for Masitas. Just felt like once they got onto the site and they couldn't find anyone, they got a little lost. And Jerza were able to capitalize on that. So, Masitas, seeing perhaps this one potentially slip away. Go for the force buy. There's the opening frag onto B. Probably a plant now. Oh, Ayala gets an important one onto Sheena, though.
That keeps it in the 4 versus 4. A Molo on Long is actually not going to displace them. Long live CT Molos. With all 3 players on Jerza currently cramped behind that smoke, even though Slayer has a kit, I think because Ayala died in cave, very aggressed. That's going to be what pulls the plug. And it's Masitas to lose the first gun round, but even though they have the lower weaponry, have that retaliation, and keep this first map looking pretty contestable.
Honestly, the fact that they're going fast is a really good thing. I think they should keep doing it because you see Sheena at the beginning of the round immediately charging up that ramp, getting the opening frag, opening up the space that they needed. And then, yes, Ayala gets one back, but after he's traded out, there's really no one left on the site to challenge on the Jerza side. So well done for Masitas. They do exactly what they need to in the opening moments of the round and pick up that gun round. That said, Jerza with that save will mean another gun round is going to come through here. But I mean, I would say Masitas already kind of exceeding our expectations, right? In terms of staying competitive here on Ancient, because we felt like Jerza would have a significant advantage, and it really hasn't been the case.
Yeah, I had maybe in the back of my head, and I think I voiced it, that I was a little bit scared that this map might just be, and the series might just be super one-sided, and it hasn't. And I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah.
It's all about, is this map actually possible? And it's a slow start for Masitas. They're trying to go for a late mid-pop after utility fades, and wow, I don't know how Kiza has gotten away with 2 kills there, especially that she was on 50 HP from the get-go because of spam, and that round is just finished. Jerza, they're in the right position to negate the pop. They're in the right roles, and then Kiza just kills them all.
I'm not even sure how she got the second one, if I'm being honest. We didn't have visibility on it. I thought it would be a one and done, but instead she's still standing right down to that fight you just saw. Finally is dropped. The thing is, it's only Seb left. He's on the wrong bomb site. So for all intents and purposes, we're looking at an 8th round here for Masitas and only a 1-round lead for Jerza going into another round where they're likely just going to be on the eco around the save day 1S.
That is if the A1S can be saved.
Yes.
It looks like it will be. Unless... Oh, no. I think I maybe spoke a bit too soon. Volulu and Flossie looking to maybe trade off each other, but Seb seems to have the right idea. Never mind. A 1-for-1 at the end there massively favors Masitas, because if you take a look at the economy for Jerza, sure, they'll be able to buy an MP9, a 5.7, maybe some armor, but nothing past that extent. And this should be a good roadmap for Masitas to even up the scoreline 9-9.
Alrighty. Yeah, not even the MP9, right? They're going exceptionally light. They want to be conservative. It looks like they want that AWP up and running for the next round in Seb's hands, which, I mean, makes sense. He was very good with it in the first half. 5.7s charging up, looking to get aggressive. 3 of them. Oh, they're not even watching our Masitas. They're lucky that Kiza turns around, but she only gets 1. Volulu managed to strike onto Seb, so they've diffused most of that push. And you see a player, the 3rd piece, was actually pushing back towards that B site. So it's okay. Calm down for now by Masitas. Still have to be a little bit wary of these pistols.
Yeah, I'm thinking about in the first half when Masitas won on a 5-7 round, right? So
yeah,
it's very probable. Kind of in the right position. Slayer and Ayala are both on the B bomb site, and it looks like it won't be... Yeah, it looks like it'll be fine. Sheena wasn't clearing the close corner, and I was actually scared that no one was going to clear Cubby, but they do, and that's going to be a 9-9 scoreline. A lot more contestable than I think both of us anticipated, and I don't know where to put that. Maybe did we think Jersey were going to be a little bit better than they were because we didn't, than they are rather, because I think we both in agreement of we don't really know where to place them in the ecosystem, but they have got some good results, but then they've got some roster changes and some substitutes, question mark. And then maybe was I a little bit too harsh on Masitas, and I haven't seen them in a month or two, and have they actually just improved leaps and bounds since that stage?
Possibly. I think it's a mix of both, more than likely. Also, we didn't expect Wanjo to be here, or not Wanjo.
Yeah, I mean...
yeah. not to say that he's been a problem, but it's just a very different squad now versus having that core of 3 players being in here with Zaki in the mix and Baby Rage and Slayer around him. You lose Zaki, so now you only have 2 of those players that led you to victory in Advanced in North America, which changes the complexion of the team entirely.
I'm just still confused about the whole, like, South American, North American thing.
Yeah.
But hey ho. Ooh, this is a faster play. And the CTAS rocking their way out of middle. Baby Rage gets good damage on the nade, but they just abuse the Molotov. They do not have a care in the world.
Holy moly.
And this looks like it's going to be double digits drawn in the sand for Masitas, which will be the first time they've taken the lead in this map since, like, round 4?
Yep, it was actually maybe round 5.
Give or take.
I think it was 3-2, right?
Yeah.
But either way, you're right. It's been a good while since Masitas have had that lead, and you see Slayer, Seb, and Ayala, they're already talking tail, getting out of here. It's these quick hits from Masitas that are just catching Jersey completely off guard. Or Jersey, I should say. It's quite impressive, honestly, and I was saying before, this is the key to their victory here for Masitas, is going for those fast, aggressive plays, and certainly they realized it as well. What a round to take, too, right? Because the guns are back out for Jerza, and you think, okay, maybe this is their chance to really start getting back into it. Masitas just absolutely deny them.
The save is good, though, because it means that money isn't necessarily an issue, so Jerza can kind of just write off that round. But those are things you can't necessarily do, and you can't take that for granted when it's now round 20, when we're getting into these later stages. And Masitas, a fast-paced play, it worked in the previous. They might look to replicate that now over towards the B-bomb side, as they are going straight through the Molo, and there's no one on the bomb site as Jerza play 2 players in cave.
We'll see if they can get back into this on the Jerza side. They've got a couple back and forth. It's very messy, chaotic around those smokes. And you see now, Flossie and Sheena, last 2 standing. They're trying to stick to the fuse. Oh no! Flossie surrounded. Ooh, took a step too far there towards Long B. Now it's all to Sheena, who gets the 2K down to a 1v1. Has the advantage, and Sheena clutches it out in the 1v3. Gets her 18th frag on the board, leads the charge for Masitas, and they've also got a 2-round lead in their favor.
That is a crazy round, culminated by a ridiculous clutch. And
Yes.
for Masitas, like, they get onto the B bomb site, but Jerza do very well to react accordingly and fight through cave. And then on top of that, you have the good rotations coming from CT. Masitas don't have any utility down really well anywhere, to be honest. And it did feel like that round had maybe fallen apart, and the scramble of chaos didn't work out in their favor. But that's when Sheena comes alive, is able to isolate the 3 kills, and also does so with sharp precision. This is their game for the taking now.
What
and
is
Armcam gets an
happening?
opening kill on a lackadaisical Ayala, who I'm not sure what the plan was there.
I'm not sure either. He just kind of walked out there into the open and didn't really have anything covered. Wasn't looking towards mid at all, and that's where the shots come through, I believe. Or maybe it was from the other side, but either way, there's a response from Slayer onto Flossie. Masitas don't have that much control. Maybe you could argue they've got some towards cave, and that's what they're going to try to exploit. You have Baby Rage and Wanjo waiting here.
A kill back does make this feel possible for Jerza, and they're also moving in the right way. Not much pressure's been applied towards that B bomb site, so now as they start to show presence towards A, the players are rotating, and effectively Seb might just be baited in massively. As his teammate is spamming through the smoke, they're searching for Seb, but then Slayer's spam through the smoke once again will prevail. And he just gets another one. Oh, it's all falling apart, and it's Seb to put the cherry on top. A double. So easy for him, because they were barely even looking at him. Slayer wins out that round, to be honest. Not Seb.
Yeah, no, definitely. Slayer was doing a great job there. I agree with you. Just from the position that he was in, it was very favorable, honestly, for him as a 10th round comes through for Jerza. I think what's maybe a little disappointing on my side is in these slower rounds, Masitas don't really have the util, I think, in terms of utilizing it correctly, right? They should have put more emphasis on that B site with utility, and then attracted attention in that direction, then go towards the A site if you're going to go for that slower approach. That's why the faster ones are working so well for them, because they don't have to think about that. And there you go again. Valulu walks out of Donut, gets the first, not the second though. Baby Rage, very good from Tree, although Flossie does eventually get 2 back. Bomb getting a planted here. 3v2 for Masitas. Got Wanjo and Ayala charging from the same angle, and well, Wanjo's gonna get 3. Oh my goodness, it felt like Masitas had that one, Freddy.
These last 3 rounds, chaos is an understatement.
Yeah.
You had the 1v3 from China. You had the smoke spam kills and the mid-round cool that didn't really go its way for Masitas, and then that retake where it felt like Masitas they did everything right. They got the bomb down in the 3 versus 2, but then Jerza just piled through that CT smoke. And I don't think it's the right play fundamentally, but it works out in their favor because Masitas didn't have the post plants in place, and Not Wanjo does get a little lucky that they do line up for him. But regardless, it's tied 11-11 going into round 23.
Insanity, to say the least. Masitas trying to sow some more chaos potentially into this map. But they do slow it down. Let's see how their util is going to be deployed. They don't have much of it, so they have to be very cautious and very careful, I should say, about the way they deploy it. Flossie and Valulu going in towards mid. Slayer and Baby Rage waiting here. They've got a pretty good crossfire. And yeah, Baby Rage gets the opener on Flossie. Does take a lot of damage afterwards. I believe that's from Valulu. But he's still safe to get away thanks to that smoke that was tossed. And can just play around it. Oh, but Valulu catches him.
Finally does go down. We've seen this default before from Masitas. And last time, it was when Kiza just got 2 from Shell. And it was because Jersa played aggressive in mid. This time they play more passive, and it's the late round aggression down lane that ultimately pays dividends. Jersa had no control in towards cave, but it didn't matter. And now Valulu and Kiza are going to try and somehow unfold this 2 versus 4. The bomb is in their possession. They do get 1 down towards ramp, and they will be able to tap those digits in. But just look at how close Jerza is, and Not Wanjo even spams through the wall to deny the planter any freedom afterwards. And Jerza just crunched. Really good rotations and very good mid-round calling after switching up how they play their default and not getting as aggressive towards middle and not giving those kills away early on.
Honestly, Jerza have dominated the mid rounds, right? Like, I think we can say that confidently, even with such a close scoreline. The reason it's close is because there haven't been mid rounds when Masitas have gone fast, right? They just get those opening frags and then it's over. But once Masitas have slowed it down, Jerza gained that advantage, it seems, as the seconds tick away, right? So anyway, look, we're in round number 24. Masitas have 11, 1-round victory here, and they will push it to overtime. I say they have to go back to their bread and butter, need to go back to an aggressive quick play, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Maybe catch a player off. Seb is watching to get Kiza. Lulu's hoping for something. Looks the wrong way, though, and that will cost her. Flossie gets the trade, but they're already losing the bodies. Sheena lost as well. Means that it will be a 4v2 in favor of Jerza. Goes down to a 3v2, so there's the frag here for Flossie, but they're not long for this world, and Ayala ends the map. Jerza do end up victorious here on Ancient, but it was very close, Freddie, and I think much closer than we expected. I just feel like Masitas went away from what was working for them, and that's why they end up losing here.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned quite rightly in the previous, it was when we went into those mid rounds, that's when it felt like when Masitas, when they went from lane to A and they pivoted, which is a sound call to be making.
Yes.
If you put the right pressure elsewhere on the map to make sure that rotations just aren't there, right? And then when they do try to pick up the pace, which was working previously for them, corners aren't being cleared. And yeah, it all fell apart. But ultimately, when I step back from this map, I feel like it's a really good result from Masitas, putting Jerza all the way to the full 24 rounds. And it does make me actually feel a bit more hopeful for Dust 2, because as I said in the pregame, when I think you asked me about the vetoes, I think I said that it doesn't change my opinion, but I'm definitely feeling a little bit more hopeful for Dust 2. I have seen many times, it's the common trend for me where the underdog will do well on map 1, not quite get it over the line, and then the team that's the favorite then wakes up in the second map. I think that's a very common trend. So I'm split between those two minds as of now. I guess we'll just have to see. Dust 2 is up next on the docket. It's the first round of the Swiss stage, so no real problem if Masitas do fall out 2-0 in this series, but it'll be interesting to see if they can still maintain that level of competition going on to Dust 2, and we'll be finding out what the score is on map 2 after this break.
All right, we're back into it here. Jerza coming out with a pretty tightly contested win in the end on the first map of Ancient, 13-11. We head on to Dust 2, and Masitas won both pistol rounds, we can't forget. So maybe they can pull off some pistol magic again here to open things up. But unfortunately for them, whoa, 2 frags simultaneously by Not Wanjo and Baby Rage. And that's a firm no, I would say, on that pistol round.
I don't want to step on your toes, but Mercedes did lose the first pistol round, but it was the 2 versus 2, if you remember. Like when it looked like Mercedes were going to win it. But when Mercedes did win the pistol round in the second half, that's what then kind of spiraled them to win the vast majority of their rounds. Like when they won 7 basically in a row, that was all from the pistol round. So the pistol round victory was evidently very important for Mercedes, so they're not going to have that equity now.
Man, I was absolutely convinced they took pistol.
It was when, like, I think, like, Velulu got... It was like a 5v3, and then it just kind of all went a bit wrong.
Well, that one didn't get to a 5v3. It just went wrong right away.
That is rough.
There's not much to say there. It's a 5v3.
Yeah.
In favor of Jersey. Let's leave it at that.
5v2. I was going to say... Was Hancho technically on for the ace? Technically?
I guess so. Yeah. Would have been if the TK doesn't come through. But well, that's all she wrote for the round. 2-0 in favor of Jerza. We go into round number 3. Masitas will have the guns out here, and one thing they found success on Ancient was getting aggressive, going out fast. And I mean, that's a pretty typical approach for a lot of teams here on Dust 2. Maybe not at this level, but you know, you just go rush B, rush long A, take a play, take a fight. So we'll see what Masitas decide to do here. It looks like they want to go out quickly towards long. There's the flashbang. I'm not sure how effective it was. There's an incendiary thrown immediately afterwards, so they will have to back off of that approach for now. It goes back to the slower rounds, which did not favor Masitas on Ancient.
Yeah, it was the mid rounds we were talking about quite a lot, right?
Yes.
That's where Jerza normally came out on top with the rotations, and also just Masitas getting maybe a little bit lackadaisical in their approaches, with like corners being cleared and whatnot. But this scout is just peppering shots, and it does actually hit a headshot, which then forces China to go a bit faster maybe than she would have wanted, and the flashbang coordination just not quite what she would have wanted. So as the dust settles, it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Jerza, and Masitas trying to poke and prod at the extremities, which is only going to favor the CT side, as Slayer has the bomb right in his grasp.
That was a tough approach for Flossie, honestly, because that smoke was pretty deep, and it gives Jerza a chance to see around it. So she goes down for free. Velulu does get a trade eventually, but it will only be 1 and Seb immediately dropping her afterwards. Akiza, last one standing, 1v3. We saw Sheena do it over on Ancient, but Kiza does not even have enough for the first. Slayer will get that, and Jerza off to a flawless start.
That's a good... So, yeah, it was... I was saying at the end of map 1 that Masitas Dust 2's evidently their better map, one of their best maps. This is the only map in Eastern Impact they had continuous success. In the series they won, and the only other map they won outside of that series was Dust 2 against Oplano. A very good team, bear in mind. I think the namesake almost proves that. Like, it's not going to be Oplano for nothing, right? But then Jerza are evidently the favorites, and you see in a lot of games, I see it honestly all the time. I think it's one of the most common trends where a underdog team contends really well map 1, and then map 2, it's like the favorites then wake up. So I'm split between 2 minds, and I haven't seen enough yet to make a decision. But it is a really good start from Jerza, and they are looking quite crisp early on. That was a Tech 9 round from Masitas. They do get some space, do get 2 kills, but that's all that they will be able to write home about.
Yeah. So we'll see here. If I would say this is the critical round here for Masitas to at least, even if they lose it, to be competitive, right? Like see that they can actually fight against Jerza here on Dust 2. If they're not competitive, then I think, your prediction of, the underdog being a little less successful after being close on map number 1, that trend could continue. Anyway, there's a couple of nades tossed down towards long. Baby Rage waiting. Not throwing the smoke just yet, but now we'll throw a late one as he spots, I believe, a Masitas player over in the tunnels, and that could push Masitas completely out of Upper Tungsten. It does. Oh, that's unfortunate there. Through the smoke, not Wanjo catches Flossie. That's a 5v3.
Yeah, I think it was...
excuse me.
I think it was when the smoke was fading. I'm not really entirely sure, to be honest.
We can see.
But Masitas trying to force their way out of the middle. Wanjo has to reload the AWP and back off slightly. Sheena, this is a great position. It's advanced, but she needs to be careful because they can just crunch onto her. So that's why she decides to maybe relinquish that control. And as Jerza retake middle, they kind of trap Masitas as of now in towards Xbox and short, but Slayer overextends. And with this mid to B smoke, it's going to draw not Wanjo away, which then allows Masitas a little bit more breathing room as they try to walk up short, but they just walk through a smoke with no flashbang, and Seb gets the easiest pick of his life, and now support can come in.
All right, but an opportunity here for Masitas to get a bomb plant. Is it going to go through? Yes, it is. Not even a jump peek there from Jerza or an attempt at it. Nade lands at the feet of Seb, does quite a bit of damage, and then the follow-up utility really keeps him planted in that spot, allowing Armcam to get a equalizer frag down to a 3v3. Sheena and Armcam both towards Cat, and Valulu playing a Gandalf. This could get very interesting. Jerza obviously realizing the Gandalf player's there, but Sheena's doing work. There we go. Masitas 3v1. Not Wanjo really has very little chance to come out with a win here, and he won't. Great shooting from Sheena and Armcam.
Yeah, Sheena, if you remember, was the reason why I'd say Masitas got the majority of their rounds because of the 5-7 plays, the consistency on the T side on Ancients. But that's a really good round from Masitas at the end. The prelim to that was them not getting any map control, feeling a little bit stuck, but then Slayer overextends. And then because of that, they're able to get the bomb down, even though that Seb puts it into another advantage for Jerza. Masitas then played the 3 versus 4 post plant, and Jerza maybe just a little bit overzealous. And that round feels like that's the theme, right? They just get a little bit over aggressive, and Masitas, they just play right Counter-Strike. Jerza walk into their welcoming embrace, and it's Masitas on the board for the first time on Dust 2, and they're changing their approach here. But because they've complete left middle, and I'm not sure if they're going to throw anything towards middle, this might feel a little bit obvious for what's happening.
Yeah, you could be right. I think Jerza are realizing that. 3 players flooding in towards long. Masitas will have their hands full. They charge up, spam through the smoke both ways, but it's Flossie, surprisingly, to get the opener there onto a not Wanjo off of the platform at long. And, I mean, they have to be careful if they even try to re-aggress here into this position, because Flossie has a pretty advantageous look. Oh, they overlook Car! Yala gets one for free, but a good reaction from Pisa. That said, it is even numbers with Seb finding one more. And Seb now looking to find his way back towards that A site. Does he get another frag before the bomb's planted? No, but the pressure is on for Masitas.
They've thrived in this experience before, and even though the smokes have missed, it maybe even favors Masitas, and each player adds a kill to their tally. That was a really nice 3 versus 3, where again, Jerza feel very split up, and Masitas capitalize upon that.
Yeah, it's been disjointed for Jerza on certain occasions, and great for Masitas to find a win in a round that did go a little slower. We criticized the mid-rounding before, and maybe the smokes, the utility wasn't necessarily on point, but the shots were. As Masitas steal another one away. And you look at Jerza just onto pistols now. No one's towards the B site. They're stacking long, so if Masitas just walk out towards B, they've got the round.
And there you go. Bomb planted on the B bomb site. Jerza make the wrong gamble call. They wanted to have the flash set up for long, so if Masitas came out long, then Jerza would just, or sorry, not Juanjo, would specifically double flash his USBs around the corner. That never happens. And so because of that, we have another contestable early stage in this second map.
No kill bonus here for Masitas, but I don't think they'll be too fussed about that at all. They've got a third round under their belts. One away from knotting things up. We'll see if Jerza awakens here in their second proper gun round. Because I believe the first one that Masitas got was just the bonus round where they had the weapons carried over from the eco and from the force buy and the anti-eco. But now, they will have the guns once more. 2 A4s, 2 A1Ss, and the FAMAS. On the other side, Masitas, they got everything they could want, and Armcam almost collects one in the first 5 seconds. Baby Rage lucky to be alive with 8 HP, thanking the door for absorbing a lot of that damage.
Don't see that too often.
Yeah.
It's always fun to see, though. It always has a little bit more flair to Dust 2, right?
Yes.
Who's got the quickest reaction? Because it goes both ways, CT and T. You can get caught off on both sides, and mostly it's been actually Juanjo who's been catching off the Ts with the AWP from doors. But that's a nice little bit of damage advantage. And the CTAS setting themselves up potentially for 4. But Jerza, they're changing up their approach, and they're going to get aggressive towards short. They're not going to allow this space to be taken away for free, but they do need to be careful of the long play that's starting to encroach.
Yella. 2 others for Jerza waiting at cat. Sheena gets the first, the second, maybe the third too. No. Finally shut down by Seb, who does equalize the numbers, but HP-wise, very much in favor of Masitas. They've also got the space up ramp. Nice nade toss towards Seb to keep him at bay. Bomb going to be planted here. Post plant 3v3 for Masitas. Let's see if they can be a little cleaner than they were previously. Oh, as I say that, Seb pops around the corner and nails a couple of shots to the head of Balulu. Slayer, oh, nice flash throw by Baby Rage, but he couldn't spot an Armcam, although does end up getting the frag. Jesus got 2 and doesn't realize there's a third player from the exact same angle, and that is the 8 HP Baby Rage, the player that Armcam shot through the door at the beginning of the round.
God, that's got to feel bad.
Yeah.
Armcam gets the damage, little pop-up, and it's like, oh, that's the player I tagged at the beginning of the round. Oh, that's a rough one. And to be honest, Masitas has been good on these post plants, right? Like I'm pretty sure majority, 2 of their 3 rounds has been an A site post plant, and it's looked good. But here it's the heads up play from Jerza, and the big difference is because they actually play together. It's the flash through the smoke. It's not what we've seen previously, where it has felt very individualistic. And even though Jerza, it's janky with the short aggression. I feel like I have a lot of questions about why they just threw a flashbang to be like, hey, we're here. But it's good rotations, a good retake, good communication. And Masitas, this time they're taking long very quickly. Previously, when they've taken long, they've slowed down, right? But now they're just going.
An airburst molly is not going to help there, but no one's at car, so it's okay. They are going fast. This is when they've won their T rounds, honestly, even going back to Ancient. There's a great Molotov thrown for Gandalf. They force a player out, but Ayala still getting one in that situation actually is not that bad, especially considering he has the disadvantage with the MP9 versus the AKs. Another Molotov frag here for Jerza. Seb burning one to a crisp. Gives them the man advantage on this retake. Armcam trying to throw a pop flash here for Flossie to take advantage of, but that's already faded away as a possibility. That said, Sheena and Flossie get a couple of nice ones, and Sheena, honestly, she's been one of the best T-sided players for Masitas so far throughout this series. Time ticking away here, and not Juanjo. Doesn't have time, honestly. Even if he hits this shot, I think it's done, and it is. It will be Masitas taking another T-side round.
Honestly, if Juanjo had maybe just stuck the bomb there,
yeah,
Armcam didn't seem too fussed in exactly getting an angle straight away, but it's Masitas making up for their troubles in the previous. They lost an A post plant, but they win their third. out of the 4 rounds they've got has all been an A site post plant. And to be honest, it's just the opening kills where Jerza, they're spamming smokes, they're trying to go through. What worked for them last time? Flashing through, making the plays together. What didn't work once again this time is, yeah, they just kind of playing very one-dimensional. And it's easy for Mercedes just to pluck off those players. So for Jerza, I feel like this is very worrying for them because they maybe will have to start putting a little bit more presence and numbers towards their A bomb site. So Mercedes have conditioned that a lot because they're just winning every post plant. Never faked anything. Their depth in this matchup could now really rise if they just start in these next 3 rounds playing with their food a little bit.
Well, not much available for Jerza here. There's a Zeus for not Wanjo. Not sure where he's playing with that, but...
Hell yeah.
Oh, there he goes. Zeus?
Oh.
No.
I saw the vision.
Yeah. I did too. Doesn't materialize though, and neither will this round for Jerza. We're going to be knotted up at 5. And Maceda's, again, making a case for themselves.
Yeah, it's against the eco, so it's kind of the result you'd expect, but it's done so cleanly,
overall,
and that's
right?
the main thing, right? Especially when we look at the next 2 rounds coming up. If Mercedes do potentially lose this round, well, there's going to be money still left in the bank account for round 12. I wonder what Jerza do, because they have got aggressive in parts of the map, but it's been those post plants. So do they just... I mean, I don't know why they just take... Why they haven't taken tunnels control before, really, ever. And even though it's a bit of missed utility from Valulu... Oh, this is fast. They're just running out the B-bomb site. Baby Rage, support is great. That flashbang blinds them all as they stream out. Slayer's able to get 1. And it's a 3 versus 4. The utility will allow for the bomb to get planted. But it's taking its time. And the Molotovs are being used incorrectly. And the bomb still hasn't gone down.
Yeah, they got to get this bomb planted fast. Here we go. Finally, we'll go down to dirt. I'm surprised Jerza don't capitalize in those moments to try and find their way into the bomb site. But they're going to wait a little bit longer. Util's running dry. Only a smoke and a flash left. Armcam really exposed, honestly, unnecessarily, I would say, but gets away with it, so she's fine. Falls back, Valulu, the frag onto not Wanjo. They continue to spam through the smoke. I don't know how, but the Cetas have somehow managed to get back into this one.
I mean, yeah, because like I'm completely with there, with you when you said like, oh, Armcam very aggressive position. I can understand the methodology of like 3 versus 4. You want to try and get a kill to eradicate the offset, give your team maybe a sliver and an advantage. But you know, it's the B bomb site. It's like the hardest bomb site ever to retake,
exactly.
and it's shown there. I don't know how Masitas are 3 alive at the end of the round. For sure, though.
Exactly.
I simply don't know. And it's another retake for Jerza. What? Like, just what's happening? Literally, 4 of the rounds, 2 have been eco. The other 4, all post plants. And all, like, not 1v1 post plants. It's been like, oh, yeah, the round's over because Jerza just kind of run at them.
It's a bit odd, to say the least. We'll get an opener here from not Wanjo.
This is what they need. They need to make sure the bomb just, like, doesn't go down.
Exactly. It feels like the opposite is happening here from Ancient, right? Because in post-plant situations on Ancient, it felt like Jerza on CT side were able to continually retake, and Masitas didn't really have anything to offer. And now, no, Masitas are shutting them down, and Jerza are the ones who look lost when they're trying to get those retakes going. I mean, Armcam should have been punished when she was peeking aggressively there out of the window, right? I agree with you. You know, sometimes you have to try and find a frag in a 3-4 situation, but it is the B bomb site, and usually you can batten down the hatches and just wait for fights. It's interesting, but they do have a chance here to get a 6 on the board, and it looks like they aren't going to waste it here, Freddie.
Yeah, it's looking a lot more convincing, and these are the type of rounds that I was wanting to see out of Jerza, but also a little bit surprised from Masitas, because you can just look at where everyone's died, right? Like, it feels very all over the place. What's worked for Masitas? death ball Counter-Strike, just all like 5 or 4 players together, and that hasn't. For some reason, I didn't do it this round, and I think it was a criticism that you were making on Ancient. They changed up their play, and it was like, oh, so you just stopped what was working. Regardless, though, I think after the early stages of this map, for 4-0 at a minimum, right?
Yes.
Ending it 6-6 from Masitas, a really good comeback, and now if they win a second pistol round, they can try and mimic their performance from map 1, where that ended up spiraling into 7 out of 8 rounds being won for the Argentines.
All right, Masitas, what do you got for us? What can you do in this second half? Tied scoreline, definitely, like you said. I mean, the fact of the matter is, even though they do lose a frustrating one, I'd say for themselves there in that last round, they still had the lead. They still managed to come back after only having 0 rounds, right? Like you said, 4-0 and get these 6. So I think they're in a pretty good spot. I think Jerza are the ones who should be a little bit concerned with the way they played there in all the post-plan situations. Lackadaisical, disjointed, didn't feel like they were taking fights as a team, weren't setting themselves up to be with the spacing for trades. So they're going to have their hands full going on towards this T side. Masitas a chance to steal away a map. Like you said, though, I think it starts with pistol.
This is gonna be a big round for both sides, to be honest. And the T side faking out presence towards long, but the bomb and 3 players are in towards tunnels. That long play is going to force Armcam to get aggressive in tunnels, and whoa, that is a zinger. Unfortunately, can't get away and is somewhat alone. In the meantime, a lurk in middle is also causing a bit of pandemonium. Kiza might have just saved the day, though. She's not only dropped the bomb, but is allowed for rotations. And look at Jerza. There's 1 player in tunnels, Seb, and the other 2 are in top mid.
What is happening? That's the bomb, too. And they took the bomb. Taking an engagement by itself is just not great. Now they can't really get back to upper tunnels. That's actually a really good deep smoke thrown by Masitas to gain control of upper tunnels and prevent anyone from really coming through, or at least make them think twice if they want to. Still not done, of course, but I'm just surprised they're going for fights alone.
In the theme so far this series, isn't it? Of just like,
yeah.
This map specifically, I guess, has been like the retakes has just all been like, oh, so you did 1 retake that was perfect, and then you just changed it up ever since. But this was a pistol round that looked like it was going well for Jerza. It was a 4 versus 3, and then it all just kind of fell apart. And it's a very simple tap-in for Masitas, and without the bomb going down as well for the T side, this is going to be a rough start to the second half for them. It's going to allow Masitas to break away a little bit.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, Jerza, no bomb plant, like you said, means no buy up here. Masitas should have an easy time of it. Maybe a pistol upgrade in the mix here for Jerza. Yeah, you see the Deagle for Slayer, but outside of that, just the Glocks, no utility, no armor. Maybe they'll try deathballing out in one direction. As it stands, no. They want to wait for pushes to come their way, defaulting with Glocks. Finally, they decide, okay, this isn't going to work. Let's group up towards mid. Maybe Cat will be the destination. A little bit of a fight towards long, but any extended engagement definitely favors Masitas here. All right.
Brrr goes the MP9s.
Yeah.
Cha-ching goes their bank accounts. $2,400 so far. Let's make it 3K. That's a nice little round from Kiza. That, those rounds can always go wrong. So cleaned up nicely. Got a bit of injection of economical prosperity. And it's 8-6. The first gun round to see what Jerza are going to be able to provide on this T side.
I think this round going to be critical for Jerza. They don't find something, a bomb plant, some space onto one of these sites. think Masitas could potentially take control of Dust 2. Oh, wow. An opener right away. Upper tons aggression. Panning out an arm cam. Gets the second as well. Upgrade to an AK. That is shocking.
It's crazy. Like, okay, the first one, sure. The second one, I don't know. And then Wanjo gets a little bit lucky that China pulls out utility when she does. Gives her position away. Surely they don't throw away the 5 versus 3. Surely not. Just look at Jerza as well. They're everywhere, but together. The bomb's in T-spawn, and Wanjo's dying on the A bomb site, basically.
What is this? Like, it's the most disjointed play. It
Welcome
doesn't make
to
sense.
Brazil.
I guess so. Armcam catches Seb, Flossie onto Slayer, and it just feels like they might be throwing this one away. After such a strong start, too, it's been a 9-2 run for Masitas.
Wow, yeah, and whoa. I honestly was not expecting this game to even be contestable, let alone for a 3-mapper. But I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. I'm so happy to be proven wrong. But I'm very disappointed in the performance we've seen out from Jerza. A core that have won ESEA Advanced are not looking like a team that I would have thought had that capabilities. And this is a really nice clean up from China. A labored spray, though, not able to get the third, which means this still is a 3 versus 3. But it's a bold decision to just run around the corner. And Armcam will collect an information on the second, as Kiza rightfully gets the identification onto Baby Rage, and Ayala up for a 1 versus 3. No bullets in the AK, spams through before he has to reload. He's got no armor. He's also being wrapped around. Flossie's coming in through the back lines, sure to end him in his tracks momentarily. Okay.
It's done. Yeah. Ayala down for the count. Masitas double digits, 4-round lead. Jerza, they were on the back foot on Ancient. We thought they could come through and maybe have this dominant scoreline here on Dust 2, but no. Masitas, that chaos, that quick, aggressive play, it's been working out for them enough. Not just enough. I mean, they've got 10 rounds. It's insane to see this come through on their side. But now they have the real test up against the guns. Say that, but arm them. Another opening frag. Slayer gone. That's in the first 15 seconds. And now you see Flossie with the chance at an advantage in the engagement. Sees the player, throws the nade forward. Kiza at Cat. Oh, is dropped. Ayala, great shot, but China's right here to maybe get something back. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be tough.
Needs to be careful. Yeah, she's not going to get away for free. And I understand China's thought process there of like trying to go and trade out your teammate and trying to be supportive, but just comes a little bit too little too late. And because that gets caught off guard. So Jerza have the advantage. The bomb needs to get over towards A, and that might be a little bit easier said than done, as Valulu could just drop it in Longhouse, and she does.
Okay. That's what they needed.
And her teammates are there now.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. No utility left either for Jerza, so they're just going to have to win fights. And there is an incendiary and a smoke on the Sita's side. They should have the advantage, but oh no, not Wanjo managed to get in there to get one, and Ayala another, leaving it all up to Armcam, who does get a shot through the door onto Ayala. Op versus Op. Seb not going to get the AK off the ground, surprisingly. Just wanted the bomb. Armcam playing the long game here. She will upgrade to the AK. Seb trying to get to the bomb safe fast. He can't do it. And Armcam clutches out the 1v1. Masitas on to 11.
I mean, it was definitely a little bit touch and go for Masitas.
Yes.
You were saying they had a smoke and mollo. They choose not to use them. It does get a little bit tricky, but ultimately that was a 3 versus 4 where it looked like everything had gone wrong. Masitas had lost the, they'd lost the bomb site, but the bomb dropped in Spawn, which we've seen before, is the vulnerability for Jerza. And Masitas, that is just a fantastic round to be pulling off. And now we turn our attention over towards Long. There's only 2 players here for Masitas, but they're able to come away with a hefty advantage, and Valulu gets away. A 4 versus 2, and as Baby Rage tries to poke and prod, the extremities will not shut down, and Seb, they know he's towards long. He's trapped and eliminated. It's 12 for Masitas. They are looking so dominant on Dust 2.
I mean, this is just, yeah, absolute and total shutdown by Masitas towards Jerza on this second half. 6 in a row. Jerza don't have a single round, and now they're down to what could be their last. That was a dominant win, too, up against Guns. Masitas, can they be stopped is the question here on their CT side, or are we bound for a map 3 on Anubis that I think it's fair to say here, Freddie, that neither of us was expecting us to get there?
Yeah, and I will hold my hands up in the air and say I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting Dust 2 to look like this either, especially after Jerza going 4-0 up and then losing 2 rounds in the next 14. Sorry, winning 2 rounds in the next 14. Mercedes has been all over them. But it is looking like Jerza are fighting back. Armcam had the opportunity with the AWP to cause some chaos, but only able to get 1. Kiza, let's not write her out. A 1 versus 3, and the bomb still has a bit of time before it makes its way to the side. A Molotov will impede her progression. She fights through Ayala, not giving her the jewel, and Seb still taking his time, making sure to drop utility before he decides to plant.
Yeah, I think Kiza's going to rotate all the way around towards long and hope that they don't expect it. Unfortunately for her, there is a player that's going to be watching and hearing all of this. Probably dead. No, Kiza wins the fight. Ayala had all the time in the world to line up the shot. But Kiza does go down in the end to Seb's op. Another crazy round. Jerza hang on by the skin of their teeth.
Ooh. I honestly believed. And what's rough is that the flashbang missed. It didn't go over the wall. And I've got a feeling that if that flashbang maybe had soared over, I don't know. A lot of if, buts, and maybes. But regardless, this is the first round in a while that Jerza have won. So I'm not feeling too scared. Also considering that this was a round only won with 1 alive, Baby Rage is on a Tech 9, there's a Galil, and there's people with no utility. So it's not even like it's a great buy for Jerza either.
Yeah, it's very much still possible for Masitas to close this one out right here. They got the crossfire in mid, and Sheena doesn't even need it. She just takes that fight immediately with not Wanjo. And there's that edge they wanted. Jerza really haven't gained the space, and as has been the case for the majority of this half, they're all separated, taking individual fights. Maybe there's a couple you could argue that are grouped up here into mid, but the rest need to find a path in that leads to tradable scenarios, which is a fundamental, of course. Nice shot there on the Jerza side to force Armcam back, but they don't get the cleanup, not the frag just yet.
And that's important. Having Arm come alive on the AWP can be pivotal. But in the meantime, for Lulu, who's previously won rounds from that position, falls without a fight. And Sheena, now the only defender on the A bomb site, a lumbered spray onto the Tech 9, sliding across her screen, means it's actually going to be quite an easy cleanup for Jerza after they lost that opening altercation.
I mean, this is the second time the Masitas have been nursing a lead, right? And it was on Ancient with 11-9. You felt like they could take that, and then Jerza just wins out the last 4 rounds and take it. It would be a heartbreaker for Masitas if Jerza pushes this to OT after how dominant they've been on their CT side. I don't know if we can talk about it just yet as a possibility, but, you know, that has to be in the back of their minds.
It's always going to be in the back of your minds.
Yeah.
I don't really know what I would do with this economy right now for Masitas. I would say play more safe. 2,400 loss bonus next round. Flossie can get, China can drop an AWP with the money that she has. If she doesn't buy too much, she's buying quite a lot. I think they still might get an AWP out. But yeah, I think the eco call, the save call is a good idea. Maybe would have liked to see less purchase on China, so she could have got the AWP out for a teammate, which I don't think is going to be a possibility when I take a glance at the economy right now. Unless Flossie doesn't die. Or they might just win the round out. That could work.
Ooh, oh no.
Yeah.
That should be 3 versus 3.
Oh boy, yeah. Well, it's okay overall for Masitas, I would say, because they're gonna have a bye from next round anyway. But that, yeah, could have been a 3v3. Could have been a lot better, and Jerza just sweep them away for their 8th.
Yeah, and just kind of look at this. It's like, was it worth China buying a smoke flash 5/7 armor? Because that Armcam doesn't have an AWP. And okay, Armcam's not exactly taking over the server with her AWP, but she's had impact. And having an AWP is just so pivotal to, as not necessarily someone who gets the kills, but gets the space and creates that control. So I think not having Armcam on the AWP is a big negative, and it's not worth investing into an eco round. So 12-9. I don't believe in overtime just yet. I think this round could sway me. This round is the one where I would start to believe.
Yeah, I mean, the loss bonus is still going to rack up leading into that final round of play if we get there for Masitas, because it'll be 3,400 after this one. But I agree. This is the pivotal point. Jerza just grouped up together here into the upper tunnels. No one on B for Masitas. So if Jerza goes out here, it's a free bomb site for them. Smoke gonna get tossed, but no one's here. Yeah, that smoke is thrown. Flossie gets some visibility, but whiffs on the shots. Unfortunate there, and Masitas have no one really present at the moment to go back into the site. That does change very quickly. Do they have the util? Yeah. It's still gonna be difficult though.
Ooh, that's a good flash.
That's a great flash. Okay.
Oh.
It was a great flash, but they got wiped away over at the double doors. Unfortunate again, and Jerza win the pivotal round. No one dies, and they have turned on the afterburners here at the late point in the map.
Yeah, that's the retake we were talking about. Especially on Ancient, that it was like, oh, didn't look like a great retake, and it's kind of feels like it's a similar theme.
Yeah.
12-10. I'm starting to get scared. Yeah, I'm starting. I'm like officially scared now. Because it's pistols for Masitas, or is Volulu just gonna kill them all by herself? Very unlikely. I respect, but there is a very quick flank, at least. That's now been spotted. This will be a 12-11. I think overtime.
Probably, which is not good for Masitas, right? Because it was 12-6. They were looking strong on their holds and everything was great. And now you just see Jerza walking through them looking like an entirely different team, to be frank. Kiza, nothing. All right, well, 12-11. Last chance for Masitas. They will have the op back, though. You were talking about that, and I think that's going to be an important piece for them. Not only one, but two. Ooh. Double op coming through. Kiza with the secondary op. This could be a 13th for Masitas with this type of setup. It depends on how they deploy the ops. I would imagine they're going to have one towards mid and one towards long. This is the best positions to have them in, I would say. But, yeah, I mean, I guess back to my original point before I saw a double op, Armcam has been most effective with the AWP in her hands, right? So I think that's going to be very beneficial for Masitas. Not to mention, China has been the best fragger. We thought it would be Flossie, but China's the one who's really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, Flossie, I don't know. I remember when at the start of the CCT-related Impact, it was like, whoa, this is a really, who's this? This is a great player. And then I think it did become a little bit more hit and miss as the season went on. But she's definitely a player that I don't know, she got tenure, that's for sure. She's been around for a long time, but not active within all of that. But I do love a double AWP. I do love having one AWP roam and then one on the B bomb site. And it's great if you've got an AWP on the B bomb site. Issue is, if you get just like full executed on, you're kind of screwed. It's kind of, it's like one of those things where you can certainly catch off kills, and if people don't go about things the right way, you can really, you can do really well. But yeah, if you get rushed or flex featured on, it's pretty hard.
All right, looks like we've got everything sorted here. Technical timeout is over. Round number 24 for a second straight map. Masitas have managed to push Jerza to the limit, and I would argue here that Jerza are doing it to Masitas because they were the ones up 12-6.
Yes.
Double up coming through. Kiza? Yep.
I was going to say, one AWP spotted, the other AWP is over towards long. So I think that's more what you were saying, right?
Yes. I think that's the setup that was best for Masitas, or the best decision for them. Thing is, I don't know if they're expecting the op towards long as well. That's the big piece that Jerza could get caught off guard with. It won't last long, but certainly a possibility. Missed shots from Kiza. And not Wanjo's made his way up Cat. Still a lot of time for Jerza to work with.
Also, Masitos have hunkered down a little bit more over towards B. But that's because the Lulu's just push long. So now Jerza have to go towards B, and there's Kiza just sitting on the back of the bomb site. It's taken full 23 rounds, but in the blink of an eye, Jerza's come back eviscerated. Baby Rage, some nice shots. Oh my god. Okay, that's 3 kills in quick succession, and also Baby Rage hasn't taken a lick of damage. He is being held for, and it does matter. Armcam returns us to normality, and that got very close for a second, but regardless, it's Masitas who force us to a third map in this main Swiss first stage round.
That is insane, honestly. I thought they were going to get it sooner, but they still get it. I think that's the important part. Like, it doesn't go to overtime. Masitas closes out in regulation. We get to Anubis, and I have absolutely no idea what to expect now, Freddie, when we go on to this third map. I would argue maybe strategically that Masitas might have a disadvantage, but at the same time, I haven't necessarily been impressed on the other side with what Jerza's brought to the table. So I think we're going to see another very close affair between these two teams going on to that third map, and the possibility for what would be a considerable upset victory if Masitas take this. We'll have to see if it comes through, Freddie. We got to take a break first, guys. But when we come back, we'll have Anubis for you. All right, a little bit of an extended break, but it's because we've got a new addition, well, an old addition that's coming back to play again here with Jerza, and it's Zaki back into the action. Not Wanjo is gone, and this is the core we were talking about and kind of hyping up, right, coming into the series that we thought could be effective. So we'll see what kind of a difference he can make.
Gonna be an explosive B execute, and the T side will get control, but arm cam? Okay, I didn't see that smoke, and I was almost very confused for a second while they were applying for connector. But some nice shots coming out from Kiza. The question is it going to make a difference? They're taking the fight to arm cam, and that's a really nice heads-up play from Jerza, which, from my perspective, is the round-winning play. There is a kit on for Lulu, and oh my god, the shots are connected. Ayala, 1 versus 2, but this bomb's just being stuck, and even though Ayala gets both of the kills, the kit value is through the roof.
unbelievable turn of events in that round, and I guess Zaki's not going to be able to change the chaotic pace of this series as Masitas pull off another pistol under the nose of Ayala. I thought he had that one hook, line, and sinker when he comes around and catches the diffuser, catches the first defending diffuser, but it's just that kit, like you mentioned, making the difference, and we go into the second round with Jerza on the back foot here of an Anubis map that, of course, favors that T side. I've seen my fair share recently, actually, of CT sides being more effective for both teams, but that still feels like the exception over the rule.
This map, I just never know sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think it's always a safe bet to look at the T side and think of them to be the more potent side, right? But
yes.
I've seen and I've been a part of comebacks on the CT side, so you know it always is possible. It's just sometimes a little bit less likely. But regardless, getting a good start on the CT side, you can it's just a safe bet to say that's a fundamentally very good position to be in. And up against the Eagles, it's just all about keeping this clean. And Valulu, a very exposed position, only good for the first. I don't think it's a worry of how many kills she got or didn't get. It's just more losing players and losing a second. And okay, it doesn't have the most weight to it, but the CT side economy can be fickle, and you just want to make sure you're keeping as many alive as possible, especially if Zoki is back in the roster. And I think it's safe to say that Jerza would be looking a little bit more stronger, maybe, even though there's so much history of the last two maps.
Well, certainly. I mean, I think Zaki is a boost, though, to Jerza, right? In terms of his firepower potential over not Wanjo. We don't really know. Like, let's be fair. We don't know what he offers as a player because we hadn't really seen him up until this series. But I think having more history on Zaki, knowing that he can be a strong player with this roster, having helped them make it to those NA Advanced Finals, I feel like if anything's going to start tilting things in their favor, it'll be him. I still don't know, though, because the Masitas have found a rhythm that neither of us expected, and they're looking quite good in the early goings already here. Valulu gets the opener, and the follow-up. Oh, my goodness, no trade in sight. They're trying to aggress from the other side of the site. It works. Slayer gets a couple back, and now they've got control.
They've got control, but the bomb is down middle. So
they don't have to, you're right,
it's a very awkward position to be in, where Slayer does live up to his namesake, and he's definitely given them an opportunity. China, is that 1-for-1 what Masitas needed in that situation?
I'm not sure, honestly. It's tough to say.
Neither.
They still got the bomb, though, at the very least, as the incendiary is going to burn away here. Seb, good smoke. I mean, that isolates an angle. Maybe not as much as he was hoping for because it's a little too deep, perhaps. Masitas want to aggress. Grenade toss. That's fantastic. Baby Rage down to half health and now finished off. It's all up to Seb. All the hopes and prayers for Jerza rely on him. He gets the first and the second through the smoke. That is a nuts play coming through from Jerza and Seb, and they will get their first round off of it.
I was just thinking, I was like, why is Kiza just gone behind the smoke? Like, why is she not playing with her teammate? Oh, that's a feels bad moment. I mean, Jerza, they do amazing to come back into it, and Slayer, as mentioned, is the double to really get the round going when they were in the 5 versus 3. But that feels like it was Masitas' round to win, and they've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory as Seb gets a pretty awesome 1 versus 2. It's something over towards the B-bomb site, and both teams come out drawing blood. Look, Valulu, a big high-impact kill as Ayala just tries to take space in middle, but completely by himself.
Weird fight for sure that we saw in the opening moments, but Zaki and Slayer are coming back, and yeah, it's a bit odd. It's been an odd series, let's say, at certain moments, but it will be Baby Rage closing things out here. 2K for him, 2K for Zaki, and Jerza do indeed find their second and jump right back into the mix here on Anubis. Jerza opting for the simple execute towards the A site, spamming down everyone. Armcam gets one, but that's all she will find. And maybe all that Masitas will get. Smoke going to be popped here. China does manage to at least evade being spotted, but I don't know how much that's going to matter here on the 1v4, Freddy.
I think this is going to be a Jerza taking the scoreline early in their favor in a scenario where these early rounds, if we're thinking maybe a little bit later on, if this is continuous to be a contestable game, Masitas is certainly going to sit back and be like, we should have been 4-0 up to start this game type thing. But instead, it's Jerza to go 3-2 and then also be up against a gun round that is not going to have all the bells and whistles to it.
So we go into round number 6. Jerza, they've got the lead. Zaki, I mean, we talked about him potentially being a difference maker. Well, he has been so far. 7 frags leads the charge for his squad. China waiting over at E-Box, looking to peek around. She could spot out Seb. She does. No frag and no bullets connecting on either side of that. Means that information gained for Jerza. Maybe for Masitas as well, you could argue, because they could put more effort towards that A site, but there's no guarantee that Jerza are going to get into A main here, although a couple of players do step forward.
I do like this control being taken, and it has allowed for 3 players and almost a thought to rotate over. The numbers are here, but the kills immediately in favor of the T side, and they continue to be so. Zoki, the impact he's having, fresh from God knows where, has come back onto the server, and he just got double opener, and he's 9-3. So maybe he was the missing piece that Jerza needed.
I mean, certainly, right? We know that he was part of that core, and we thought he was going to play here at the beginning of the match, but he had to be subbed out for whatever reason. Like you said, we don't know where he was, but he's here now, and in a big way for Jerza, as he will help them get a 4th round on the board. The gun round yields nothing for Masitas. China just trying to save the M4. And it looks like that will be mission accomplished. But yeah, just an overload from A main. And I mean, the trades were fantastic from Jerza to the point where it was no longer trades happening. They were just overwhelming all the presence towards that site.
Yeah, I mean, it's always it's so difficult when you're a CT side and they just fully execute, right? I get the mollow down headshot, the 2 smokes, and the flashes. If you're just there in the open, there's not much you can do. And Masitas kind of do that dance back and forth within the smokes, and it just plays into Jerza's hand as they don't mess around. They just drive forward and take the space. And that's the really important part. Their entry pathing is just really good, and then they connect all the shots. So it's a really good start from Jerza after losing the pistol round, but since then it's just been success.
Bit of a half buy coming through here from Masitas. Armcam going to support the A-site defense, and will be the only A-site defense at this point, because Flossie and Valu have just been wiped off the face of the map. Armcam can't get anything either. Yeah, this is just the expected result in the anti-eco, and Jerza off to a 5th in a row.
I like the tactical pause coming out here. That it's, I feel like, especially in South America, I can't say I see loads of tactical pauses, especially at this level of Counter-Strike. So to have a team take 30 seconds, especially when it's, you know, the start of the game, it started really well, and then it very quickly went very sour. Just give yourself that moment of bliss, get the coach on the mic, have a conversation of how you want to go about this round. Because the gun rounds Jersey have won, that first one, like, yeah, these rounds have been chaotic. And then even being popped on A, like, you didn't play a default. And Mercedes also made the right call in the previous gun round. They had 4 players on the A bomb site. So they've made the right call. They should figure out how to toe it in now. And it's going to be 2 players starting towards the A bomb site early. Is that the AWP going for an aggressive pick? It looks like something's happening, though. Yeah, the AWP's going for an aggressive pick. But the contact's towards B, and the round's over.
Yeah, pretty much.
Never mind.
It's all said and done. Masitas just going to be likely on for the save, although they are fighting forward here towards mid. I think it's just to try and gain a safe space and then fall back to A to save the guns. And that's exactly what's going to go down. Yeah, that round ended on the contact play from Jerza towards the B site. They just win both duels fairly cleanly. They will have a 6. What a crazy turnaround. Just a roster change. It's all it takes, right? Just the swap of a player. Get Zaki off the bench. And look what you got here. A 6-2 lead on Anubis where things are looking exceptionally clean.
Yeah, it's like that's back-to-back gun rounds where it feels very similar of just Jezza popped in, got the opening kill, and that was it. Unfortunately, though, this round, it maybe stings a little bit more because Mercedes had a set play early on. They had Arm Cam going for the aggressive play with the AWP. That doesn't formulate to anything. But because the 2 players died so quickly and Mercedes were over on A, they are able to then get the save, which does allow them to go for another full buy in this following round. And Arm Cam with the AWP, this time going to head over towards B. And the question is, does she go for aggressive play? She might feel like she has to, and that's going to be over towards Connector. Does anyone walk into her crosshairs? They advert her and go through carpets and might just finish the round once again with the AWP, unfortunately, not being anywhere to be seen.
Yep. Trying to mix it up, and it didn't work that time either.
Bro, that's so rough.
Yeah. Just moving away from the AWP.
But they're not even knowing. Like, I don't even know they know there's an AWP in the server.
No.
What?
How is that not more damage? Must have, yeah, clipped the wall, I guess. Sheena does finish off Zaki eventually, so 3v3 on the retake. Did they have the kit? Yeah, they've got 2 of them, so should be okay for them to move in here. Unfortunately, the shot isn't there for Sheena. She just gets deleted. And Armcam tries to escape but can't. She took a step too far in, and Ayala punishes. Kiza will also fall. No gun saved there for Masitas is actually kind of tough. I mean, they will have a buy-up here regardless, but it would have been better to stabilize their economy to keep at least a couple available. I understand the idea, though. Trying to go for something in a 3v3. You've got the kits, you got half of the bomb ticked away, so there's still an opportunity to get back in, but it just melts away right before their eyes.
I mean, yeah, that is just... these rounds are feeling very similar. This is the first decent start where you can see Jerza were going for a play to set up Slayer and Connector. Then Matthias takes the fight to him. Issue is, they're now trapped. And I don't think Valua's getting out of this, and she won't. And yet again, Jerza just bully their way onto a bomb site within 20 seconds and finish off the round.
It's kind of crazy, by the way, because Zaki is not the best player on this roster at all, right? I think he's more a supporting player, a mid-round caller. It's just strange to see him popping off so significantly at the beginning of this one. Kiza does get one back, but she's in a 1v3. Naded and fragged by the Tech 9. So it will be another round where nothing is found on the Masitas side. 8-2. Jerza might even hit double digits before we head into that second half. But yeah, as I was saying, he's 0.8 rating. Everyone else much higher than him. SGR leading the way, at least through their run to advance at 0.9. He's no longer on the team. Antoinette was the other one at 0.96, and Baby Ray was after that. So they lost their 2 top rated players, actually, and tried to replace them with Ayala and Seb. That's right. Lost track of that.
There you go.
Flossy
Okay.
2 openers. That's
Yeah,
something.
this is nice, but the B bomb site has been encapsulated. However, the bomb not able to then get onto the bomb site, and that is a massive round come out from Flossie. I think we were talking about how on Dust 2, she wasn't having masses of impact. You know, they still did really well, they still won, but she wasn't necessarily fighting at the top. But in this round, I think it's safe to say she single-handedly won it out with that triple. Has it come a little bit too little too late? Because we are now looking at a 3-8 scoreline. It is CT side Anubis?
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think so. I feel like 3 rounds, CT side is already keeping the opposing team off of double digits, which is great. A 4th is ideal, at least under these circumstances. I think if you get a 7-5 lead on T side, like if you're on CT side and you get those 5 rounds, that's actually really, really good. So 3 is acceptable. It's serviceable. A 4th would be great.
Yeah, a 4th and then a second half pistol round. Boom. Game on.
Exactly.
A lot of if, buts, and maybes, but right now China's making it work. Unfortunately, she only gets 1 before she gets traded out by Baby Rage. Issue continued to be forced, and they're just walking one by one into Slayer's warm embrace. Flossie finally puts an end to his vicious cycle. Armcam is also in the right position over towards B. I don't actually know where the bomb is. I think it's on it's on Baby Rage, who's in carpets, and Flossie just ran past him. That's so brutal.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a plan for Jerza. Flossie will not realize what just went down. And Zaki's got all the information. He hears all these footsteps coming in his direction. Should be an easy first. There it is. Now it's all down to Flossie in a 1v3. She's managed to evade one player, that's Zaki, but won't evade the next. Baby Rage finds the headshot, and Jerza do indeed get a 9th. A very good lead heading onto their CT side.
Yeah, like the 8-4 and the second half pistol, I feel like is so possible. But right now, just by what I'm watching, this 9-3, even if there is the second half pistol, I'm not entirely sure if there is going to be... Yeah, I'm not sure if there is going to be a possible comeback, as it just will look a little bit harder. And Jerza are feeling very dominant. They're feeling very abrasive with these like entry frags and how quickly they're just cleaning up the rounds. It's honestly felt like Masitas, as soon as they lost that first gun round, it just spiraled, didn't it? Like out of nowhere, blink and you miss it. It's 8-2.
Honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. They did get that one back, but it's just thanks to some good work from Flossie, who has not necessarily been at the top of the server. Certainly impactful, I would say, on the previous 2 maps, but not the player we're watching. It was more China and Armcam that were popping off. But now Flossie had her moment to at least get that 3rd. I think we're both questioning if it's going to be enough, but it has to start with a pistol round here on their T side. They've been good on previous pistols. They've managed to pull off quite a few of them. But this one is clearly the most critical.
Certainly.
Ooh, that's a labored engagement. Baby Rage winning it. Nice shot.
And the rotations are coming over. There's going to be 3, soon to be 4. And Mosquitoes are not even getting out of the choke point. They are being mauled as they take those engagements. The USPs are looking crisp, and only one player falls as Jerza solidifies double digits.
Jeez. Jerza, much more structure here on Anubis than we saw in the previous 2 maps. One player can make a difference. And you're seeing the reality of that now. As Jerza have Masitas on the ropes. 3 Deagles, a Glock, and a P250. No body armor, no utility. Masitas are hoping that that's enough for them to get a surprising round victory. But they're probably more so looking towards that next one. Whoa, what a shot from China. Zoc is gone. Gets caught getting aggressive towards bridge.
That's the type of kill that makes these rounds even. Because it's still non-armored pistols where China does pick up an M4, but the no armor and the aim punch is going to be a little bit brutal. But they're making the right play. They're just all grouping up together. But unfortunately, there is a flank culminating, and that is also going to allow for the rotations. And I'm surprised to see that Masitas actually go earlier without the other two players there. Like, the first three have fallen, and now China and Valulu come around the corner. It just feels a little bit staggered and miscommunicated.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You want that rifle there when you're going for that push, right? That's when you have the biggest possibility of getting some more upset frags and taking the round. But without the rifle, it's just pistols that without armor are charging through into MP9s and FAMASs, and it just, that was not coordinated to the level it should have been for Masitas to have a chance of taking the round. And it's unfortunate because they've actually looked pretty good on those explosive plays throughout the series. It just feels like that one fell by the wayside. And now you have only 2 more rounds for Dursa, and if they get them, it's done. I think if they get this, it's done.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Flossie's keeping them alive. But all her teammates around her are falling. And look at Masitas. They've just been put in a corner.
Yep.
This
is
so
insane.
much information.
Information, control, everything for Baby Rage, right? They can't go near this A site. Baby Rage has got them completely hemmed in. And they realize, B is the only real option. Baby Rage could be on a flank before they even execute because there's still a minute left. And they're probably not going to rush things here. So Baby Rage just getting one on the flank could fade off and leave the rest up to Ayala. We'll see. Oh, what a flashbang thrown. I mean, beautiful stuff. Ayala does go down in a trade, but I would say that's still favorable for Jerza, even though it's a 2v2. You look at the HP bars, and Baby Rage, again, still hadn't activated, really. Finally does. Valulu the last. She falls. It is going to be a 12 for Jerza, and they have got Masitas with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, not only is that flank from Baby Rage the round-winning flank, but it may have not had as much success that round if it didn't allow for the rotation for Seb, for instance. Like, Seb's able to... I mean, that is actually still a massive gamble because they had no info of mid whatsoever, but Baby Rage had the cross, so I think he just said, like, no one is there, so you can just rotate. Just a bit of a gamble, but it's the Baby Rage flank that allows for the rotation of Seb. Like, it's all the things that come together because of that flank. And also just the flash through. Ayala gets one kill, but it just slows them down. It allows for... It keeps the attention on Seb, where then Baby Rage can perform. And Masitas, unfortunately, have just not come to play on Dust 2. And Zoki, he was 9-3, so he has slowed down a little bit. He does actually get the opening kill in this round, but it just felt like a very different Jersa. And Slayer maybe just finishes off right there as Flossie is left in a 1 versus 3, and Bomb is down in no man's land.
I mean, to be quite frank, we kind of expected Jerza to come out like this at the beginning and have some dominant performances, but they didn't do it. And I think that was because Zaki wasn't there. I feel like he's a big voice on this squad, and he showed it for sure. Found those 10 frags immediately in the first half. Didn't get much in the second half, but I think it was already to the point where it didn't really matter. You know, the rest of the players stepped up. It very much looked like a different squad here. Freddy.
Yeah, it actually lightened day. Map 1 and 2, full 24 rounds, really contestable. Map 2 specifically, it felt like Masitas was just outright the better team, and they didn't allow for the comeback to be possible at all. But then, map 3, there was a bit more of an extended pause. As soon as it went live, as soon as the first gun round finished, it was a real litmus test what was to come. So with that in mind, we have another team that goes through to the 1-0 bracket, and unfortunately another team that falls into the 0 and 1 bracket. But there is one more game left for us in this first round of the Swiss stage. It is MIBR Academy versus Players. And if I'm not mistaken, that is actually coming on very quickly. So we're going to throw it to a short break. And when we're back, we not only have the final best of 3 of the evening, but the final best of 3 in this first group play. So do not go too far, and we'll see you back very soon.
All right, we're back into it. Final series of the day here, guys. And we are gearing up for players up against MIBR Academy. You might check out that schedule briefly just to bring it on your screen so you can see what happened. But yeah, just focusing in on this matchup. I mean, the previous one, we can talk about how wild and insane it was. Much closer than we anticipated between Masitas and Jerza. And it looked like Masitas were on for a third map. That could have been crazy. But then Jerza made a roster change, and that seem to have stabilized them entirely. Prior to that, Bounty Hunters actually didn't play. Excuse me, yeah, they didn't play because it was a forfeit win in their favor, 2-0. And then there was the 2-1 before that, which also was quite close, which is kind of, for me, Freddie, typical of South America, I would say.
Of just the
close series. The
yeah.
3-map series, right?
I'm surprised we haven't seen any lengthy tech pauses. That would also be very on brand. But yeah, I think especially at this level, when it's the first round of the Swiss stage, it tends to be very close-knit, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so for our final game, I think we're going to have a very similar theme. Players versus MIBR Academy. It feels like both teams are maybe in... both teams are a bit all over the place, right? There's roster changes. These guys seem like they haven't got a full 5 as they head into the end of the season. And if we take a look at the players roster, this was once a group of players that I think you'd maybe like at the end of last year, beginning of this year, kind of be a place marker for at least making the playoffs. But I don't know specifically if that would be the case anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. They've got some interesting pieces. The one I want to highlight is actually XNS, because I remember him back when he was first kind of breaking through the scene, and he joined up with Team 1 Esports, and I saw some moments where I was like, wow, this guy's, yeah, he's going to be something special for the roster. But it ended up kind of petering out because Team 1 ended up disbanding, and the whole squad was picked apart, especially once Malbs was gone, right? That pickup that happened. Malbs going to, I don't know if it was from Team 1, but I believe so, to G2, or at least afterwards. Maybe it wasn't, but at a certain point, he was picked up by another squad, and then ended up his journey towards G2 had started. So, yeah, Team 1 gone, and then afterwards, he just kind of joined up with Picada, didn't really have too much success. He's just been stagnated, I think, right now, but I still feel like he's got a higher ceiling than he's shown. So it will be interesting to watch him. Yeah.
I think the whole idea of stagnation is a very common theme across this region and this level of Counter-Strike in South America specifically. And I think, especially when we're looking at this roster, none seems more fitting than Honda. Like, I remember seeing him on Furia back in 2021, and didn't he get like a crazy deagle clip in his debut game for Furia? I remember, I think it was at Cologne in the play-ins, and he gets like a crazy deagle clip. And then everyone was like, oh, look at this guy, plays a few tournaments with them. And then we fast forward 4 years. You know, he's played the odd season of ESL Challenger. He's played like an RMR here and there, but that's about it. And it's stagnation. Like it's a guy who was touted as maybe one of the best coming out from the region at one stage, but then has just been so quickly overtaken, and seemingly has been playing a few games with this squad recently after his venture on Crew. Actually, no, this is his first game he'll be playing with them.
It is, yes. He's one of the new pieces, right? Because we were talking about the roster changes coming through for this squad, and I feel like player-wise, you got a lot of, players here that have had their moments in the sun, so to speak, and then have slowly faded away into the distance, and they're trying to find their way back to that tier 2, tier 1 level, let's say, and it hasn't necessarily happened for them, but that's what makes this team so interesting for me. And I feel like let's switch gears now. Let's talk about MIBR Academy, because this is another squad that's experiencing roster changes. And I mean, previously they had Card, BRN, Stormzine, and Perez, I think, for a moment Foku, but it was Renanzine before that. Now you're going to see the core of Card, BRN, and Stormzine continue on forward with Perez and LKZ joining up. How are you feeling about this team going to this match?
Well, unfortunately, I'm actually going to be having the same conversation we just had of stagnation, because and like I don't know, it just feels kind of bad to sit here and have maybe like a negative tone. But MIBR Academy, I've been immersed in South American Counter-Strike for far too long, since the opening days of the CCT Season 1 Brazil, right? And I remember Card, he was very fresh at that time on MIBR Academy, and it was a very new player. And dude, he was amazing to watch. I remember thinking, like, this guy is going to be someone. Like, this guy is going to do something. He's going to get promoted to either like the main Furia team, perhaps, or something along those similar sorts. Like the Furia Academy team, MIBR Academy, MIBR main team. Like the MIBR Academy team wasn't doing fantastically at the point, but it felt like he was doing so well. And then in recent times, it's just like he's just right back 4 years later in the exact same position. But yeah, it's a similar theme with the players of like this academy squad. It's produced the likes of Insani, Bernazim. I think that's kind of the end of the big players it's produced, but it's an academy team that at least has been a funnel for some of these bigger teams. But right now it does feel like it's in a rebuilding phase, so I don't know what the expectations are to have over them.
Definitely. It's why I would say this one feels like a straight 50-50 in terms of there's no favorite. There's no team where we can say, oh yeah, they're the ones that are going to take it, or these guys are going to manage to grab it over them. No, they've got players that have all had their moments where they feel like they've had that rise to stardom and then they fall off very quickly. And on both sides, you were talking about a Card here, XNS and Honda on the other side. So I honestly can't really say it. Let's check out the veto and see if the maps give us any more hints as to how this could go. Another problem for both these teams, right, is they haven't played that much over the last 3 months. Like, I think it's under 15 maps for both teams over the last 3. And you see Anubis picked by MIBR Academy, which has been a map that's had its ups and downs on their side. Excuse me, not ups and downs. They're 3-0 on it over the last 3 months, so it has been their best map. The ups and downs have happened on the other side for players. And then Dust 2 comes through. Both picks make sense. No real surprises. And then we end up on a Mirage Decider, which has been very good for players. So I would say maybe a players leaning veto, where the first 2 maps should go the way of the teams that picked them.
Yeah, I actually remember, if I'm not mistaken, MIBR used to pick Mirage 4 years ago. I actually remember watching this very funny clip that sticks in my mind about like the closed qualifier level of CCT South America. He was on Mirage. He missed the jungle smoke. Like, it bounced off and like smoked ramp somehow. I don't know how. On T side, he runs through the smoke and gets 3 kills. And I remember that, like, it's imprinted in my mind from Card. So hoping for a little bit more pizzazz, hopefully, or we'll see coming into that. But I honestly, like, with these maps and with these players, I'm really interested in Honda. Like, this guy, he was the next thing. Is he gonna play at that level?
I mean, it's really hard to say, because the last time he got close with Furia Esports, right, he was part of that academy program too with Furia. That's what gave him that opportunity on the main squad. He was there for 7 months, and then afterwards went back to the academy team, and that only lasted a little while longer because I guess they thought, okay, well, we saw you on the main team, it didn't work, you're back to academy, and then we're going to let you go after your contract expires, which is exactly what happens.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah. And then he goes to Case, kind of a similar story there, active for 5 months and inactive for another 5. And since that point, Counter-Strike 2 hasn't really been part of a roster that we've seen much from. Vikings KR, he was there for a year and 4 months, 4 or 5 months, I think. So there's something there that was being built, but now I don't know. I don't know what his future holds. I'd say that there's still a possibility of Honda coming through and impressing us in the South American scene, and I think that's why he's joined up with this roster. It's maybe his last chance.
Also, I've just opened the HLTV page and gone to the comments, and the only comment, I remember Honda first tier 1 LAN event, 4K Deagle and staying 1v4 and Eco on B site. Like, that's literally, like, in my head, that's all I know him from, and that was like 5 years ago, and I don't really remember anything else. But it's always there. Like, if a player's got it in him, he's always got it in him. But I suppose circling back to the maps, to be honest, it's going to be quite hard to like assess the veto because you've got LKZ on MIBR has never played a HLTV game, right? You've got basically like the same core from both teams, but then very different duos around them. So it is a little bit hard to then like assess these maps. But I think you were bang on with like the general assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got a head-to-head here. I'm going to double check if we have one. Yeah, we do. All right, so let's see what it brings us. I think these are over the last 3 months. And we've got Card and XNS up against each other. And you see XNS with the significant edge over Card. And I was highlighting XNS, obviously, for a reason. I think he's still a very good player that can bring a lot to this squad. I don't know if you have anything you want to mention here.
I was honestly just going to say that I think you're not the first person that I've been with that watching an XNS game and said basically the same sentiment. So like, you know, he's had the ups, he's had the potentials, but then hasn't been able to solidify anything. I guess the Card head-to-head does feed into what I was mentioning of just like, look, I've always really rated Card, but we're still in the same position 4 years on, so I don't really know what to make of that. It is interesting, something I guess we haven't mentioned is that Spinny's playing up against his old academy team. He played in MIBR Academy during the We Play Academy League Season 6, which is also alongside Card and alongside Insani, which is an interesting one. But yes. We do have a short little technical break, unfortunately, so we're going to be sending it to a short little break. When we're back, hopefully map 1 should be live, and it's going to be a very exciting best of 3 you do not want to miss.
Yep. All right, here we go, guys, into MIBR Academy versus players. First map up is Anubis, picked by MIBR Academy. There are new players on both sides of the server, but already the first frag has come through. It's Perez with the headshot onto Doc.
Ooh, Perez doubles down as well. This execute, this stampede on the A bomb site is not proven to be as easy as players would have wanted, but finally they do break through. Unfortunately, the piece is very short-lived. As soon as they get that bomb down, they instantly fall to a man disadvantage, and it feels like it's going to be an MIBR Academy retake, but look how low all of their players are. Myth Poutini has 357 damage and 2 kills. And it's going to be Spinny against his old team. Unable to get anything done, unfortunately, as LKZ in his HLTV debut closes out the pistol round.
Yeah, LKZ, not too bad for him. 2 frags in the first round ever for himself on HLTV. You can't complain about that. MIBR Academy finding a CT round early. We were just on Anubis before in our previous series. We talked about how important those CT rounds are, and winning pistol round is fantastic because then you can come through and maybe collect another couple in a row. The only maybe hindrance for MIBR Academy, of course, is that the bomb plant came through, so they're going to have to deal with a couple of rifles, the Galils, in fact, and 2 MAC-10s, so it's actually a pretty good buy on the MIBR Academy side because you got the 3 M4s, the FAMAS, and the MP9, so they should be okay, but you really never know what can happen in these types of circumstances.
Yeah, it's always the case, right? Just
Yeah.
the odds, like the oddball, just like, oh, we lost the round, but the buys are around the same. And T-side can be brutal, especially if they just pop onto the B bomb site, like they're going to do so. But MIBR have got 3 players here. XNS, the man you highlighted, the very man cracks it open. And even though Card, I understand the play, but the fact that everyone around him fell, as soon as that smoke fades, all hell was let loose. And that is a really, really quick rebuttal from the T side.
Yeah, Stormzine and LKZ, the last 2 standing, are like, well, this is probably over because we can't really have an impact anymore. Stormzine's hanging around, right? He's waiting in this smoke. Does he have a smoke himself? No, he has the incendiary. There is a smoke in the round, but it's in LKZ's hands, and I don't think LKZ's nearby. The reason I'm mentioning that is because I thought maybe he could jump on the bomb through the smoke and try to defuse it, but it would have been a 10-second defuse anyway. Stormzine gets one before he inevitably falls to Doc, and that will do it. The players tie things up off the force buy. Not only that, they get the 3 M4s in their hands as upgrades.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that MIBR went way more for weaponry over utility. And to be honest, I don't think it even mattered what they had because they all just got first bullet headshotted and it was just the crunch. Even though they had 3 players there, it basically got negated. Players is an interesting roster for me because I've always just seen it as a placeholder team, right?
Yeah.
But then some of these guys have been on this squad for quite a while. So I don't know. There's like a few in Europe right now that play at the advanced level, give or take, that are just, it's so obvious they're stepping stone teams. And yes. I just see players as a similar value, but then it's the likes of XNS Spin and Myth Poutini who have kept this core, and maybe VRS has just changed things up a little bit where these placeholder teams, by the virtue of them having VRS points, actually become a little bit more important.
No, definitely. I mean, they're not sitting in the best of spots right now, VRS-wise, at number 177, right? Kind of what you would expect, but...
I mean, what is that regionally, though?
I don't know the regional. I just have the worldwide one.
Yeah, because, like, it can be sometimes distorted of, like, that actually might be... Yeah, like, it's 57th in South America, so that's like, well... Yeah. That's well in the... Yeah, that's like quite nicely in the threshold for them to get the invites into these stages, especially because that counts North American teams.
Yeah. No, I mean, I do agree. Certainly, if they can come through and get maps like these, series like these and CCT under their belts, get through the Swiss stage, get into the main event, those are valuable points available for them. So.
Here's an interesting one.
Yep.
Also, a lot of these games can be the breeding ground of the next generation. Like, South American Counter-Strike over the last year and a half has really been on the map, I think. You know, you think back to the Copenhagen major, where it was the South America major, right?
Yes.
And then this major feels somewhat the same. Like, Pain are contending for playoffs. Fury have made playoffs. Legacy did Legacy. MIBR knocked out Falcons. Like, a lot of these players either played on MIBR Academy or came through these routes. So I think ever so more in this day and age, watching this level of Counter-Strike is important to pay attention to in this region specifically.
Definitely. I mean, look, Legacy were one step away from the arena. They had
arguably should be in the arena, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught the game, but it was one of those ones where you sit back and it's going to be one where it's going to keep them awake for many a night.
Such a shame. For them, anyway. I mean, it would have been the Cinderella story of the major had they got to the arena, but cut short. Pain's still in it. They're up 8-4 right now. So
yeah, they're looking very good, actually, from what I saw.
Exactly. I mean, all that to say, South America is definitely coming into its own as a region. I would say a little bit more than NA. NA's had its moments lately. But we're still not there. South America is making better strides. Anyway, 53 seconds on the clock.
Moving swiftly on from that topic of conversation.
Yes. Let's not batter NA too much. We've been battered enough at this major.
But it's the NA major.
Yeah. We got Leash.
Hey.
There's something.
Is there anyone else you can claim?
I mean, would have been Malbs, but
yeah,
he's gone.
Right, yeah.
What can you do?
It's like I assume NA is maybe a little bit similar to UKCS of like we latch on to anyone we can. Like Heavy God makes the playoffs, UKCS made playoffs. Yeah. Like, okay, dude played in like one UK roster 3 years ago. Yeah. Hey.
Counts.
Brick by brick. Anywho.
Yeah.
First proper gun round.
Depressed here with the NA and the UKC. It's the way they are. That's okay. Yeah, first proper gun round coming through here between these two squads. Players have actually looked really good. They lost the pistol and then immediately struck back to get 3 in a row. Now, as you mentioned, the guns will be out for MIBR Academy. Players have not been fussed at all in these last 3. No real challenge. Nice nade toss onto the head of Mythputini. Goes down to 53. There's that molly and nade into A main. Players want to get some strides inwards. It's a great flashbang to push card back, and the spam comes through for LKZ, but he receives it back in turn. So it will be, unbeknownst to players, some space gained towards A. It's also enough noise to attract attention from Stormzine. So he's going to slightly move his way in towards mid and open up the possibility of the A site being more of a real option for the players.
Ooh, but it looks like they might just commit towards B now with that opening kill. Perez in a very isolated position where he's trying to fight his way out, but his teammates are dropping around him. Perez on a dime, spinning around, not for 1, not for 2, but for a hat-trick of frags. Now Mythputini, it would be a 1 versus 3, and in the 1 versus 2, he gets the bomb planted. Card and LKZ coming from 2 different positions. Is he going to expect Card to come through canals?
I mean, I don't know if it really matters at this point because he's probably just going to tuck himself in towards B main, right? And he's planted it for himself. So he can kind of hold a more passive angle, looking into Palace, for example, where LKZ is coming from. Bomb is half ticked. Doesn't have to be aggressive here. Oh, misses the shot. It was the right idea. Only 1 bullet left, connects on it, but has to go for the reload. Might just opt the pistol at this point. Flashes out 1. Just has to delay him and can't do it for long enough. I think there's the kits, so it should be fine. And it is a second round for MIBR Academy.
That is rough from Mythputini, and that kit being picked up, I think, on Perez's body as well. So Perez not only gets 3 kills, but provides the round-winning kit. Ooh, it comes down to the wire, and that Molotov certainly seemed to be the difference maker. And unfortunate for Mythputini, if he had just tucked, like if he had just not moved, he wins the round. But it's one of those hard situations where in retrospect, it's so easy to say one thing or another. But in the end, it's MIBR Academy that doubled their scoreline after the pistol round victory. And honestly, Perez, like without his triple, that round was not won.
Yeah, no question. I mean, it takes the individual effort for sure there for MIBR Academy because they were under a lot of pressure from Ebox and Khan. But Perez does what he has to. BRN now waiting, staring at the window, doesn't have any visibility on the players that are crossing over because of that smoke. Now with it fading away, Mitputini, is he going to clear this? He kind of has to, right? Oh, barely. A BRN with a freebie. Now exposed a little bit in Canals. We'll try to fade away to E-Box, and he gets there and also finds a second afterwards. Not a great start for the players. Now X&S comes through and can't do anything either.
Oh my
okay.
God.
Freddy, it's just the individuals.
Sorry, that is revolting. He was on 1 kill coming into this round. And like the first 2 is like, yeah, sure. Like, I guess I'll give it to him. But the third and the fourth is just insane. And yeah, back-to-back rounds where for MIBR Academy, without a player getting a triple or more, that round, okay, maybe in that previous, it's kind of hard to say, but it's still the point of the individuals have just won 2 rounds in a row for MIBR Academy, and especially on the city side of Anubis, just by hook or by crook. I know you like to coin that term, but it doesn't matter. They get the rounds. It's city side Anubis. They've got 3, and it's round 7. Happy days.
Indeed. BRN. Patiently waiting here toward that B site. Honda's taking the initiative into A main. He's going to have a duel on his hands, more than likely right now, and he does win it up against LKZ. That leaves the A site very vulnerable. A lot on Stormzy's shoulders. He's already been spotted. They're flushing him out with the utility. I think he just has to back off here and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And he does. BRN and Card find a couple on Despini and Honda. I thought they had control of that site, but no, denied. And now falling back is Doc.
Well, to be honest, I did have the bomb site. I think it was the overextension, and then just like if you look at where the players are as well, like there was Myth Putini on the B bomb site when Honda was on A. But somehow through all of this chaos, Doc has got an A1S, and the bomb's going to get planted. I don't think this is a winnable situation for players to be in. But look at how late MIBR Academy are. Like they're still clearing out the A bomb site, so there's definitely a lot of time ticked off this clock. But again, it's just the non-armored Deagle, non-armored A1S, X&S, the only one with Kevlar, and a smoke towards B main blocks him out.
Oh, nice flash.
Great flash to get the Deagle off the angle. And that spam on the bomb does make it precarious. Being diffused, X&S not able to connect a second time. And it came down a little bit closer, I think we can all agree, but bomb down and 2 kills for players, I think, is a decent figure from that round.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a good job on an eco round, right? They didn't have much invested into it. They made it interesting by getting to that site, by finding a frag, by upgrading to the A1S on one of their players. I'm just surprised that X&S isn't the one with the gun, right? Because he's got the armor, so you should want to just put the raid boss in play. But, I mean, it almost works out for them. It's just that MIBR Academy are too strong and have too much to work with compared to the armorless players that were left.
Ooh, that is an aggressive play from Doc, and Stormzy, rightfully so, nails him. And Perez over towards B, he got aggressive as well. So as players are putting all of their focus towards mid, they just lose everything. And this round barely started, plan A already thwarted.
I feel like you have to be aggressive on CT side of Anubis to find success. So this is the formula that MIBR is employing, and it's working. They got 4 rounds already, looking to be 5 here with the 5v3 advantage with 1 minute and 8 seconds left. So players are going to try to use that time to the best of their abilities. But as it stands, MIBR Academy are ready to receive them should they go B, and that feels like where they're leaning.
It's a really good stack for MIBR Academy. And even though they have not maintained a 3-man hold previously. Okay. Did I just jinx it? Yep, okay. So Honda rolled back the years, and sure, Myth Poutini actually gets the original kill, but that's all Honda coming from Connector. And out of nowhere, a 5 versus 3 where life looked good for MIBR now feels like a very difficult retake where a cool, I wouldn't be against that. A save, I wouldn't be against that cool, rather.
Yeah, no, definitely. What? Sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that falls apart. MIBR Academy had 3 players there to receive Honda, and he gets 2 of them with Myth Poutini chipping in for 1. But like you said, it was Honda's positioning, the way he disrupted that defense that changed things. And you're right. I mean, the save is called for immediately. Honda eventually falls here, but it's an empty frag for LKZ, as players will take the round and tie up the scoreline once more. It's just wild how well Honda played in that instance.
He's been quiet so far, but it's good to see him come back. And I think the tactical pause is a good shout from MIBR Academy. And it's a really interesting point you brought up of like CT side, you have to get aggressive. And I feel like, yeah, the bane for CT sides is when teams just kind of sit on their laurels and don't get aggressive and just sit in the like 5v5s where they have 2 players A, 3 players B or whatever.
Right.
And, you know, I remember when we were playing Alaska or Verdant, whatever you want to call them, on Anubis, it was like 11-11. We lost a round because that's exactly what happened. And it's like the tactical pauses sometimes for the CT side, just to sit there and be like, aggression's good. Like the worst thing you do is sitting on your hands. And that is Anubis, I feel like, to a T. Is just remembering that you have to continue going for the plays. Because MIBR Academy, they did everything right in that round up until the site hold.
Yeah. I think they should have had a player in Connector a little more peeking in towards Canal, like having more of a look, because that's what cost them. You're absolutely right.
Or just play 3 bomb site.
Yeah.
Like both, like choose basically.
Ninth round of play. 8 already expired, and we're back where we started. Who will gain the edge? I still think those 4 rounds from MIBR Academy are massive. I mean, if they get another one here, it'd be even better. But XNS opens it up with the first. The smoke pop does lead to a follow-up and trade by card, but they are already swarming the site from 2 different directions. And once more, MIBR Academy are overloaded towards A, and they don't have a foothold at all. There's that nade that's going to get tossed, but it's not to blow the smoke, just to do damage. Stormzine walking forward, looking for a target, finds it! There's a very important connection to bring it down to a 3v3, and they've isolated the players outside of the bomb site. Do they have the util to keep them there? They do.
There's one more smoke as well for the bomb, and a Molotov that can get chucked in towards Connector. That smoke, I have no idea where it's gone, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter. It feels like this 3 versus 4 retake is actually going to work. The body blocking. 17 HP, LKZ survives on, and Myth Poutini with the AWP, holding on for it for dear life as MIBR Academy snatched that round away. And I was sitting there, I was thinking, I was like, yeah, man, like Perez and BRM, 2 of the 4 rounds have come from them getting a 3 or 4K, and they can't even hold on to the B bomb site. But hey, if the retake works, the retake works. But nonetheless, we do got to hone in on the fact that that B bomb site is weak.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, players should be continuing to abuse or try to. I still find the fact that Stormzine, on that retake gets the first, and that's the key piece, right? Because he forces the players outside of the bomb site, and then the utilities available to them, which is even more important. They got the 2 smokes. The second one was a mystery to me, what they were thinking about it, but it works out because then they catch the player off guard in E-box because he doesn't expect a peek to come through. So there you go. BRN going to get the first onto the trade. Spinny's a chance to strike, but there's a TK. What a terrible
he does trade.
time. Yeah, but XNS, the headshot onto Spinny, that would have been a 4v3 edge. Instead, now we're looking at a 3v3.
Yeah, great trade, XNS. Well done, buddy. Sorry, that was so unnecessary. Rein it in, rein it in. This is a really interesting setup for MIBR Academy. And I think I love it. And I love it more so that Stormzin is flanking, but he's maybe a little bit too late. But what it does do is it sets up this very pacey retake. Never mind. Myth Poutini is able to get the kill on Canals. They smoke off B main. Yeah, I was about to say that they're going to be able to retake from Canals, Palace, B main. And instead, it's a save from BRN.
Yeah, it felt like it was materializing to something, but I think Myth Poutini deserves a lot of credit, right? Watching into Canals for that player that was trying to slip through. It was Stormzin. And no, it's just a very nice hold post, a pre-plant, and then post-plant, they don't have to worry about much because it's just BRN, who could have been that snake in the grass, right? The player they might overlook in towards B main, but instead he ends up being the last and just saves the AWP that he's managed to grab off the ground. So tied up at 5, I still feel like MIBR Academy have already done enough with the 5 rounds they get. Anything more is icing on the cake.
Yeah.
Like, this is already a serviceable CT side, I guess, is my point.
It's one of those really hard things sometimes, though, to see the positives, because it's like, yeah, you're 100% correct. I'd be gassed with 5 rounds on the CT side. But then you sit there and you're like, oh, probably could have got like 8. Realistically. So that's when you got to have the mental fortitude to be like, or rather just be happy with what you have. Yeah. And that's a good life lessons as well.
It is.
Yeah. Come here for Counter-Strike, leave with life lessons.
Be happy with what you have, not what you want.
Boom. Knowledge.
The Doc is not happy with what he has right now. It's just nades landing at his feet in utility as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Trades come through as well, although I would say advantage MIBR Academy with how low Doc is. As I say, that spinny headshot to Stormzin, absolutely never mind, because that Matt Edge materializes for players.
And this is a really interesting gamble as well. BRN left alone on this B bomb site. This is a massive kill to be taking. But he chooses to wisely play a little bit more passive, and it hasn't moved card or the newcomer of LKZ, who is still sitting on that A bomb site together. You can see that LKZ is starting to get a little bit aggressive in middle and is actually moving away at the worst moment possible. So now Card is completely isolated. He has a full belt of utility, but it just all comes down to this first shot, and he backs away. Drops a very deep mollo. They're ahead of this. He still strikes them down.
Oh, what a shot.
Okay. That is stupid from Dark. And hey, it wins them the round, most likely.
Yeah, that's a nutty shot from the Doc. LKZ gets one back, but yeah, it's over. I mean, there was a moment where you're like, oh, yeah, no. BRN gone. Doc, 2 important frags in the round to give the players that 6-5 edge. And you're looking at the bank accounts now for MIBR Academy. I think they have stage 3 or stage 4 loss bonus, so they're probably okay to get a decent force buy in this next round, especially with the saved AK. But like you said before, could have been a much better CT side. You know, a lot of rounds like this one, for example, where they could have been on the winning end of it, but the players are coming through and keeping themselves in good position. So here comes that force buy we were talking about in this last round of the first half, and maybe not as potent as I thought it would be. 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, actually 3 MP9s, a FAMAS. Oof, yeah, that's rough.
Actually, only 1900 loss bonus coming into this round.
I was completely off the mark. Like, absolutely. I was in another server.
It can be hard, to be honest. I think that happens, like, too often.
Right.
But you know what's just even worse is that it actually is 2 MP9s now, because BRN gets double naded early B main as he tries to get aggressive, and Doc's just going to get the instant headshot, isn't he? Okay, not the instant headshot, but nonetheless still the kill. Perez also falls, and you got to look at that, and you got to look at his kills. 6 at the end of the half now. 3 of them came from 1 round.
I don't know why I was suddenly under the impression that the players had multiple rounds in a row, but it's been very back and forth. Just my brain took a vacation.
Dude, I've been there all too often.
Well, MIBR Academy probably feel like they've been here all too often in terms of on the losing end of the CT sides in the latter part of this first half. And Honda and XNS will wrap it up with a pretty bow. Players all 5 left standing as we move on to the second half. 7-5 lead that they've built up on their T side. I mean, looking at the numbers for players, they typically actually have worse T sides than they do CT sides, which is interesting on a map like Anubis to see a T round win percentage of 35.3 versus a CT round win percentage of 53.8. So there's potentially something cooking here for the players.
That is actually very odd, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, only 3 maps to choose from. So, I mean, not to choose from, but it's in terms of a sample size. So it's not the most data, but still, it's 3 maps where you've had the advantage on CT side.
Yeah, what are these games? So
yeah, we'd have to look at that.
To be fair, okay, so yeah, so then players get owned. Then yeah, so like players get 6.5 on the CT side and then get 3 on the T side against America. So yeah, like awful T side. And then this one, unfortunately, is they get one round on the T side in the first half against Flamengo, who is like VSM, I guess. So
that's really still.
And then and then this is like a good T round. So yeah, I mean Anubis just doesn't look like a comfortable map for them in general. Yeah. But they've looked good this half by the virtue of them going towards B. They just kind of went B and then they won the rounds.
I mean, you kind of highlighted it right at the beginning, or I'd say maybe the midway point of it, is that the B site felt weak for the players. For MIBR Academy, and the players exploited that round after round after round, and that's what led to those 7 rounds overall. I don't think there was a single one that was into the A site. Maybe there was, I just can't recall it. But definitely it was a heavy B lean for the players. Let's see what MIBR deploys here. We're into the pistol round to kick off the second half of action.
It's a slow T-side pistol round.
Very.
With no clear directive just yet. A smoke, a flashbang, and a P250 on card. Who also, by the way, was very quiet on the CT side of his AWP. I didn't feel like he really had any impact or any opportunity. He just wasn't in the right positions. So this P250 could be a good point to change his fortunes a little bit. As MIBR Academy looks like a mid to A. And Spinny's playing with fire. I don't think he realizes how close LKZ is, who is on 4 kills at the half. 2 came from the first pistol round. So maybe he rolls it back. He's going to have to, because all his teammates around him are falling. There's the first. He's going to have to pick up the bomb. And if he gets this kill onto XNS and makes it onto the A bomb site, it's winnable. But instead, he's going to drop into canals, which would be a death wish. Oh, LKZ. Yep, okay, there's a death wish.
Okay, still he gets 1 right before that, right? So he keeps the numbers even when it should have been probably an advantage here for players. Oh my god. Wow, now players are absolutely on notice.
15 seconds.
Are they going to get the bomb back?
Can
they even plant it?
They have to run at Myth Poutini. They have to run at him. Myth Poutini is running for the hills. 7, 6, 5.
I don't think they can plant this.
4. No, I think it's too late. I think Myth Poutini is won by default. Oh my god, he has 13 HP and he just runs for the hills and wins.
That is gut-wrenching for MIBR Academy. Oh my goodness. It felt like, you know, luck was on their side. And fortune was favoring them, but they fall right at the last second because they just don't get that bomb onto the site quickly enough. Unfortunate. And very heads-up play for Myth Poutini as well. Sometimes players get caught up in the moment and they don't realize how much time is left on the clock and they take a fight that they shouldn't. But he immediately says, you know what? I'm running. If they have time, sure, fine, whatever. But I'm going to take the chance by going for the running away and just keeping my gun in my hands, my life more importantly, and it works out for him. Bomb gonna get planted here, though. MIBR Academy have just punched through into this B site. Stormzine, the follow-up frag. X&S is with Spinny. They're in position to punish, but they're the last two standing. Mythputini manages to get one before he falls. HP bars are low for MIBR Academy, but the players can't spot them out.
This is awkward.
Is there a kit? No.
There is no kit, and X&S just... What he can even do about that? Perez just finds them both through the smoke with the Tech 9, and even though MIBR Academy falter on the pistol round, they're able for retribution in the second, and if anything, that's more damaging for players that they win pistol on CT side than lose the second, because now just look at their buy. It's 5-7 and Eagles.
Oh boy. That is not what we expected after that heroic win on the pistol round by Mythputini. 2-round lead, MIBR Academy doing a good job on the B site, which, I mean, was their Achilles heel on CT side. Maybe it's the same for the players. Don't know yet, because we're still too early in this half to make that conclusion. Honda, what a shot onto BRN. Forced by already yielding one. I don't think that gun is retrievable at all unless he finds a second. It's just too far away. MIBR scrambling around the map looking for a spot to exploit. Maybe bridge will be the good pathing to take.
Seems like the right idea, but then Spinny is also there, and players are getting aggressive towards A. That is a crazy shot. X&S doesn't even blink, but they don't clear Hard, who's able to take down 2. He gets dinked, but somehow is still on 42 HP. And that actually changes everything. The fact that Card gets 2 there opens up so much space for MIBR Academy, and this is when the pistols are going to start to fall like dominoes in place.
I don't know.
Spinny, maybe not cleared. Perez locked onto his angle and acutely correct. Card even picked up a third in the round, and that was dangerous. That was a 5 versus 3, and I'm just looking at Card as the main victor of success.
Yeah, no question. Card, you talked about him not necessarily having the most impactful first half of action, but here he is very critical to success for MIBR Academy. And around that, players forced up, the Deagles were connecting. It looked a little bit scary, but they settled it down. They opened up the space, and while Spinny's positioning was maybe momentarily overlooked, Perez always had in the back of his mind that someone could be towards heaven, and, you know, he locked it down the minute that the minute that they Spinny peeks around that corner. Look at that nade damage. The read here from Perez that they were going to go for this. The ace? No. One short of it, but still, it is taken care of on the anti-eco. MIBR Academy are all tied up.
This is a big round.
Yeah.
And yeah, sure, LKZ has got 2/3 of his kills in pistol rounds. But Card 14-6, that's looking promising to me. Mythputini is also doing pretty sturdily on the AWP on the other side of things. Doc doesn't seem aware of how close players are. And he gets out of dodge, but takes a hefty chunk of damage in the flames.
Well, it's delivered right back. A nade landing at Stormzine's feet. Evens out the HP bars. Almost exactly. I think 1 HP difference at this point. That's...
Ooh, this is an interesting call. MIBR Academy seems so fixated on the fact that they were just going to bully in towards the B-bomb site. Now they're pivoting away, and they've been spotted in doing so. There's also 2 players in A main prepped to push through that contact, but LKZ, I literally just called him out, and he gets a multi-kill. That is massive impact, and also identifies that Mythputini is on the A-bomb site with the AWP, which MIBR Academy are just going to pivot away from. They don't want any of that trouble.
BRN gets 1 back here after Doc finds a frag onto Perez. And I mean, players could really use this round. Maybe Honda can strike here from connector, but I think they're expecting it. Yeah, they absolutely are. You don't throw a Molotov there for no reason. So they're going to keep a close eye on that. Mythputini also has to face off against the Molotov. Great utility usage here from MIBR Academy. Do they forget about Honda? That would be an oversight. I guess it doesn't really matter because they do have that bomb planted and they're playing for it from CT. So Honda is allowed to slip through here. And can't really punish Mythbutini. Also the same.
Yeah.
I mean, they're tucked into really good angles here for MIBR Academy.
Honda's still giving it a look, as Mythbutini is very much not. So you will drop the AWP, and I assume the AWP should be collected back up. But that's a really good round from MIBR Academy, completely from LKZ. Like, he wins it out completely, basically by himself with the 2 he gets in canals. And it's also a nice round, though, from the players. Like, they crunch towards canals at the perfect time, and just LKZ somehow gets 2.
Little unfortunate for the players. I mean, I did highlight them being better on their CT side, but so far they're not delivering. We'll see if that
you wouldn't
changes.
notice, right, would you?
Yeah. MIBR Academy now in the lead. Smoke going to get tossed by Honda. Might be tempted to go in a little bit further behind this smoke. The problem is you always have to be wary of that boost, and you see that he is. He's looking for it, saying, okay, are you guys going to do it or not? Definitely not, with the way MIBR Academy are postured at the moment. BRN goes for a little bit of spam, and now here comes that smoke for Khan. Mythbutini backing off through it because he doesn't want to get caught alone, right? There's the smoke pop, his ability, but no one spotted. Honda does find the first with the AK, and I mean, looking at this, it's just the saved AK and the saved AWP that are available. Outside of that is pistols, so getting that first frag is very critical for them to find success.
Yeah, MIBR Academy don't know the AWPs towards B, but with the nade pop in the connector smoke, you kind of got to think that maybe that's a chance. Okay, so now you definitely know where the AWP is, but it's come at the cost of Perez. That shot from Spinny, also ridiculous. And we've seen players on the Deagles cause a bit of chaos before, but it didn't actually formulate into a round victory. Now it looks like it will, and it's because of the proactivity. Just look at where these kills came in from. Outside B, deep in mid. Honda and Mythbutini took the fight to them, and they were rewarded because of that. Spinny plays this nicely as well. Just takes the contact, falls back, plays with his AWP, and at 30 seconds, we were doubting the player's CT side, but they've just broken through on the pistols and the saved weapons.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect this to be the round, but it was, and just like you said, the pistol striking true, the AK and the saved op also doing the damage. MIBR Academy just a little too disjointed, not good spacing in any of those engagements to get a trade on through, aside from the one that they found towards Doc. So will be a saved AK and an op on the other side this time, as BRN, Perez, and Stormzine will almost certainly be investing into this round. Tied up at 9. We continue to go back and forth where neither team can really seem to gain the edge over the other.
Well, you would have almost expected that to be the edge that MIBR Academy got, right? Like,
yes.
they break through, they get double digits, they make it a 2-round game, but all of a sudden, it's just right back to where we were a moment prior. Fast play. This is very fast towards A, and Stormzine gets greeted by a chunky grenade. So sure, MIBR Academy do get this map control, but how do they work with it now? Apparently straight towards A, but that's also not going to work.
Yeah, XNS just rebuffs them. They're still trying, right? They're throwing the nades in, they're spamming with the bullets. Nades on the other side as well, so they take a little bit of damage from it. Perez down to 71 and LKZ at 75. And eventually, this just, the way it's shaping up feels like they just want a fake presence in towards A main and eventually end up towards B. And with the bomb headed through canals towards E-Box, that definitely feels like it'll be the case. I wouldn't be surprised to see them even try to send one player all the way in towards that A site while they wait for their chance to strike towards B. But it's going to have to happen soon with only 45 seconds left on the clock. And oh, a missed shot from Card. It almost cost him his life. He's able to fade away. And with that, I feel like now they have to go A. There's no choice.
It almost just feels like round over as well, not gonna lie.
Oh no, yeah.
It's going to be... this round solely comes down to someone like LKZ getting a double opener or getting traded on the opening when he gets one or something like that. Like, there's 20 seconds left. Mifutini is trained on the angle. XNX takes the first contact. There's a Molotov that's going to come in, not even to his position. It's going to land on Mifutini. And yeah, this is just round over. There's 10 seconds left. There's no way the bomb gets planted. But... both defenders fall. They don't anticipate Honda scrambling to get the bomb planted. They might get it planted. Card's given an overwatch, but he doesn't anticipate that. Oh, they don't even get the bomb down in time. That's happening a bit too often.
Yeah, it seems like it. That was it took a little bit too long for MIBR Academy to actually activate in that round. They had a couple of different ideas. I think what they wanted to do is fake in towards A, but then the peek comes into connector and Card almost gets fragged, which leads them panicking and scrambling back towards the A site. They do leave one player behind, hoping that a Molotov and a push in will attract players from the A site to rotate to B, but it just doesn't happen. The players don't bite, and as a result, MIBR Academy just don't have a path in towards that A site. There's just too much firepower in their way and not enough time to clear it out.
Crazy that round actually works as well, but then it's just the unfortunate result of it all.
Yeah.
Hard does save the AWP into this round, which is the only silver lining, but he has to get, I'd say, even a double opener, at a minimum at least one, and Honda's not giving anything. Neither is Doc, and Spinny's also playing reserve, so unless they make an egregious error here, players, I don't see this being a fortuitous round for MIBR Academy, and Honda's even just walked away. But there's the opportunity, and it's gone awry. And now they know where the AWP is, right? So they can just maybe get aggressive elsewhere.
I mean, they've got a flank material. I think they got a flank material. No, they don't. Sorry. It's just another player joining up with MIBR Academy. So it's going to be tough because players have 3 members of the squad waiting here onto the B site to receive these pistols. Okay. If they hit shots like that, I guess it doesn't really matter if it's a pistols or a rifle. Perez gets the opener. Honda looking for more here with the M4A1, but it's not really happening as cleanly as players would like. Finally, XNS shuts down Perez, and that was what triggered Doc to spin around that corner and get the last. Alrighty, well, 11th round found for players, though it was very messy on their path there.
Yeah. Surprising to see how this half has turned out. It's felt like it's so many, the pistol round, not getting the bomb down in time in a 2 versus 1. Even the previous, it just felt like a non-starter as well, these last few rounds for the T side. Even though LKZ, who had a really rough first half, has stepped up. Perez is feeling more consistent after having 6 at the half. Yeah, no, this is looking like a player's victory. And this is the last saloon for MIBR Academy. They have all their eggs in one basket. They've got the rifles out, a Galil on card, the rest on AKs. But they've just been leaving it quite late to time and not making players feel very uncomfortable, while players have also just looked better on their defense.
Yeah, and we have to remember, this is the map where MIBR Academy are 3-0, right? It's their pick. They've looked good on Anubis up to this point. But then you look at the next one picked by players, Dust 2. Players have, they're 2-3 on the map, but they've had some close losses. So I feel like, and you look on the other side, it's been one-sided for every single map of Dust 2 that MIBR Academy have played over the last 3 months. The last one being in May, on May 16th. So it has been a while for them, even for players. May 30th is the last time they played over on Dust 2. But still, I think that this is the map that, like we talked about in the pregame, each team has to take their own pick. It doesn't feel like there should be an advantage for either one, and that a map 3 would likely be a determining factor. But if we don't get there, which is possible, and players win this, I think MIBR Academy are going to be in a bit of trouble.
I think that's an understatement. And it feels like a similar round, but at least they do have the map control towards middle. There's proactivity over towards the B bomb side, which is going to allow for rotations. They got to get moving, because this A split's coming in. And it feels like there's a lot of reliance right now on XNS and Honda in towards mid. But Honda, first contact, and he just survives.
That's
Molo's going to
beautiful.
come in.
Oh!
XNS just walks into the headshot, and that Molo actually would have missed anyways, so Honda would have had more time to play with, and sure, players have the rotations, as mentioned, because of that aggressive play from B, but as soon as they show up, they just die. And this is the second 4K for BRN, and both coming at pivotal moments in the game.
I mean, we talked about those individual efforts from MIBR Academy being difference makers a lot of the time, and you see it again here. BRN, like you mentioned already, 4K, second time he's had it. In both instances, it was at critical junctures for the MIBR Academy squad, and this time it'll give them a 10th round and bring them back into a map that looked like it was going to slip away from them very, very quickly. Players, I don't know that maybe they did anything wrong here. Yes, the one peak you could perhaps criticize, I think it was XNS for coming around there when he didn't have to because the Molotov would have missed. But at the same time, like, that's still a duel I think that he can come out and win. So, I don't know. MIBR Academy. BRN standing on his head to keep hope alive here on map number 1. 22nd round of play here, Freddie. I think there's still enough money available to players to get a decent buy-up through. More than decent. They're going to have the AWP. That's going to get dropped from Myth Poutini. Although we do have a technical timeout to get through before we're able to play this round.
I did curse us when I think I said ages ago, like, oh, we haven't even had a tech pause yet today.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can't say that kind of stuff.
I can't be putting it into existence. I was foreshadowing it. But that is it's a step in the right direction, and it's just that also was just fundamentally a good round from MIBR Academy. Like, they get a little bit lucky, perhaps that players don't rotate maybe the best. I think that's fair to say, but that was just the first time in a few rounds where I've been like, okay, that was actually good. And they're going to see if they can continue that success, because if they win this round, they break players' economy and just book themselves into 12.
Yeah. I mean, it's their pick. They really have to take it because things do not look great for them on Dust 2, as I've already highlighted. Honda, who did have a great opener in that previous round. Like, he got that first frag, and you're like, okay, this is really good. And you got the lineup for the second, and you had support as well, and BRN just upset the apple cart entirely. Stormzine throwing that Molotov right at the feet of Doc. He's going to have to get out of there so his toes don't burn away. And then Stormzine capitalizes with the swing. They've got a great pincer attack going forward here. What a set piece by MIBR Academy. 5v2, the round's already over.
It doesn't even feel like a set piece as well, because I don't even know how much util they throw. They kind of just run at them, right? Like, they just work around the weird defensive smokes that have been put down. And yeah, they just isolate all the angles. And each player, it's 3 different players that step up to the plate. BRN, Perez, Stormzin. They are all able to isolate a duel. And now, let's see if they can hunt down Myth Poutini, most specifically on the AWP, because next round is going to be an eco. And we've seen players who have, this roster, who early on in this half have been on a low buy, but because of the saved weapons, they were able to win out the round. XNS clutching onto that AWP. Is he going to be allowed to do so? Oh my god, somehow yes. Myth Poutini, you better do something beautiful with that AWP now.
Yeah, I think I just appreciated the way MIBR Academy set themselves up in that round, right? In terms of the manpower and the way they timed it, right? As they were moving in, it was just felt like players had no chance at all. The way that MIBR played around that. Either way, we're tied at 11. You talked about it. Economy broken for players. They've only got the saved op in their hands. Outside of that, not much. Felt like things were in their control, but MIBR have stolen that away. Myth Poutini. AWP aggressively postured in A main. So I think he wants to poke his nose out here. That would not be a good idea. It would probably lead to his instant death. he's somewhat realized that with the utility that's been tossed, but are they going to overlook this? Are they going to walk away with their backs turned? What a time for him to peek out, and there goes LKZ. Uh-oh.
Speed up towards B, I assume.
Yeah.
But they need to actually speed up. Stormzin's been crunched. He falls. The B bomb site has then been opened up in response, but its AKs be picked up for players. BRM is doing really good work at just disposing of those players. But this is a 3 versus 2 post plan because Myth Poutini's found another on an orb. They know where BRN is, but Card snuck himself in towards Palace, and he's going around towards CT because he's planted for CT. BRN has to survive. Mandatory.
I don't know that he will. I mean, they're watching it. He's got to time it perfectly. He does, but it's an instant trade. Now it's up to Card in a 1v1. XNS. Flashbang toss, needs a quick frag, doesn't have a kit, and well, that's going to be enough. That will be enough for MIBR Academy to secure a 12th round, even though players make it close by getting back in here, and it felt like they had the advantage in some ways with the way Myth Poutini was working his way around that map with the AWP. But in the end, it does fall by the wayside, and the round with just that hero op doesn't work out. I don't even know if I can call it a hero op because it was saved over from the previous round, but still, Myth Poutini's efforts were heroic, at least. 24th round of play. Players have to win this to push it to OT. Otherwise, MIBR Academy will manage to salvage their map pick.
It's all coming down to the wire. I did say it's going to be a pretty close-knit game, and it's definitely... I don't think it could be any closer. It feels like both these teams are dead even, but both making a lot of mistakes, which is allowing for it to be this close as well, to be honest. This is an aggressive play from Spinny. He's out of connector.
Bit of a risk, yeah, that's why. It still works out for him.
It
Spinny
works out.
Gets Card, XNS onto LKZ, 5v3 in favor of players who looked flat in the previous 3-4 rounds. But MIBR Academy could be staring down at overtime unless they manage to get something done here. I think it's just the idea is to throw a bunch of util in towards the A site, make it feel like an A hit here, because there's no chance that Stormzin's walking out into that A site with the bomb by himself.
No, that'd be a little bit too brazen. BRN's causing a lot of chaos as well in middle. He's not only restricting the rotations, but he might be able to pick one off, and that would make this B execute way easier. All of a sudden, BRN role shifts because they're going to have to walk past him. He's also just heard Myth Poutini, but he was then focused on Myth Poutini was running away, and Honda shoots him in the side of their head. Stormzin's finally come to join up with his teammate, but it's all in vain. And even though Perez does get 2 from B main, overtime is upon us.
Wow. I mean, it feels like overtime was the necessary result out of, based on what we saw, right? Because it was so back and forth in regulation that neither team really was able to gain that edge. Yes, we saw some crazy round win streaks coming through on both sides. I don't want to call them crazy, just little round win streaks that came through on both sides. But in the end, that back and forth play results in OT. That's where it'll be decided. No economic restrictions anymore.
I think it's going to be interesting to actually see rounds that just aren't a little bit hodgepodge. It feels like this whole series has been just like weird economy for everyone. And while Payne is tearing it up at the major, I assume all these players will be one day hoping that they make it to that stage of Counter-Strike. You all got to start somewhere.
It's the ultimate goal for all of us.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah.
And for MIBR Academy, this is their map pick, you got to remember. And they're not really playing like it, I'll be honest.
No.
Especially this CT side, I'm worried, because surely players just run B again.
Here are the nades exchanging hands, but LKZ's on the receiving end of the worst of it, down to 21 HP. It might be our academy taking a lot of the early damage here. Not really gaining much space. Like, they have no foray into canals, A main or B main. So, I mean, look, there's still some time left on the clock for them to change that, but it feels like they're kind of stagnating right now. They don't really know where they want to end up. Finally deciding to push into mid, but Honda's right here, and he shuts down BRN before he really gets a chance to fire off a shot at all. There's the smoke pop, but it's for naught because there's no information gained off of it. MIBR Academy continue to just hang around, right? They're not really gaining any ground.
Yeah, it feels a bit unimaginative.
Yeah.
And, oh, I guess worst comes to worst, we go B, right?
I guess, but that's not a good plan.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
I mean, there isn't any utility left on this part of the map, at least. So this execute is going to be uncontested utility-wise, but the flashbangs come in.
They have 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. This hold is going to be looking pretty good as well. Flashbangs, ineffective. Opening kill. The crossfire works out really nicely. The bomb is dropped. Honda just dancing and prancing and nailing alongside Doc. As Card, yeah, I mean, well, there's literally nothing you can do with 2 seconds. You save it in overtime. Would you look at that? And they might just not even allow that to be the case as players take the first round in overtime on the CT side. And that's scary, seeing a CT side come on the board so early on.
I mean, look, the only real savable gun, I would say, in 12.5K start money on overtime is the op, right? And maybe the AK you could argue on CT side because you can't get it, aside from picking it up. So, yeah, but either way, I don't think that was what he wanted to do. It's just the circumstances of it because he couldn't get back into the round. It was impossible with no time left. So, MIBR Academy just... they spin their tires, right, throughout the majority of that round, and then eventually have to make a decision. It's not a favorable one by charging in towards B. This time, a little bit of aggression on the player side gets punished immediately. They do get an opener, but 2 back, and then the third cracks open potentially this B side and know that Spinny's here. They're trying to isolate him. The Molotov bounces off his head, slows him up, but still managed to get the frag on the Storm Z, then tucks himself into the smoke.
Chaos. Okay, so the dust settles. MIBR Academy have 2 in mid. Mifputin is getting aggressive in canals. He's being held for, but he hits the shot. That's the bomb dropped into canals.
Oh my god!
And
the
Spinny's
worst possible
wait, no,
scenario.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't get dropped. Oh,
okay.
I assumed it would get dropped into canals, but it doesn't. And now because of that, BRN. He just cycles over towards B to then meet up with Perez, who's come through B main, and Spinny's pushed really aggressively into canals. He might not realize that Perez is going to be meeting him at the mouth of connector.
I don't think Perez has any idea, no clue at all, that Spinny could be in this position. Look, he didn't even clear it. He didn't even look in towards Con. So if Spinny pops out here, he's got a freebie.
They're going to have to expect it now, though, right?
I mean, you feel like it.
Yeah, he is.
Perez is looking now, and he will get the frag, so it's okay. If Spinny comes out sooner, though, this is an entirely different round. No question.
Yeah. It's a tough pill to swallow. And Perez, well, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. He just swings on Mifputin and doesn't allow for any resemblance of a clutch to be formulated. And yeah, for Spinny, that's going to be hard to watch it back because he's going to realize he probably could have just won the round out if he also just pushed out connector maybe. But hey, it's all good looking at it in retrospect, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I just felt like as soon as he heard the footsteps that he would come out a little bit faster, and he didn't. He just continued to hold the ground, and eventually MIBR Academy realizes, oh, we haven't really looked here, have we? And Perez continues to do the damage. He's at 24 frags. He's really been popping off.
Ooh, I don't think Honda's getting out of this.
What?
Wow.
He does die, but what?
Also, they threw 3 grenades at him as well there. But okay, that's a bit of value. Gets a lot of information and 2 kills. Would you look at that? MIBR Academy, no idea what to do, and Card almost corner timing, but out of nowhere, Spinny, over aggression, even though they have a man advantage, thwarts that position now for players as they are in a 3 versus 3 with no map control and very sporadic across the board.
there's really no necessity to go for that aggression either. Like you said, a man advantage, you can fall back. Sure, you can still hold outside of B main, but going that far up is a risk that's unnecessary. And now look what happens. Mitbutini's alone. He loses the fight. Doc trying to support, but the Molotov is right in his face. And you see that this B site perhaps lost. Doc trying to change that. Needs a frag here. Does he realize it's being planted right under his nose?
What a
Doesn't
shot.
matter. Fantastic
1
shot from Card.
HP. Yeah, it's 2 rough rounds in a row for Spinny. And I guess the question is, can XNS 1 versus 3 drops a bomb on the smoke and he just walked into both of their crosshairs. MIBR Academy, they lose the first round in overtime, then a rebuttal for 2 puts them in the lead as they now go onto their CT side, which did look a little bit hit and miss. And it felt like the pistol round was actually the reason why they got so many rounds in the first place.
No, definitely. I think MIBR Academy going to have to come out a little bit sooner here in overtime with the guns, right? And make a case for themselves immediately, put the pressure on, get a 15th right away. And then it'll be up to the players on their T side to execute. But as it stands, honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea who's going to take this. It's been such a seesaw ride of a map of Counter-Strike.
That's a perfect analogy. It's just been like no rhyme or reason, no consistency from either team, really.
Yep.
But MIBR Academy do have the advantage on their map pick. And that B bomb site, if we can cast our mind back all the way to the first half, was a really big issue. And I wonder how players now approach this C site with that in mind.
Maybe they forgot. That's the only problem.
It's like, what actually worked for us way back when?
It's been so long.
Ooh, that would have been a fantastic start for Card. That's a great start, though, with damage onto Doc. Ooh.
BRN going to get 1, but Mitbutini the instant trade.
I don't know how I feel about that, and it might be a little bit scary now, because MIBR have pulled 3 players over towards this part of the map, but the bomb in Canals looks like it wants to go towards A, and there's only 1 defender here, and that's all because of the BRN 1-for-1.
And they're sending 2 players towards B right now, and they do lose 1, but XNS gets 1 right before that. So, I mean, it might even lean this last player here towards the A site, that's LKZ, to rotate over.
They're on the bomb site. He doesn't even realize. They drop smokes on his position from beneath him. However, Spinny, once again, an ineffective play, loses the lurk kill, bomb gets planted, a 2 versus 3 post plant for players.
Spinny's had a tough go. Oh, LKZ gets 1 before dying. That is tough because Honda should have been able to get that before losing his teammate. Now he's flashed and dead. Beautiful stuff from MIBR Academy. They will get themselves a 15th on the board and just too many mistakes. And we talked about this feeling like a map where the team that makes the least amount of mistakes will end up being the victor. And that's what happens in this round.
Yeah, because you look at that round on paper and you're like, oh, great call from players. Only 1 player on the bomb site. They smoke him out. They mull him out. And then Spinny just activates way too early. Like, it's a very common theme that I see at this level of lurkers just not knowing their timings of like, Spinny should be playing until the very end. And because he gets killed so quickly, they're just like, grand, we'll rotate in. Like, it's just, you know, there's no bother to rotate in. We've got the space. Whereas if he survives, it's the seeds of doubt sowed into their mind, while also then having the late impact, but instead just leaves it up for grabs. And as Honda gets naded to 16 HP, this could be the beginning of the end as players need to get 2 in a row, or they'll be going onto their map pick in a disadvantageous position.
Look at the damage players have taken here. Still no deaths. That's the good news. Going back to that B site that has been vulnerable for MIBR Academy, and here Card just barely escaped with his life. Shoots a blind shot through the smoke, hoping it'll connect with something. Does it again, but nothing doing for MIBR Academy. They need one more round to secure this comeback and get their map pick under their belts. They fended off players for now. 55 seconds left. Players are absolutely postured for a B take. This is going to happen. They've got the smokes to block off the angles, and they've also got MIBR Academy on their heels, right? No one's on the site.
Yeah, I mean, I actually just think this is a round over, to be honest, in itself.
I don't know.
Like, the bomb will be planted. Oh, Stormzin's got the opener. Okay, so Myth Bikini down. Remember Honda on 16 HP, but there also goes to the other side as well. Perez and Card, a little bit low, but the AWP, it does not matter. Bogdan's Law, XNS trying to dig his team out of this sticky situation, but just everyone around him's fallen. How is Stormzin still getting impacts? Honda and XNS, though, they're keeping it alive. The backstab is effective. Combination of 25 HP between the two of them. A 2 versus 2 to keep them alive. Stormzin, 3 kills so far for him on the tally. He's swinging out, searching for Honda, but now it's his teammates' turn to stick it, and Stormzin just provides Overwatch as he secures 4 kills with MIBR Academy taking their map pick.
That is wild, honestly, right down to the wire, which is appropriate for the way this entire series played. I'm sorry, I should say that the entire map played out. We still got more to play here, of course, but just wild stuff. And you said it, like, it felt like players were on the outside. It felt like they wouldn't have a path back in, but it's that one frag, that one overstep into connector on the side of yeah, exactly. Of players, right, that cost them. And then MIBR Academy are able to punch their way back into it. And there you go. I mean, what else is there to say? I think it's just been a crazy map of play that either team could have taken here, Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh, completely. Like, it feels like one of those games where for players as well, like, they lose the pistol round because they don't get the bomb down in time in a 2 versus 1 when their person they were against had like 13 HP or something like that. There's just so many if, buts, and maybes, to be honest, for me, for players. And MIBR Academy, they will at least be able to put their map pick to good use. And I'm expecting Dust 2 and potentially even Mirage, a decider. I expect it to be somewhat the same. So with that in mind, we'll be going to players map pick. It is Dust 2. It's going to be a barn buster, guys, to not go too far.
All right, we're on to map number 2 here. MIBR Academy, they were down and out, it felt like, on Anubis on their map pick. And then they pulled it back. They went to overtime, managed to win an OT, and we're on to Dust 2, the pick of the players.
Yeah, it's the pick of the players, but you know, they haven't been looking great on it recently.
Yes.
To be, or like no one's looked very good on it, I'll be honest. And it's also, I think, just the conversation I was having at the start of the series of like, it's the same core, sure, from both two teams, but the support around them is different. Like Honda's never played with these guys before. Doc's only got a handful of games, and then you've got newer additions of Perez and LKZ for MIBR Academy. So it's a bit of like an unknown for the maps just in general, to be honest. I don't think the maps, depending what maps it is, actually will matter that much.
Yeah, and I feel like you were kind of leaning into this at the end of the previous map, but individual-wise, MIBR Academy have been better, especially BRN. Like, so I feel like on a map like Dust 2, that could make the difference. And speaking of which, LKZ gets a couple. Myth Poutini a couple back, though. LKZ and Perez are gone. It felt like they had the hold there, but it will still be a 3v2 retake, and MIBR Academy with a significant HP advantage with Myth Poutini down to 36 health. Myth Poutini tries to take the fight, can't do it, and there goes Honda as well.
That's Stormzen, who ended off the first map with 4 kills in that final round, and then starts off the second map with 3 kills in the first round. So, okay. Yeah. Also, LKZ's got 2 kills in every pistol round.
Is that... Wow.
Yeah. I remember it because I was hate watching on it. So... Because he had at the end of at the start of the second half, he had 6 kills after the pistol round, so he had he had 2/3 of his kills in pistol rounds. But like, you know, he's got 4 kills and he's got 6 kills across the 3 pistol rounds. Regardless, though, that's a really good start. Players do bomb down equals purchase up.
I love that you followed that stat. That's impressive.
It's the small things that I notice, like the weird ones that it's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I'm just like, oh yeah,
why not? Just looking at the numbers a little closer here from the previous map, you know, you had Perez who did very well for MIBR Academy at 27, Card and BRN as well at 21 and 21 apiece, actually. So, you know, you have those 3 players who were popping off individually. And then you look on the other side, you could look at XNS and Honda, but I mean, I don't know if it necessarily was as impactful. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's get into the action here, because it is chaos on the B site once more. A 3v3, a fake plant comes through. Is there a nade? No.
Oh. That's rough from Honda with that smoke. That's actually going to work really nicely in favor of players because they can just run through those smokes. There is a kit still on Stormzen from the pistol, and the flashbangs, fantastic. LKZ alongside Card just propelled forward, and just like that, the round is over. It's another contestable like kind of post plant for players. This one felt a lot more winnable, but I've just got to put it down to those flashbangs from Stormzen, right? Like they just fully blind everyone, allow for those opening kills.
And speaking of opening kills, Honda had the most on the previous map with 7, right? So
yeah, I can believe that actually.
Yeah.
But then a lot of them weren't round-winning opening kills, which is also, I think, something to note. Also, we were talking about players' stats from the last game. Perez ended on 27. He ended the first half with 6 kills. And 3 of them came from 1 round. So he went from having, like, not much impact to then really high impact in the second half on the T side, and then followed that into overtime as well.
Okay, well, this is a round that's supposed to favor MIBR Academy, but they've lost the first player in BRN. Mid is very exposed, and you're seeing they're trying to capitalize on the player side. Myth Poutini was thinking about pushing up. I guess he's just going to try and take the fight with Stormzen. I believe that's the idea. Anyway, instead, they say, no, pull it back. I got the smoke. We'll see if that works out. Perez is gone! Deleted from the B site, and the player is just quickly readjusting and finding their way to a bomb plant. Still haven't lost a body, and the pistols are working. Are they not even going to fight forward from MIBR Academy? Are they just giving this up?
So weird, because BRM is like fighting between the 2 angles. Like, sure, Stormzen is there to support him, but Card and LKZ literally don't move a muscle until 10 seconds ago. Like, it's kind of shocking to me that MIBR Academy don't make much of a proactive decision to pivot elsewhere. And yeah, that felt very easy for players. Like maybe they were scared of the short play, but I don't know. Yeah, being like, oh, they won't go B again. But no, I'm in the same vein as you. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what just went down. Like you see Perez of two minds, right? Wants to peek mid and support, and then at the end he doesn't. Then he tries to go back to B, and players are all there with pistols. I think the most shocking thing on my side is that's not even a force buy. That's an eco round with a scout bot up. And players win it. They don't really have to fight too much. They get a couple of frags, and that's it. The other rifles don't get into the mix. I agree with you. LKZ and Card, I don't know why they're taking so long to react to that. I guess it was explosive from players, and there wasn't really that much time to realize what was going down. But still, I don't know. Players calling a timeout, even though they're the ones that win the round, maybe to calm down things. The comms are probably pretty crazy, given the fact that they just won a round that felt like, I don't know, it felt like one that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah,
that was the opportunity for MIBR Academy to get a 3-0 lead and maybe come out with a better start, right? To take this map away from players and make it a 2-0, but now everything's been flipped around.
It's just such an odd round as well, because like,
yeah,
they just lost the opening kill and that was kind of it really against pistols. It's a great reaction from players though, to just instantly get that kill and just like pivot. There was no hesitation. I think that was kind of the defining feature. But speaking of Card, no impact in the previous, gets a wallbang headshot onto Honda to get the opening kill in this round. So he definitely makes up for his misfortunes already, as MIBR Academy don't look like they just want to roll over. They are still contending.
Yeah, I think all will be forgiven for them if they get this round. And there's a lot of damage done by LKZ before he gets insta-dropped by Doc. So,
it's a great read, by the way, because Doc had already come out. Like, he'd already come around the corner, seen no one's there, but still swings it.
I think given the space they've gained, they're just going to work off that. They're sending 4 bodies up, Cat. 2 players from MIBR Academy are still clearing out long, so A is completely free for the taking. I don't think it's an advantage long range because they don't have the op, and Mitpuccini does.
I don't know if they know he has the AWP, but I don't think, to be honest, that matters. This is certainly an interesting position for MIBR to be in. Bomb's just going to get planted for free, and this retake's going to be so difficult. I don't even know how you get into this retake.
I don't think you do. And the reason why I felt like the op could have more impact is if they decide to plant it for long, for example, which is obviously not what they're going to do, then they can go over and peek long, or just have the op posted up to see what's happening. It will be here, and there you go. BRN going to be dropped off the face of the map. It's over. This round's done. It's players that are going to take it.
The fact they get 2 kills there is actually more than I honestly thought they would. But yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting mid-round from MIBR Academy that just comes out to bite them. Like, they had a kit on Stormsden, who's, by the way, was 8-0 because he hadn't died until that round from the pistol. So he's had a great performance, but it feels like everyone around him has maybe struggled a little bit. And yeah, the mid-round call there, less to be desired, as players will be seeking to take an early lead back from their opponents as they're up against an eco on their map pick now.
Yeah, MIBR Academy just caught in transition in a lot of ways, trying to send a couple of players to clear out long, and while they're doing that, players just walk on towards A from Cat and don't really have any problems planting the bomb. They plant it for Cat, which means that MIBR Academy don't really have a path back in, and it's just really well played from them on the player side. After all is said and done, and you see MIBR Academy just with the USPs, they charge into upper tons. I say charge, but it's more of a slow crawl. And we'll at least confirm that no one's going B. I really don't know if anything can materialize in this round for them, though.
If anything does, it will be nothing short of a miracle.
I think they play for exits, maybe. I think that's the best course of action in this situation. Maybe get an upgrade. No, they're just going to get picked apart by XNS if they continue this path forward. Does he overlook BRN? Okay, good boost. Good idea. A little bit of a smart play there. If they can recover the AK, it's even better, but that Molotov's going to make life very difficult for them. Stormzine does manage to grab it and fade away. That's not bad.
AK and a kill?
Yeah.
I'll take it. Get Storms in on the AK. He's been marvelous.
Yeah, I mean, 8-1 so far. He actually didn't have that great of a map of Anubis. It was just at the end, right? That multi-kill that propelled him. And now he's carried over that momentum here onto Dust 2, as you mentioned, the opening pistol round, a 3K. Manages to pick up the AK, and maybe he'll be able to do more. Ooh, yeah, that's a big loss. Card.
And they just accelerate.
Back turned.
And that's round over.
Yeah.
That's his first 2 kills of the game, by the way. It's I mean, like, this setup was lovely, and I was also quite confused why... I was actually... But yeah, Honda's just got 3 kills, first 3 in the game to win the round out. But MIBR went for an aggressive play in middle, right? They had the boost on short, the player in under under tunnels. That's the one. You normally see that the AWPer is the guy that kind of goes and supports, but Card went solo long, which I just from the outset was like, oh, that's an interesting call to make. And then he just takes a pot shot, runs back and dies. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Round over.
That's so tough. Yeah, as soon as Card dies, there's just a massive acceleration from the players like you were talking about, and the second player falls immediately afterwards. And after, you know, what looked like a great job from MIBR Academy, finally something working out to save that AK, a nice little play that they put together, fall completely flat in the follow-up round, and players continue their run of rounds here. Full loss bonus is there, so they should be able to buy up with the saved guns, but... yeah. As expected, the players are finding a rhythm here on Dust 2.
Ooh, that is a deafening opening kill. That was the AWP on Stormzine? I'm not sure what he was doing with AWP. He's died 3 rounds in a row with not really getting much for it. BRN... he just pushed top mid. He's been able to get a kill scot-free, and he's dropped utility to allow himself to hang around. Getting out is not going to be easy for him, because Mifputini's holding for his exit, but not holding well enough. So that's going to be the opening kill minimized from Mifputini, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's just a fantastic play from BRN across the board, right? He gets the opener, puts the smoke down, buys himself a little bit more time, is able to fade away and not expose himself to the angle from dark. And now players have to make a readjustment. Mid is still open. They haven't closed that space at all for MIBR Academy, so players can play with that if they want to. Instead, they're going to go up cat. And once more, no one on the site proper. Okay, that adjustment for BRN is going to be a good one, because he needs to be watching here to make sure that they just can't get cat for free as they did a few rounds ago.
I mean, is this enough, though?
I don't know.
Apparently, really not. I mean, yeah, that's round over. But this is another round for MIBR Academy where players just kind of walked up short or walked onto a part of the map. They get 1 kill and it's just round over. Like, MIBR are just sitting on their hands and not feeling like they are comfortable on Dust 2.
Which, given the results they've had, 7-13, 8-13, and 8-13 kind of makes sense, right? That there's something not working here. And their CT side has been actually quite miserable. 24.2% of their CT rounds are victories. Yeah, it feels like you've been describing, like a couple of frags come in and they're out of it. Like, that's not always the case, especially not towards the A site. Like, you have players gearing up for the retake, or they get into position for it. It just feels like MIBR Academy want nothing to do with the rounds, or just aren't in a position to contest after they lose the bodies. And they need to change their setup. What? Okay, Perez, settle down.
How many headshots was
I
that?
think that was a triple dink or something like that.
I just kind of heard the like of the headshot, and I was like,
Yeah.
God, what's happening? Ooh, I like this timing for a tactical pause from MIBR Academy because they got to really sort out what's going on because it's evidently not even working remotely. Like even then, they lose the opening kill, but they are able to get it back to a 4 versus 4, but then it's just the same issues arise. So yeah, they got to really sort something out right now, and I think a little chat, get the coach on the mic, is really a necessity.
I think they need to play it differently, right? Maybe put an anchor down on the B site and then have a couple of players hovering around mid so that your A site, even if you do lose a player, you're not completely out of the round already because they're postering 2 players on B, putting them up there, and then 1 player mid and the other 2 are leaning into long A. So that leaves a massive gap into A if they lose their mid player. So you need to make an adjustment. So far, I mean, at least in the early round, they're going to send 3 players towards towards long, excuse me. But now they have the one going into mid, and then another that's going to be watching cat. So it's still the same setup. Nothing's really changed in terms of the vulnerabilities here for MIBR Academy.
This should be a B pop. There's 2 players on this bomb site. There is also the mid player that's done well, and BRM, he just mows him down. His defense has fallen, or rather his support on the bomb site, but then the rotations are going to be able to come through. Spinny does at least crack open the bomb site itself, but just look at these rotations. All 3 of them are within close proximity, and they're putting utility to make this really uncomfortable for players. And he just walked through a smoke. Good evening, sir. Storms him, pokes out his head, and he's looking for another triple kill on the B bomb site, and Card will snatch it away from him. But that's Stormzin's first kill since the 3rd round.
I mean, I'm surprised players don't just go back to what was working, right? That's the first time, or the second time they made an approach towards the B site, and the second time it hasn't really worked out for them. I should say the 3rd time because they did get it on that eco round, but the other 2 times it didn't work out. And I think that it's just an interesting decision. I know you have to make a change up every once in a while, so you're not too readable and you're not telegraphing your play, but it didn't feel like MIBR Academy had much of a change up pitch to throw in there this time. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just completely agree with you. I was like, you know, obviously the versatility is like the main aim of the game, right? But sometimes, yeah, it's just like, you don't need to change everything always.
Right. But MIBR Academy, the 2-man setup on the B site, if you're seeing that on players and you know, like, here it is again. I don't understand this because if you lose Cat and you lose the site here in this situation, you have 3 players posted up at long mid-round and you've got nothing that can come back in.
Like, they've got long and there's now only movement away. There was definitely like a long period of time there where I'm just thinking like, was 3 players necessary?
Yeah.
But for the first time, I think ever, Card's actually in the right position on the CT side. It was a criticism I had from him on the first half of Anubis of, I think he had 6 kills at the half, and I was like, dude, I don't remember a single one. Like, he just wasn't really, like, present. But MIBR Academy, they are shifting in the right manner, and Stormzin's just being jumped on. XNS then thinks he's a timing to come through the mid smoke because Stormzin's focused elsewhere, but it's all slotting in place right now for MIBR Academy, and this ultimately has ended up being a really clean round.
That was much better. And I mean, when I was criticizing them, for good reason, there were multiple gaps in their defense that players could have, if they gone faster, that round's over. Players win. But because they take a little bit longer, MIBR Academy, they send the reinforcements into the right place. They have a very strong setup towards A that only materializes under the 1 minute mark, right? So there was a gap. There was an opening again for the players to capitalize on, but they don't. And it's good on MIBR Academy, at least to show us a better look here on Dust 2. Mythpatini, another opener. Stormzine is victim again, and then a follow-up onto Card. What's happening here? Just some good shots, I'd imagine. And again, look at the buy-up. Look at the guns that the players have. It was pistols. Now they got to double up. Oh my god.
Oh, it was looking so good for just a split second. Spinny also jumps across that. Ooh, right. Does he do it again against the AWP at long range?
Yeah, he's been spotted. He's dead. Oh!
Ooh. I mean, Perez hasn't moved off the B-bomb site. But yeah, I mean, this is the second kind of low purchase round for players. It's one now.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with mid and like a lot of aggression into mid. Look where those X's are, right? Two towards Cat, one in the mid doors. So they're all three of them trying to push, trying to get into the faces of players in a round where I think they just misjudged the economy. I don't think they realize that they're going up against pistols because no way, no how are you taking aggressive fights against pistols here on Dust 2. You just wait for them to come to you. But Myth Patini, the saved op, works out for him, a 2K. And then they get a second one picked up. I mean, running double op T side, if you're going to do it, I mean, Dust 2 is the best map for it. So why not? But that's a round again that slips away from MIBR Academy. I wouldn't be going near that door.
Yeah, luckily. He's very lucky there. Okay. That's interesting peek from Card, but it works out amazing. And over towards this B bomb site, it hasn't really worked on the gun rounds, and it doesn't look like it's going to work here. This is the same critique we had of players, of just being like, it was working, and then you changed it up, and then it isn't now. And Honda, he's actually been heard towards tunnels. He will at least get one onto Card, but he's just been entrapped. He's got Stormson also coming up the stairs. And honestly, I'm sitting here quite bamboozled by the fact that it's 5-6 right now.
It is. Only because it doesn't feel like MIBR Academy have built up a solid CT side at all. Like, in terms of their defense, there's a lot of holes, a lot of possibilities for players to exploit it. And they're going to the one place that MIBR Academy have put a lot of emphasis on, and that's that B site. Same result, 3 out of 4 times for the players in that direction. So maybe, despite, I would say, looking like the better team on the player side here in this first half, a tied scoreline would be very much a disappointment for them, I would say. They need to walk out with a lead, and we'll see if that happens. They're trying to go fast out towards long A, and this is not going to work either.
You know when you can just tell that someone's not going to clear something?
Yeah.
Like, they're just coming out... Sorry, what was Stormson just doing there? Okay. What a confusing 2 versus 2 at the end there on long. Stormson just like jumps around the corner. I don't even know with a rifle out. And then BRN just hits like 2 taps. It's like, okay, yep, sure. So MIBR, they go from like really struggling this half to then just ending out the last 2 rounds where we both sit, like last 3 rounds in that they won. We sit there and we're just like, what? Like, where was that? Where was that for the rest of the map, for the half?
Yeah. I mean, I think the one change that, to MIBR Academy's credit in this round, is Card. Maybe it wasn't this round, but it might have been the previous one. Just going towards Cat and getting that frag into mid, it really makes players question themselves more about going
in the previous,
direction. Like, yeah, it was in the previous. But going in that direction, like, oh, wait, is Cat closed up now, closed for business? Do we have to try something else? And that's what forces them to think about going maybe into long A. And that's what MIBR Academy wanted, because they've got that long A set up every time. They've got the B set up as well. That's been strong. So once they put it in players' minds that mid is closed for business, then I totally understand, going for the types of setups that they had been going for previously that weren't working at all, because MIBR Academy were abusing them into mid and Cat. But anyway, tied scoreline. I mean, fantastic for MIBR Academy, given the way that one was trending, honestly. And they go on to their better side of Dust 2, their T side, where they won 51.7% of their T rounds. So this is, I mean, overall distribution of 1 rounds 2 is 65.2% for T side. This is where MIBR Academy thrives, so still a chance to get the victory here over on the map, and that is a phenomenal start to the pistol.
Is that Doc just behind them in top mid? Okay, yeah, so Doc does at least get one back and kind of traps them in. He doesn't know if they've gone up short or in tunnels, but they're in towards tunnels. Are they going to
They can go back, yeah.
T-spawn?
They have time, they have time. They could reset themselves, right?
Yeah, because right now, players, they just assume that it's going to be a B finish. And you've got one of either LKZ or Card. There's Card. Okay, so Card's gone back in T-spawn. And Doc's also circled back towards Long. That might be our academy. They just wait, they freeze, and players then start to get a little bit unruly because there's no presence in mid or short. MIBR Academy could be anywhere, and players don't have that info, but they are still keeping 2 towards B.
I'm not sure what the idea is, sending one player towards Long right
Neither.
now for MIBR Academy on the pistol round, right? You'd be better off having them charging in towards the B site right now, and this could cost them. It really could. I mean, they get the first onto Honda, and somehow it looks like it has worked out okay.
Yeah, I completely in agreement of just like, what was really the point of sending Card there? I thought they were sending LKZ because he had a smoke, so I thought they were going to get him to like smoke mid to B or like smoke Xbox or cross, just basically like throw presence, right? Or like the first smoke on shore. So that was my thought process. But then I see Card sitting in Long House. I'm just like, eh?
I'm guessing they thought they could catch rotations, but it still doesn't make sense to me. On a pistol round, maybe on a rifle round, you know, having one player posted up while you're going for an execute in the opposite direction. But anyway, it works out for them despite that, as BRN gets the headshot. And it will be MIBR Academy with the pistols. Yes. That's crazy. I mean, I find it crazy they won pistol and still looked so rough throughout that first half, right?
They needed the pistol round, butter. Also, my Go LKZ doesn't get his 2 kills. He only gets 1.
Well, the 2-kill streak has ended for LKZ on the pistol round, so that's unfortunate for him. But MIBR Academy, they got their own plans here. They're trying to get a clean anti-eco, which was a struggle over on that first half of action. This time, a little bit messy perhaps, but I think, oh boy, XNS2 picks up the Mac 10. Oh, that could have gone scary. That could have been scary, Freddy.
I mean, I definitely was in the vein of like Mac 10 against the scout close range. But regardless, it's MIBR onto 8. They take the lead for the first time since the very dawn of Dust 2. But I'm starting to see the individuals come alive a little bit more, especially towards the end of that second half, which is what we saw at the end of Anubis. So they get the lead, and I'm going to be intrigued to see how comfortable they look on this T side, because I think it's fair to say they weren't super comfortable on the CT side, and already that's an opening kill for Perez. And he doesn't even go with it as well. He just causes the shift in the presence in the map, and that allows BRN to skulk out middle. They also mollowed underpass as he was walking through the mid doors to make it seem like they didn't have that map control, and then he's already holding the CT rotation. I don't know if that was on purpose, but that seemed marvelous.
Yeah. I mean, in general, like we talked about, MIBR Academy, they've got those individuals that can really pop off. And there's a TK there. That sucks. But it doesn't really matter because they've got the B site and they've got a 4v2. Yeah. So I think players are thinking more about a save. But what I was trying to say was that I think the individuals have popped off more on the MIBR Academy side. So that didn't really happen on CT side because it was difficult. Their protocols are a little bit rough, but now T side, they can really take control. And I think that's why they've been more comfortable over these last 3 months on the attacking end.
Yeah, like I'm just kind of looking at even the kills distribution. It's like, how are players on 6 rounds again? I guess those are saves, right? That does make...
The 2 half buy, or not even half buys. It was like a saved op.
Yeah.
Right? And there was one with just pistols.
Terrorists win.
They had a couple of clean ones going towards Cat as well, so I think that's really how they got to that 6.
Yeah, they would just get a kill and then save.
Yeah, it was like an insta save for MIBR Academy.
Whereas you look at like Storms and BRM, like you can kind of see where the kills come from.
Yes.
Also, Honda, 4 kills. Like we kind of brought it up all
Didn't
the
you have
way.
that one round with 3, right?
Yeah, we kind of brought it up at the very beginning of just like, I know what, like, you know, what happened to him, if that's fair to say. And then I'm looking at results like this already, and I'm like, ooh.
Definitely want to see more out of him. This is quite a rough showing. Doc gets the first. It's just pistols around the rifles, and Perez gets an important one back, I would say. Because now it allows the space for Stormzine to jump onto Cat. Spinny could get overwhelmed with a good flashbang tossed over, which you kind of have to. You don't want to send Stormzine going out for contact here with 2 players on the other side. And he's got the bomb, too. This is actually a really exposed position for the bomb carrier to be in. I don't know. You need a flash here, guys. You need a flash. Throw a flash.
Molo. They're going to play ahead of it. Oh, that's really nice.
Okay.
Yeah, Card's holding. That flashbang.
There we go.
It like lands on Stormton's head so it doesn't blind him. I feel like that's actually an unfortunate timing for players, because in a second before that flashbang, if it comes in, Storms is blind and it's like bomb dropped. But instead, that's not the case, and it's double digits for MIBR Academy, and they're really pulling ahead and just looking better right now on this T side. What would be big, I think, is if they can try and make sure no one saves a primary rifle. But Myth Boutini's already got one, and I don't imagine they're going to be able to find him if he does just hard save.
I mean, I don't even know if it's worth it to try and chase that down. Oh, Myth Boutini is going to get the other gun. Yes, he does. He actually managed to ferry that over. Now it might be worth it, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like the thing was like they're gonna have a buy in the next round, but it's just always, you know, saving on the CT side. Like it's always so important. But no, Perez won't hear them as well. They'll be too far away, unfortunately. Yeah. So I guess it's down to if Card spots them, which he might.
Depends how far they go. I don't think they're going to expose themselves to T-spawn because they know that there could be a player watching here. So tucking themselves in behind Taxi makes sense. Ay. Couple of guns saved over wouldn't be bad for players. Wow, they are hunting quite aggressively. They're completely blinded. Nice flashbangs tossed here by MIBR Academy.
Works.
Yeah. I've seen these little plays from them. You know, I think back to the one where they got the AK with the boost up in towards Longhouse. That worked well. And right there, just going for the chase and the utility is fantastic. Those little details are important to getting you victories. I want to go back to that Cat play. I thought they were going to throw the flash, but they did use util, which is the important part, not going for contact. And the Molotov is disruptive enough for them to get one and then even the follow-up afterwards. So good work from MIBR Academy. They got 4 in a row here in this second half, and players nowhere to be found. And they do have a gun round here. Myth Boutini's been a key part of their success with that AWP, but unable to strike in the early part of the round here. Need more from Honda for sure.
Like Spinny, Honda, 4 kills. And Spinny. Speaking of Spinny, he's in the hot seat. Happening? These nades should How did that do so little damage? Oh, it's because they're not even remotely hitting him. Yeah, they've got launched out of the map. Okay, ooh. In their eagerness to hunt down Spinny, they end up losing, actually, the man advantage. And now it's just a bit chaotic for MIBR Academy. And LKZ, he's not going to expect this. He's holding for it, though, and I stand corrected. It's such a chaotic round.
It's actually kind of ridiculous that he expects that, given everything that just went down. I thought he would probably be more focused on joining up with his teammates there towards Cat. But yeah, nice job. That's an important one to find. And now you only have one A-site defender towards Car. One good flashbang and it's done, or just the headshot, and we'll see what happens. Myth Poutini does hit the op shot onto Perez, but they've lost another player in the meantime, and he's still the only one there. Finally dropped down to dirt, and look where Stormzina's perfect place to meet up with the last two, and headshots down on both of them. MIBR Academy remain flawless here in this second half.
You wouldn't think they keep 3 players alive after the first like minute of that round, would you?
No. Yeah.
I guess Stormzin's my goat. 21-8.
Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie. I was watching, you know, the first 3 rounds. He gets like a triple kill on the first round in the pistol. He then gets like another triple, and then, or he gets like 2 kills on the second round, and then he gets like 3 kills when they lose that round. But there's like in CT killing them as they come out, and I was like, and he sat on 8 for a good 5 or so rounds. And I was like, has Stormzin just had a really good end to map 1, a great start to map 2, and then just nothing? And then I think as soon as there's a very clear correlation of when MIBR Academy started winning their rounds and Stormzin started also getting more impact. Like those 5 rounds he didn't get kills in are 5 of the 6 that players won. I think there's a very clear correlation there.
No question. Oh, opening frag from Doc this time on the scout. These half-buy rounds have been MIBR Academy's biggest obstacle. And now it looks like this one might connect again. Oh my goodness. How can you not hit the spray twice?
You are kidding me, man.
How does Honda, who hasn't had a frag for God knows how long, come through with the 5-7 and get a 2K there? MIBR Academy a chance to get a 12th and gain full control in a round where there wasn't much available for players. Again, ends up costing them, and LKZ's completely exposed. It's dead. Done. 4 survive, free upgrades, an op in their hands. What is that? What happened? Just, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything here, but 2 AKs up against the 5-7, right?
You're
should have been a frag.
Extremely valid. Yeah, no, that's a stupid round, and I think a very needed tactical pause to honestly just get an earful from the coach.
Yeah.
I think if I was in that position, I'd be pretty angry.
No question.
It's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, just like, what are you doing? Like, how are you allowing the scouts to get 2 opening kills and a 5-7 to get 2 kills, and Honda to almost double his kills in 1 round? And I mean, if I've ever seen a game of Counter-Strike, this is how you let a team in, and that's not a great. It's not a great start from Card. You know, misses the opportunity to get any info or the opening kill because of the lack of movement. And there's also now a boost on short. Stormzin, lucky to get away with his life, but nope, I spoke too soon.
I mean, I think you mentioned it before. Myth Poutini's opening frags have been critical, right? And he gets one here, 4 players, which could yield them a potential 8th round victory, unless MIBR Academy are able to regroup. And a tag onto BRN will help even further. This one already feels potentially out of reach for MIBR Academy.
And even though it's been basically a near flawless half so far, apart from that 1 round in the previous, just look at their economy. It's kind of shocking to see that if they lose this round, it's going to have to most likely be the low purchase. So that would be players on 9. It's just then all of a sudden a 2-round game after it felt like we were just going to be swimming to victory for MIBR Academy.
And all of a sudden they look disjointed, right? Like everyone's going off, taking their own fights, right? No one's really working together. Finally, I think they realize, say, hey guys, hold on a second. Let's regroup. Might be too late at this point. Are they just going to save? Because they have 0 map control.
That's
35
crazy.
seconds on the clock. A 4-man T-side save. I do not know the last time I've seen this.
This feels very reminiscent to Anubis, where we had a few rounds where we'd be watching, and it's just kind of like a question mark of like, what was the game plan on the T side? And yeah, this feels very reminiscent. I think players are equally confused. Just like, are they actually saving?
Yes.
Like, Myth Poutini gets the opening kill. That is the only kill in the round. Oh!
Card's almost dead there. He can't even get the shot off.
Ooh!
Oh my god. This is a weird one.
Okay,
Freddy.
well they have another, yeah, like Stormson died. They pressed tab and were like, "Yep, guys, let's call it that. Let's pack it in."
They still had util. They still had a way to get through. And I did say, right, it felt like the round was already over, and I guess they felt it too, you know, because they just backed off. It still could have attempted something with all the util that they had to take some more space, but they decide against it and want to reset themselves and keep 4 guns up, which is good, I guess.
Sure, right? And this is much different.
Okay, there we go.
MIBR Academy just go, screw it. We're running at them. And Spinny is going to remain on 4 kills. Utility to try and not allow MIBR Academy's progression. Everyone's here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Take a look at Short. Take a look at this player walking up short. Perez, no one's holding for him. He's going to be the difference maker, but everyone's... Wait, what? Perez died from Myth Poutini? Myth Poutini gets 2 there? What just happened?
Oh, boy. Well, it started well. And then Myth Poutini just puts a wrench in their plans. I like the idea from MIBR Academy. Just work together, group up, go for the hit towards A, but they get lost in the smokes. I think that's what happens. All that util was up, and Myth Poutini utilizes it absolutely beautifully, shutting down Perez, who was trying to materialize for that flank, but ends up just evaporating into thin air.
I don't actually know what happened.
Yeah.
Because it felt like that round was done. MIBR Academy were in like a 3v2. Perez is coming up short. Like Carter just got a kill on the AWP, and then boom, round over. It's like, what just happened? And we're gonna keep to the same theme, a fast play towards B. It's Myth Poutini once again in the right position at the right time to help deter the offensive, and that's round over again. That's double digits for players, most certainly.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even fall back. I mean, just send it at that point. You lose the round, you lose the round. But, like, what's the point? How much more can you do with only 1 piece of util left in the Tech 9s? Maybe you get another frag? I don't know. Myth Poutini's on a tear right now. He's looking like a man possessed with that AWP. Great flashbang. LKZ, what? How? That's just sheer luck with the shots to the head of Honda, because he was fully blinded. Now picks up the A1S. Time ticking away, of course. They don't have bomb control. So like you said, this round is almost certainly over. I guess managed to grab the A1S off the ground is good if LKZ can save it, because that means that he only has to buy util in the next round, so the loss bonus won't really matter as much. But looks like they want to fight. Buren's dead. Myth Poutini connects on another one. 3K for him on the round. Even though he takes the shot to the head through the door, that won't make much of a difference. Does LKZ just send it? Okay. That was a round of Counter-Strike. Coming through. Players on to double digits. I honestly don't understand how we got here, because MIBR Academy 11-6 up. They were in full control, and then that one round that just completely disjointed. Again, a round where they were up against only the op of Myth Poutini, who's been great. I don't want to take anything away from him, but everyone else on pistols. And they just go for this weird play. I don't understand. I'm at a loss, Freddy. Help me.
I'm scratching my head as well. I kind of respect that LKZ just sends it in the last as well. Just like none of this saving business.
I mean, you have money to buy up anyway in the next round, so yeah, try for something. Do some damage. For sure.
But yeah, I'm kind of sat here scratching my head as well a little bit. It feels like this game is just kind of all fallen away. And just look at the mini-map as well. Honda was behind, but he falls. That had allowed players to just cement themselves over towards a bomb site. But because Honda's fallen now, it kind of opens up this map for MIBR Academy, but they're not going to use it. But what it does do is it makes players maybe feel a little bit more uneasy and it's gonna, as you can see, X&S kind of rotates away, and I wouldn't be surprised if one more does, or they go for an aggressive play to try and recoup some control, and that 1-for-1's only going to favor MIBR Academy. A good Molo onto Spinny, a good Molo onto Myth Poutini. The utility's great.
Ooh.
Spinny is able to at least get a second in this round. A big round from him after having a pretty slow game so far, and this round is still alive because Myth Poutini's alive. He's been the talisman for players so far. He's on He's on a kill already. He's looking for more, and it's X&S up close and personal, wanting to spearhead off his AWP's contact. Card doesn't know where X&S is, but Myth Poutini falls, shot in the back, but then storms in trains. And Myth Poutini, you think you're good, storms in, still at the top of the scoreboard as MIBR maybe just crunch their dreams in front of them.
I mean, you talked about the talisman for players being Myth Poutini. On MIBR Academy, it's Stormzine at this point. Like, he's the one that's carrying them on his back across the finish line, kicking and screaming, because unbelievable how some of these rounds have gone. 12-10 for MIBR Academy. They have 2 opportunities to close this one out. Myth Poutini has been ridiculous, though. I mean, like, every time it feels like MIBR Academy are making a good decision, Myth Poutini just shuts them down immediately. Yeah. It's impressive.
I could see it happening in that round as well. That if you'd paused and told me what was going to happen, I was like, Myth Poutini gets both kills.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, can we take a look at this purchase so far for MIBR Academy and the Mac 10 on Perez and the spawns they have?
They won the round, right? What is this? What? They did win the round, right? I'm not crazy.
Yep. No. It's a Mac 10, a P250, an AK, and 2 Tech 9s, and they're going onto the B bomb site. X&S just lines to up. They don't even have head armor. They don't even have head armor. The solo B defender's able to get 3 kills.
What?
Don't know, man. Bomb tapped. I mean, there's no util for MIBR Academy. At least Card has picked up an M4. BRN's got another kill with the AK. BRN's got 3 with the AK. It's 2 versus 2. What is going on?
What? Okay. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to process this in my brain. But, okay, MIBR Academy. We'll have one, and they lose a round.
Oh.
I need a moment.
They didn't even have head armor, dude. So confused.
I'm just a little bit lost as to how that ends up being the buyout for MIBR Academy without the head armor and everything.
I've never seen that in my life.
I have not either. Winning a round and then going in with a buy like that, I mean, I understand, I guess. You came down to a 1v1 and the money wasn't great, so you decide to go for a half buy, but what do you expect you're going to be going up against?
Man.
Like, it's a force buy. It's 12-10. What a weird decision, and now they lose the first body here. Util out, BRN exposed, but he still gets the frag. The follow-up as well. BRN has no business getting 2 frags in that situation, but he still does. A 3v2 for MIBR Academy. X&S and Spinny both in the same angle from mid.
This is an opening kill from Myth Poutini, by the way, this round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was an opening frag. It was a 5v4, and somehow we've ended up with the MIBR Academy with the advantage.
Stormzine, if I'm not mistaken, just jeweled Myth Poutini at range with an AK.
This is going to be a huge spot for BRN, even if he dies.
Ooh. Okay, information. Now, but they only seen one. That's the issue. You can see that MIBR Academy are starting to make their way forward, but they don't know where the second player is. Little do they know, he's currently stuck in lower tunnels, and this is just playing in favor of players.
If they go A, which you'd imagine they would, having just cleared out those tunnels, right? Like, there's no reason at all.
but they are very far away, so the bomb should be able to get planted kind of for free. This Molotov won't do too much to disrupt them. I stand very corrected.
What do you...
But then OKC just spams it through the smoke. XNS spotted.
I don't know.
If it works, it works. And that's all that matters. As MIBR Academy, they do it in 2. No overtime needed. Oh.
I don't know. I don't know, Freddie. I'm at a bit of a loss for words. It works out for MIBR Academy. Yeah, that was a weird finish to that round and to the entire map, really. I mean, MIBR Academy, they get the series, they have the 2-0. Despite themselves in a lot of ways here on Dust 2, they managed to pull it off. I still don't understand round number 23, the buy up there. It's still a bit of a mystery to me because, you know, I mean, they set themselves up well for a buy up in the final round, but easily that could have gone wrong. Like, you can't just do that and be like, oh, well, they're not going to force up. It's 12-10. Of course they're going to force up. Of course you're going to be going up against more. Just so weird overall. But hey, they won it. They're a 1-0 here in the Swiss stage, and on the other side, players are 0-1. And if I'm players, I'm absolutely furious with myself. Like,
bamboozled.
Yeah.
Like, it's the fact as well that around... It's the fact that the call was correct, and you kind of just sit there and you're like, what if they just had 5 AKs? Like, what if they did just have 5 AKs?
Exactly.
Or had head armor, nonetheless.
I don't know. Or Galil's even, if you're low on money a bit.
Or
you know,
Mac
it's just
10s.
anything.
Like, do you really need Tech 9 Kevlar?
Yeah.
And then the fact that almost they still win the 2 versus 5 is hilarious to me. But hey, hats off to MIBR Academy. They do it in 2. And with that, that's also our day over, isn't it?
It is. Yes, we are wrapping up here, guys. Final series. It was an absolute roller coaster of emotions for the players, for us. Absolutely insane. But we are wrapped up here, so we're signing off. Going to be back again tomorrow for some more Swiss stage South American action, guys. You don't want to miss it. You're going to see more of this madness, and despite it being crazy, it is a lot of fun. We are signing off here tonight, guys. Have yourselves an awesome one.